FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice.
Good morning, everybody. Sports Radio 610 with you once again. I'm Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Seth Payne here as well. Ben Gary, good morning. We've got you till 10 o'clock. And Pendergast, I would imagine he's going to be back next week, starting on Monday. Is this correct, from his vacation?
If he decides to come back.
Yeah.
I assume he decides. He and I have been texting, so he didn't need that much of a break from me.
Is he looking from afar and like, geez, like nobody has power, like devastation in Houston? I don't know if I'm going to come back. Like, I'm going to come back when I know there's power.
He's like Justin Verlander when he was on that phone call with Dallas Keuchel. I'm playing Dallas Keuchel in this role. When Justin Verlander was trying to decide whether or not he wanted to accept the trade to Houston, and he talked to Keuchel, and he was like, hey, for those of you that don't remember, it was right smack dab in the middle of Hurricane Harvey. And Keuchel was like, oh, man, it's not that bad. It's not. I wonder how much Keuchel was consciously lying.
Yeah.
Because it was at a point where, the world wasn't going to end or anything. But Keuchel probably smooth-talked it a little bit more than might have been accurate at the moment.
Well,
But Verlander was looking at stuff on TV. And, am I going to have to take a boat to Minute Maid when I show up?
Sure.
And, so I think, Sean, I've been telling Sean, you guys will be fine. You can come back. And it's really, really rough for a lot of people right now.
It is, but Sean,
you and your lofty gilded tower, you'll be all right.
He lives a hop, skip, and a jump away from the station, and I've probably shared this a couple of times over the course of the last few shows that we've done together, and it was confirmed yesterday. I had forgotten. Because I was charged with the responsibility of bringing all the gas tanks with me, because I told them, I'm like, hey, it's like a different world over here. That you can roll right up to a gas station and put gas in your car. No problem.
Oh, so you told everybody from your whole family.
For my family,
I'm over in Shangri-La when I'm at work. I can get anything you need, baby.
I'm like, this is baller. It's like nothing ever happened over here. People have power. Like, the only issue is that, the traffic lights are out over here. So traffic is an exceptional pain in the ass in the latter morning hours, at least when I'm over here. And I'm sure it is that way, especially for rush hour. But I was like, yeah, give me the tanks, man. I'll fill it up. I forgot to do it yesterday morning on my way in around 3:30, 4 o'clock. And so I was like, I'll get it afterwards. It'll be fine. It was. I rolled right up, put gas in the tanks, filled up, no problem. But you go anywhere east of downtown, and, we're up by Lake Houston. It is just, there's nothing up there. I mean, you go for miles down the road and traffic lights are out. There's no power anywhere. No restaurants are open. I mean, it's just dead. It's a ghost town. The only thing that's open up there is a Kroger. And I went to Kroger because I figured, maybe they're pumping fried chicken out of the kitchen or something like that. Yeah. And sure enough, I go to Kroger and I get some fried chicken, and people are waiting in line at Starbucks. My wife, one of them, which I did not know. So I walk into Kroger, and she's in this long-ass line at Starbucks. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And she goes, well, I wanted a tea. It was just her birthday the other day, and she goes, all I wanted for my birthday, it was the day the hurricane hit, is a freaking tea from Starbucks. And I said, okay. Well, what's the dinner situation tonight? Like, how are we going to eat today? And she goes, well, I asked the kitchen guy, and she goes, he's going to hide some chicken for us, keep 2 boxes in the back. And I'm like, oh, sweet. Well, I'm hungry now. Can I get one of those boxes now? And so she goes, I took her spot in line. I'm watching my boys. She goes over there, grabs a chicken. And so I'm eating in the Starbucks in front of 30 people waiting in line because I'm starving.
Yeah.
And we ended up keeping all that chicken for dinner in the fam last night. So it worked out. It was good, but it is totally different, like an alternate universe in portions of the city versus what other people are dealing with. And it was total confirmation again from you of that yesterday.
You're, the people I feel worst for, I mean, I feel bad for everybody, but I guess the situation that when I put myself in would be the most frustrating, or some of the people where you see, the power on the other side of the street popped on last night. And I'm thinking, oh, yeah, here it goes. I'm about to get it. Yeah. And there you sit 12 hours later and there's no power. Well, your neighbors are tough, man. Right across the moat, you see people just living a normal life, and you're still stuck
I
in a
wanted to
country.
Throat punch these people on the Ring doorbell apps last night, putting out false information. Oh, we have power on the lakeside in the neighborhood. And then, of course, I text a couple people I know over there. I'm like, hey, y'all have power? No. And then a few moments later, oh, we have power on the college side. And I text my neighbors, and literally all of them are like, no. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Are they just intentionally throwing flack out there?
I don't know what's going on. It's these damn Ring doorbell people. If you get on Ring doorbell at any point in time, at any course of the year, it doesn't have to be 4th of July, there's some chumps, like, oh, I heard a noise. Is that a gunshot? No, it's a freaking firecracker.
Yeah.
Or no, somebody turned their car on. Like, it's not a gunshot. Like, these people are just hyperbolic. They spout false information on these Ring doorbell apps. They're bored and they want to talk and they want to create false excitement. I'm having
a boomer moment because I understand Ring. I know how it works and everything, but I didn't know that there was like a whole network of people communicating what they're seeing or hearing.
There's a lot of Karens, a lot of Kens.
So they'll kind of take it upon themselves to be like, I saw a sketchy-looking individual, and it turns out it was a UPS driver or something.
Exactly. Have you seen this? Man, he's the UPS driver, or he's the Amazon delivery person that comes to your house like 30 times a week because of all the crap you order.
I'm afraid of, he's leaving mysterious boxes at my door.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll never get on the Ring app, damn it.
No, don't, unless you're looking for the creeper that's outside of your house. But definitely don't get on there for the comments like anything else, Twitter or Facebook, if you don't want to see what you want to see.
Clint and I just kind of joking about putting together a crew and being one of these sketchy, unlicensed contractors or what have you that go around. We were kind of. I think I was half joking about it, but I think Clint might seriously be thinking about it. The one thing I was surprised, I've never thought of this before because I've been in situations where obviously where you're like a lot of you are right now, driving around trying to find a gas station. Where I'm surprised there's not like. I've never seen like an unlicensed gas truck driving around offering to give people gas. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm sure it's illegal, obviously, but there's lots of illegal stuff that happens after a storm.
Yeah.
If I were so inclined, that might be my scheme: is to get a gas truck and just drive around and sell gas to people.
I'll tell you what,
in neighborhoods that need it.
This is incredibly dangerous, especially how people drive on the freeways and the roads. Period. But I just had this weird fantasy in my mind, like, boy, wouldn't it be something if we had like gas tankers that could just like drive down the road, and how like F-16s and like fighter jets can just kind of and fill up in the air as they're flying. Like if we could just roll up and throw out like a line and it hooks onto a gas tanker and we can just fill up as we're driving. That would be awesome,
Yeah, I can't see anything going wrong with that.
Yeah.
I think that's a fantastic idea. I think that's.
Oh, God.
I think the vast majority of drivers are perfectly capable of doing something.
Yeah,
like
it would
that.
just be like.
Yeah.
Little minor explosions all over the city. It's like, don't.
Yeah.
Fun times. That would be something, though. Maybe for the year 3024. Who knows? As
of right now, there's still 1.2 million people without power. They've restored power to 1 million customers by late yesterday. They're hoping to do 400,000 by Friday night, 400,000 more by Friday night, 350,000 by Saturday.
Come on. I was driving in this morning listening to the first 10 minutes of Captain Mickey's show, and whoever he'd called, to start his show right away, was telling a pretty fantastic story. And I think it was way back when Ike hit originally. He had gotten so fed up without having power for 29 days. This guy went without power. And, I guess at the time he was living closer to the coast or whatever. And he'd said he'd gotten so fed up that he just one day stood in the middle of the road and stopped like a utility truck.
Yeah.
Like a convoy of utility trucks that was coming in to save the day, but they were bypassing his house clearly. And he's like, hey, 29 days, no power. I have houses right there. I've got a chainsaw. I'll cut this thing down so you guys can get in there and work, but it needs to happen. And damn sure if those guys didn't get a work crew over there and he had power by the end of the day. It's only been 3 or 4 days for me and, a lot of other people, but it probably feels like 12 to 15 at this point in time.
I would say, yeah, man. And the one thing I would just encourage people is to try to remember that the actual utility workers are not responsible. Like the guys you see working their butts off, working 24-hour shifts and everything, those are not the people who are responsible for the delayed repairs and clearance and everything like that. Like they're doing everything that they can. And I know you get angry as hell, but it's those aren't the guys that you need to take it out on. Those guys are sleep deprived and working a dangerous job.
Yeah. And
they're following orders and doing everything they're supposed to do. But it's there's systemic issues and people at the top that deserve the scrutiny. I know that it's just you want to lash out. But my God, those poor dudes are just exhausted right now, they're working. They're doing everything they can.
Hell, and
It's not laziness on the part of the road crews that are the issue.
No, you're right, and they're coming from all over. God bless them, man. Yeah. I was leaving the station yesterday, and 59, just past downtown, about to get on the straightaway up to my house in the Lake Houston area, and I counted a convoy. Now they were stuck in traffic, but a convoy of about 24 utility trucks. I don't know where they were coming from, but they were coming. They were in Houston. They were here, baby. And so I would imagine, today and tomorrow and until power's restored, they're going to be coming from all over the place, whether it be Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, wherever it may be, coming here to help people. So definitely big tip of the cap to them. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. If you want to be a part of the show, you can text in as well. We already got one, said, man, great to hear y'all bring some normalcy. That's what we're doing it for, man. That's exactly what we're doing it for, to bring back some normalcy. And obviously to keep you as updated as possible. We'll keep giving you power updates throughout the course of the show.
The normalcy that is the Houston Astros looking a lot more normal than they had. We'll get into that next. It was if you don't have television, you missed a good one last night. But we'll do our best to tell you how awesome Framber Valdez was.
Yeah, fill us all in, man. Let's talk some Astros baseball. We'll do that coming up next. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. You're listening to Sports Radio 610. Keep it there.
In the loop.
I think the most important
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sports Radio 610 back with you. In for Sean Pendergast. I'm Sean Bijani along with Seth Payne. Been Gary producing. You are hilarious.
What I do?
Seth Payne. Just the stories that, we get into sometimes,
Well, I was just there was nothing hilarious about me. I was just telling you how I get weirdly stingy about some things. Like I'll go, I spend exorbitantly on stupid stuff and regret it immediately. And yet, I've been in this house for 3 years, and when we were building it, I can remember one day my wife asking about a doorbell, and I was like, no, we'll just get a ring or something. Don't bother with that. What are you, old? And then for the last 3 years, I'm walking past the rings and everything, and I'm just like, no, it's too much. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
So I have no doorbell, which
that's hilarious to me.
I think it's got to come partly from some me not wanting any visitors. I think at the end of the day, I just really don't want to be bothered when I'm in my home. So
it's a little bit
I
of that.
choose ignorance as to whether somebody's at my door. Like unless I'm in my living room, I'm not going to hear you, and I'll never even know you were here.
But
that's good enough for
I
me.
think it's a little bit of that, but I was just thinking, anytime I go up to even my father-in-law's house, this is just kind of me being me. Maybe I'm a little weird in this fashion, but they've got one of those keypads on their front door where, you punch in the code, and they have the Ring doorbell and all that stuff. And we have the same thing too. I'm just old fashioned. I'd rather just go into my door with the key and unlock it. And so that's how I get into my house, even though I have one of those stupid keypads, which I despise. But my wife, she'll just punch in the code and go into her dad's house, like whenever, like unannounced, just walks right in. And I knock anytime I go over there. If I have to borrow something, I knock. I should know the code, but I purposely don't remember it.
Yeah.
I won't ring the doorbell. I won't do the code. I'm just going to knock, and I'm going to wait for somebody to come to the door, like a normal person in my mind. So there's that old-fashioned part of me where, yeah, if I was in your case, if I was in your situation, and I had a house built, and if I need to see somebody, they can just knock. I'll come get the door if I really need to talk to this person.
Yeah. This is that's the other thing I've been lazy about. I just realized I don't think I have a key to my house. I think because we've got the electronic thing. So I'm opposite from you in that regard, but I'm not even prepared enough to get into my house if for some reason the keypad's not working. And we don't have anything stashed around the house or something. Because what am I going to do? Spend $3 on a spare key? I'm not, what am I, made of money?
Right.
No, hell no. Plus, not to mention the opportunity cost of the work I could be doing while I stand there waiting for somebody to make a key for me at the hardware store. I got things to do. I got a bustling life I'm leading, my God.
Good information that I'm going to pass along, and tip of the cap to Ocho, who's up by me in my neck of the woods, the Lake Houston area, off of West Lake Houston. He said, SB, Bun B's Trill Burgers are going to be at the Kroger on East Sam Houston Beltway from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. this morning on a first-come, first-served basis. That's the Kroger near Summer Creek High School. So if you're familiar with that, you need some grub, good burger, hit them up. Bun B's going to be there to take care of you, man. And so good information, Ocho. We appreciate that. 713-572-4610 if you want to be a part of the show that way, contribute as we kind of roll along. I did not check the attendance numbers Marlins game last night at Minute Maid, but I would imagine it's pretty good again since it was 38,000 people the night before.
Well, yeah, it was the thing about those attendance numbers is it's always the paid attendance, and it's not it's higher than the actual people there. We had a listener yesterday who said that even though it was way more than I had anticipated, he said it definitely wasn't 37,000
on
that Tuesday night game. But yeah, there was a pretty good crowd there last night, and they got to see a vintage Framber Valdez performance.
Ooh, yeah.
He induced 3 double plays. He took about 30 pitches to get through the first 33 innings. I mean, he was mowing folks down. And
What do you have, 10 strikeouts last night, too?
Yeah, 10 strikeouts. You know, for a guy who's a ground ball pitcher. It was funny. The funny moment in the broadcast is, 'cause I know you still don't have television, Sean, was at the very beginning, Todd Callis and Jeff Blum. I think Blum made some comment about, well, he did, you know, it's Framber. They were going over how good he's been at inducing ground balls. After kind of taking a step back last year, he was at a career low for inducing ground balls. He's way back up there this year. And first batter flies out. So and then he had a couple fly balls early on, but other than that, it was a whole lot of just owning the lower part of the strike zone and inducing ground balls. 3 double plays. He's already got 23 double plays on the season. Last year he generated 22 all season long.
I don't know how many he had his last start, but you remember he was in trouble like every inning, and he had to get out of it. And he got out of it, and Astro pitchers in general got out of it with the double play ball. I think his last start, the Stros turned 5 double plays. He was probably the beneficiary of at least 3 of those. So if you look at just his last 2 starts, I mean, that's at least a quarter of double plays that he's gotten in just his last 2 starts of what he's been the beneficiary of all season long. That's pretty cool.
Well, the whole thing last year that I wondered about, and we all wondered about, is, okay, how's the shift ban going to affect ground ball pitchers? And, you know, depending on how they slice it up analytically, whatever, but he wasn't the same Framber last year in a lot of ways. And this year it's come back in force. And whether, you know, part of it's just Framber himself, and then however they adjusted around him, they're making all those plays in the infield that you need when you've got a guy like him. It's been really cool to see. It was Framber and Blanco, despite a couple hiccups here and there, that's one of the things I'm most confident about moving on through the second half of the season is, all right, I think these guys are going to be machines for you. They're going to be horses. You know, you still got, you know, total innings pitched and everything for Blanco that you got to keep an eye on because he's going to be in uncharted territory. Hunter Brown, I'm allowing myself to just feel like, all right, this last outing notwithstanding, I think he's going to be a machine through the end of the season. Despite how thin you are at starting pitching, and with Verlander still not making great progress, with McCullers not likely going to be back until September at best, like, at the very least, you've got 3 studs. And as long as those guys can stay healthy and as long as the offense can keep producing, then they're going to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and even I'm still a little nervous about you saying that. You know, the Astros, well, you know, they've got 3 studs. You're right, but the sustainability factor, you know, is at a fairly severe level for me. For Ronel Blanco, at least, and maybe a little less so for Hunter Brown, because, you know, after throwing 155-plus innings last season, under the Astros developmental program, I'll just classify it as, like, they like to see their young guys go about 20-inning increments, you know, of a bump from year to year. So Hunter Brown being through 92 innings this season to this point, I think the idea is to get him in and around 170, 175 by season's end. But if the Astros go pick up another arm or 2 and get Luis Garcia back and maybe Justin Verlander back, you can start to kind of load manage a little bit, and maybe he reaches that threshold at some point within the postseason. You still don't know how his arm's going to react, just like you don't know how Ronel Blanco's arm's going to react. This is still, he's pitching in far more higher leverage situations in baseball games this year than he'd ever had at any point in his career, being a career minor leaguer. And this is really the first time that he's been up playing in the majors for an extended period of time in a team with World Series aspirations. It's all going to factor in. It's just to what degree. The Astros, in my mind, just can't rely on, well, these guys are good right now. Doesn't mean they're going to be good next week. or the week after. It's just kind of been that way this season for them so
yeah,
far.
well, so the scary thing last night was after, I mean, there were some really athletic plays out of two of the guys that aren't classically thought of as your most athletic guys.
Who's Singleton again? Did Singleton make a play last night?
Singleton made it from first to third on sliding in at home. That was awesome. And then there was a double steal. Altuve stole third while Jordan stole second. The one downside of that is that Jordan did exit the game later with hip tightness. So without any updates or anything, I'm just hoping that that's exercising extreme caution in a game that you could see. It was going to be a shock at that point if the Astros lost that game to a team like the Marlins.
Yeah.
They end up winning 9-1. I don't know if we even gave you the final score yet for anybody who didn't check on it yet. But they were very, very solidly in control of this game the entire evening. That poor Hoeing pitcher who'd come into the game with they were taking him to the woodshed. It could have been uglier than this, really. I mean, they kind of were just knocking him around all over the place.
Small sample size for Hoeing, because he left with a 3.16 ERA after giving up 4 earned, 5 total in his 3 innings of work last night.
Yeah, he hadn't pitched that much, and a lot of it had been as a reliever, and it wasn't like his ERA told the whole story. This wasn't like the Astros went in and just took care of one of these Orioles pitchers or something. I felt bad for the Marlins at one point. It was about the time their center fielder was like trying to make all these gutsy plays, but just kept destroying his body as he was also not making the catch, and he slammed up against the wall in the second or third inning. And I hadn't checked the NL standings in a while, so I went to those poor bastards are 27 back from the Phillies to start the game. So the Astros remain 2 games back because the damn Mariners keep playing baseball. So they remain 2 games back, but the Marlins did get knocked to 28 games back.
Yeah.
I don't want to put the cart ahead of the horse, but I think that game last night might have put the nail in the coffin for the Marlins, Sean. I don't know if they're going to dig their way out of 28
I don't know, man, until they're mathematically eliminated. I don't want to go too far out on that limb. But you're right. The Astros still 2 games back of the M's in the West, and I saw that the Royals won last night as well. Boston did lose, though. So, down in the AL wildcard standing, Astros within 2 games of the Royals. They're 4th in the wildcard standings, where the Astros are 5th. But the Astros just now 2.5 games behind Boston for that 3rd and final wildcard spot. So that's good. And the Rangers continue to slide, too. They lost. So the Astros pick up a full game on them. They're now 4.5 up on the Rangers now in the West. So that's good, which, we've talked a little bit about that series coming up. You got the series finale against the Fish today, and then you start 3 games at home against the Rangers before you go into the All-Star break. If the Astros could just never really mind creating more separation between you and the Rangers, it's just that's a divisional opponent. You want to take care of business. You want to, at the very least, win that series. Sweep would be nice. But if you could win that series and just keep pace at this point in time with what the Mariners are doing, I feel comfortable. You have to feel fantastic, if we're being honest, if the Astros start the All-Star break just 2 behind the M's and within 3 of the wild card.
I get it. When I was kind of reflecting on exactly what moves the Astros might make before the trade deadline, yesterday I was talking about, I don't worry as much about first base anymore because Singleton, he gives you these competitive at-bats, and I think he's improved defensively. I know his numbers on the season defensively still aren't great, but, man, he's made some really athletic plays at first base. Yeah. And then, but the thing I have to keep reminding myself is they've faced a bunch of righties lately, and is valuable for you there with at-bats as a lefty versus a righty, but he's bad versus lefties. So to get more of an all-around first baseman at some point, even though the guys who are out there and the big names aren't, Vlad Guerrero Jr. is not having an incredible year or anything, it's still something that the team is probably thinking about a lot more than I am. I'm just so fixated on starting pitching that I don't have room in my brain for anything else.
Yeah, well, I mean, that really is just it, to be honest with you, because it's a little bit deeper of a conversation, but a very simplistic way that I've approached that situation, as you're talking about, like, yeah, you'd like better offensive production, something more consistent, stable at first base than just John Singleton, a guy who I think you would probably agree with me, we had pegged as not even making this team out of spring training this year. But I didn't have him pegged at that just because of the situation was so bad at first base. But it wasn't like I figured he was going to make the team, but it didn't make me feel awesome about first base. Yeah, and that's fair. I was irresponsibly one of those in the camp that thought, no way it could be this bad again with Jose Abreu to start the season, and then damn sure enough, if it wasn't even worse this year. So you're right in that regard. I've looked at it from a cumulative standpoint where this 7-year stretch multiple times when the Astros were able to flourish even with that gigantic hole in the batting order. And so I'm thinking, like, well, you know what? Now that the Astros have kind of rid themselves of this mindless, mind-numbing, frustrating project of Jose Abreu that they were trying to squeeze every bit of a little juice out of him, Singleton is like worlds better than what you were trying to get out of Jose Abreu. So if they need to win, and if they can win in spite of him, well, hell, they did far better in doing so with Martin Maldonado, who was a 098 or, a 196er for an extended period of time here with the Astros, and they even got a damn World Series out of it. So if they can make it work then, they can make it work now. But you're right. It's just pitching, and then, oh, by the way, pitching. So there is that. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Our baseball talk this morning presented by T-Mobile. You can switch to T-Mobile and get your tons of benefits out of the whole situation and still save money on every plan. When you put them up against AT&T and Verizon, use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Coming up next, we'll get you the day's top stories and headlines and get you a little more Astro nuggets as well, because we got a few tips of the cap to give out to some Stros. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
Hey, if you're tired of the humidity fogging up your glasses and contacts, there's
Pendergast with today's headlines.
And for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani, Seth Payne along as well. Just a couple of nuggets to pass along as we've kind of talked around some of these things from the Astros 9-1 win last night. Obviously, Fromber terrific. Seth, you mentioned the double play balls that he induced last night. I think that brings now the total up to 6 just over the course of his last couple of starts, and I know he's got far more than that on the season for him. But from Fromber Valdez, who in the victory through 7 innings of 6-hit ball gave up the 1 earned run while striking out 10 on 95 pitches. Got that ERA down to 3.66. He's 8-5 on the season now. I said we got a couple of tips of the cap to give out. One, got to look at my main man, Joey Loperfido, Seth. 2 for 4 with a triple and a dinger last night. LFG for Joey Lopes. Love that dude. Yainer Diaz with a 3-hit game, and Bregman pounded out another multi-hit performance last night as well. The, I guess, one kind of moment. There has to be at least one of those, by the way, in case you didn't know. There has to be at least one moment for the Astros, no matter if they win 9-1 or 1-0. But Yordan Alvarez leaving the game last night after just 1 at bat and a steal of second base with hip tightness. But I guess the good news there, depending on what you think of how the Astros handle the injury situations with their players, Joe Espada saying after the game that he didn't feel like any imaging was necessary for Yordan's injury.
I think that, this one doesn't, I shouldn't be this cocky about this. This one doesn't scare me at all, especially given the nature of the game. Like that, they were so firmly in control of that game, and it was just such a mismatch that there were, I would imagine Yordan himself, in the conversation, they were probably like, well, listen, man, it is what it is.
Precautionary.
But that's his 5th steal this year. Headed to the season, and I guess it's a testament to how often he's done it this year that I don't get as nervous about it when he does steal, and then yet lo and behold he exits the game. But it was a fun game. That Loperfido home run, kind of like the Bregman one the night before,
towering,
was majestic. It looks like it's going to exit above the top tier of the stadium at first, and then it drops relatively close in the stands, just like Bregman. Bregman the other night, it looked like it was going to sail over the train tracks and ended up dropping in the middle of the Crawford boxes. I take that for you can save your exit velocity and the projected distance and all that. I just like the majesty of a home run like that.
Yeah. One more tip of the cap, by the way, to Caleb Ort. He came out of the bullpen last night, threw a couple of innings, struck out 4. He was claimed off of waivers by the Stros back in late May from the Baltimore Orioles. He's been freaking baller at Sugarland in 12 appearances down there. Microscopic ERA, got his chance with the Stros last night. By the way, if you're keeping score at home, with Caleb Ort pitching in last night's game, that is now the 29th different pitcher used by the Astros in a baseball game this season. How bad is that? Well, all of last year, as you know, the injury situation kind of sucked then as well. The Astros used 24 last year, 22 different 2022 season. But tip of the cap to Caleb Ort.
Yeah, and he pitched an inning versus the Twins, and I remember
did he really?
Yeah, and he snuck in there, but yeah, he hasn't been in the organization for long at all. The fact that they've used that many pitches, it reminds me of the Titans the year that Mike Vrabel won Coach of the Year. Remember they had played like more total players than anybody had ever played in the NFL before. It was really just a hodgepodge of just random guys they could find on the street at any given time.
Yeah.
That baseball, they don't handle things the same way, but for as much scrutiny as Espada got early on in the season when everything was so miserable, I think it's one of those things you sit here at the midway point of the season approximately, and you look at what Espada's been through. If they can pull it out and make a serious run. A, make the playoffs, and then B, make a serious run. I think you really got to appreciate some of the adversity Espada has faced as a first-time manager this year to keep all this together.
Yeah, no, definitely a great point by you. You have to give him a tip of the cap as well. Next up on the headlines, we'll keep it with baseball. The home run derby list has been finalized. Major League Baseball going to roll with Mets first baseman Pete Alonso, Phillies third baseman Alec Baum, Rangers outfielder Adolis Garcia, everybody's fan favorite here in Houston.
He loves Adolis Garcia.
Yeah.
His supernatural, it was created by human hormones, but yes.
Yeah, that guy. Orioles shortstop Gunnar Henderson, he's badass. Dodgers outfielder, former Astro, Teoscar Hernandez. That's going to be fun to watch him in this home run derby coming up. Braves designated hitter Marcell Ozuna, Guardians third baseman Jose Ramirez, and Royals shortstop Bobby Witt Jr. The All-Star game this year at Southern Oklahoma's Globe Life Field.
Well, yeah, and I think just as in terms of how this relates to the Astros, this is the official confirmation that Yordan, who had already said that he wasn't super motivated to do the home run derby, and this is a big Sean Pendergast sticking point. He does not like his players doing the home run derby because he's worried that it's going to screw up their swing or something.
Yeah.
And with Yordan, with his many health issues now and through the years, he's not on this. He's not on this home run derby roster, and I think the majority of Astros fans are happy for that.
Yes.
Even though it'd be fun. It'd be fun in the moment. Yeah, I just don't need to see him up there working up a ridiculous sweat and breathing hard and torquing his body repeatedly. I don't need that in my life right now.
I'm 110% with you on that one. I will co-sign that. I did not know this until I read the report this morning, but Major League Baseball is going to change things up with the way they do the Derby this year.
They do every year.
Yeah.
Okay, explain it to me now. What is it?
It's like the NFL. I mean, there's significant rule changes to the game every single offseason.
Okay, I thought the Pro Bowl especially. It's
that
not
too,
even a
yeah.
football game
Go ahead
anymore.
and roll that in there as well. But Major League Baseball this year at the Derby is going to be limiting hitters to 40 swings per round, and is changing the bonus round from a clock to a limit of 3 outs. You get 4 outs. You get 4 outs if the player hits a bomb, which is classified as 425 feet plus in the bonus round.
I like this because it's more quality than quantity. And this is the danger of CrossFit for people who do CrossFit. Don't just settle down, get off. You're already pounding away angrily at your keyboard. I can tell you CrossFit psychos. The danger in CrossFit sometimes is that you're doing all these like Olympic lift movements that are meant to be like very like 1 rep max type of stuff, or 1 rep or 2 reps at a time, and you're doing like a set of 100. And your form, if you're not really disciplined, your form goes and everything, and people get injured. So, like, that's why you have to be very careful about it. And that's what I think every time I watch these guys just swinging as hard as they can, 29 times in 30 seconds. Man, it doesn't look safe or right.
No.
And that's the kind of stuff that you end up with soreness the next week or fatigue the next week. I get very, very nervous about it for these
I'm
guys.
with you because you're doing something you normally wouldn't do after having played a bleep ton of baseball games already.
Yeah.
And, the quick recoils, just kind of having to go boom, 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 over and over and over. That bothers me.
Yeah, it would be like if a football player 40 times midway through the season. Like, let's go. Let's take your wide receiver who's having an incredible year. Good enough that he actually is one of the best receivers in the league, and then we're going to have him run 10 40s as fast as he can. For no reason whatsoever.
A 40, I'm with you, but I would feel far more comfortable if a receiver of mine ran in a straight line for a short period of time versus like, hey, let's see how many freaking dig routes Tank Dell can run in, a minute and a half. Like, go. You know what I mean?
I get
that would bother me.
You know what? Whenever I watch Tank Dell workout videos, this has nothing to do with his gunshot wound or his broken leg or anything. He moves so freakishly fast that when I watch him doing it in the off season, I'm almost the same way when I used to watch JJ work out in the off season.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, Is that really necessary right now with your herniated disc to be flipping those tires quite that much? But with Tank, I always have to remind myself, like, all right, he weighs like 132 pounds. It's not the same level of stress on his knees or anything. It'll be just fine.
Yeah. By the way, we got a text from the 281. Is it just me or the home run derby lost a little luster similarly to the slam dunk contest? No major name players, though the texter says Witt Jr.'s a stud, though. Yeah. People probably been saying that for years, but I feel like the entertainment value is way more involved still in the home run derby than anything the dunk contest has to offer for me.
Yeah, I guess it feels a little bit more natural and like the real sport, even though we just ranted about how it's not natural and it's not like the real sport, but it's more so.
Yeah.
The thing with the dunks and really any highlight type of play in any sport now, it just doesn't have the same impact it used to because of social media and high-speed internet. You know, like we are inundated with so many more images of incredible plays all the time that it almost feels like in an artificial setting like that, you're very unlikely to recreate the things that you see just in normal play because you see them all the time. It used to be you might see the highlights on ESPN for 3 minutes a day of the things that happened the previous week. And now you just see so many highlights all the time that it's almost impossible to be impressed by things to the same degree we used to.
If I can remember, maybe you can remind me, I've got some fantastic ideas for the dunk contest that I can share with you a little bit later on.
Trampoline?
No, it's something that I think would be both nostalgic and that would not, that you talk about keeping it closer to the reality of the game that we're used to watching. It would be exactly that, but from a very vintage standpoint, if you will. So I'll share that with you coming up a little bit later on. Just to quickly pass along two things from Team USA basketball. They beat Canada, as they should, yesterday, as they begin their trek to the Olympics. Sock fired their head coach. No big shocker there. This is the second time in like 2 years they've fired this cat. I do not think a panel is going to review this and save his ass this time, but there's your news in that regard. Coming up next, we'll roll into hour number 2, 7 o'clock. Most important camp battles for your Houston Texan. We'll get Seth's favorite Texan storylines as the Texans begin to enter camp here inside of a week now officially today. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
My family is a West Point Lincoln family. My wife is on her second brand new West.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And for Pendergast this morning, I'm Sean Bijani, along with Seth Payne. Good morning. Hour number 2 of the program. We've got you till 10. If you want to be a part of the show, you can hit us up, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can text the program as well. We are now 1 week away from Texans beginning training camp, which officially opens Thursday, July 18th. That will be a closed practice session, but plenty of opportunities for the fans, Seth, to take in more training camp practices. This year, I think a total of 8 training camp practices that are going to be open for the fans throughout the month of July and August. The first open practice for fans coming up July 23rd. That'll be a 9 a.m.er. Just a week before the Texans kick off the Bears in Canton, Ohio, ahead of the Hall of Fame game. Andre Johnson Day. It's going to be badass. We've got a lot to talk about between now and then certainly then when it hits, man. But it got me thinking about, okay, it's like, we wait for these kind of mile markers leading into training camp. We're no more excited, for this training camp. Like, we're more excited for this training camp than we've ever been about a training camp before involving your Houston Texans. This takes the cake by a lot. So, with everything that the Texans have done this offseason in terms of free agent acquisitions, drafting some important spots, with Kamari Lassiter at corner and Kalen Bullock at safety, and we can get into all that stuff if it factors into, like, your tier of most important camp battles and or players to really kind of watch for
I think,
a week from now. What do you think?
I think as far as... I don't know whether it's important or more notable. The one that I'm glad a listener pointed out during the break on the text line that I hadn't had on this list, but actually might be one of the most important training camp battles, would be Troy Hairston versus Andrew Beck at fullback.
Yeah,
fullback. Ever since Beck started playing fullback for the Texans, I've been saying fullback. Look, those guys are both guys who are relatively new to the position. Andrew Beck was a tight end, who's an H-back now, and then back much of the time. Troy Hairston was a linebacker in college and, learned how to play the position 2 years ago. Both those guys have shown some really good flashes and some really good promise.
Yeah.
And then there's other times where they've both looked like guys who are playing the position for the first time in their life. And especially because if you really want to reclaim the best version of Dameon Pierce, you go back and watch Dameon Pierce's highlights from last year. A lot of his best plays were when they were in heavy personnel with a fullback in the game, and they could just line up and either run a power, a pin and pull, or something like that with a lead blocker. And it's not like you can change your entire offense or anything. But if you want to be more like the San Francisco 49ers, which this team's trying, this offense is a Kyle Shanahan offense.
Yeah.
You think about what they're able to do with Juszczyk as a very good combination blocker and pass catcher, because that's the key in the modern NFL. The fullback position is not dead by a long shot. It's just that it's not the same type of fullback that it used to be. You've got to have a guy who's a receiving threat out there to keep the offense a little bit on their heels and be uncertain of what the threat's going to be.
Yeah.
Those two guys are going to have, I'm guessing, some opportunities to flash as receivers in the preseason. So I'll much more so than ever before, I think, given what this offense, if you want to look like the San Francisco 49ers, it's like the relatively unheralded position of fullback. So I can pull both those guys, but I think probably only one of them makes the team.
Well, do you remember how they handled that position last year? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, at some point in time, you had Hairston before he'd gotten injured, right?
Yeah.
Along with Andrew Beck, and you had Dalton Keene. Is that correct? Didn't Keene get some reps at fullback?
Yeah, I think Harrison got injured in training camp in August, so it wasn't it wasn't ever an in-season.
That's right. That's
issue.
right. Yeah, I'm always worried, like with any position, about depth, because it just takes one play, a guy goes down. So when you're saying, well, you're only going to have one of these dudes, I would imagine that the Texans would be interested in doing a little bit more with the fullback this season than they did last year, just because it is year 2. There's more of a comfortability factor within this new offense for a lot of these guys. And I'm approaching it from that standpoint. So I get a little bit nervous when we're talking about, like, all right, it's going to be either or.
Well, but you can't. You can keep one of the guys on the practice squad or go out and find somebody else. It's like you can't. I think, you'd love to have a viable backup for, 3 viable backups for every guy on the team. But I don't. I think because you can use a tight end in that spot, then turn it into more of an H-back thing. Mm-hmm. I think it's something that I'd be surprised. It's a good point. And then the whole kickoff return dynamic and the guys you're going to want to keep on special teams, that's going to be different this year. I mean, Andrew I don't think the new kickoff rules are all of a sudden going to turn Andrew Beck into one of their kickoff return specialists, and yet he was one of only 3 or 4 guys in the NFL last year that had a kickoff return for a touchdown. I think there were only 3 guys that had a kickoff return for a touchdown last year, and 2 of them were on the Texans, and neither of them were conventional returners. It was Dameon Pierce and Andrew Beck.
Yeah. Beck had the return for touchdown. That was really, really exciting. But hell, both were, really. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but they're not going to be I don't think the kickoff rules are going to change how they are as perceived as returners or anything, but just what kind of guys they want as blockers or kickoff coverage guys. Beck might factor into it. The next, and I think probably the actually most important training camp battle. Yeah, I'll say it's the most important training camp battle is Kamari Lassiter, C.J. Henderson, Jeff Okudah.
There you go.
And I'd factor Des King into that as well, because he is a slot corner, but there's also a question, is maybe perhaps they end up wanting to use Kamari Lassiter on the inside more. I don't know. It's just that you don't have guys other than your number one Derek Stingley cornerback. You don't have guys right now that you can justifiably feel really comfortable. Yeah. I'm bullish on Kamari Lassiter. I allowed myself to get overly excited about an OTA and minicamp performance out of him. Right, yeah. And yet, he hasn't done a single thing in the NFL yet. We just won't know. And the other 2 guys, between Okudah and Henderson, those are guys that have been bounced around. Okudah, I think, has the upper hand in a lot of ways. And I think part of Okudah not panning out in Detroit, I can put on the situation that Detroit was in when he first got there. Remember one of the things that sparked the turnaround for the Lions a couple years ago was when they fired their defensive backs coach midseason, and that was the coach that Okudah would have been learning under for his first couple years in the NFL. Yeah. So it might have just been a bad fit for him, and he got duty in Atlanta and was. I think people were encouraged by his results in Atlanta. So there's
but he got benched at the end of the season for another young corner. And but I'm with you on Henderson and Jeff Okudah, because not as much as where they were drafted, right? These are 2 former top 5 picks, right? But if there's ever a guy, a coach, especially a defensive-minded one, that I have to believe can get the very best out of some young, players at that position in particularly, it's DeMeco Ryans, because just of what I've seen in his first year, running this program for the Texans, if you will, that they did within the secondary last year, it was really impressive for me for them to be able to go out and get like Adrian Amos, DeAndre Houston Carson. Then they bring in Kareem Jackson, and they brought back Des King. They knew what they needed, And they went out and got those guys, and they fit in almost seamlessly and made plays for this team. So when you're going to get like two younger guys with untapped potential, and I think that's how the Texans look at these guys, in Okudah and Henderson particularly, you have to feel good about that. You don't feel great like Steven Nelson's not walking through that door, and we were very comfortable with him manning that position opposite Derek Stingley. But it could be far worse at that position, and I'm with you. Lassiter, yeah, he hadn't done a damn thing, but he's checked the boxes that he's needed to check since being drafted.
Yeah, and I think the big thing with Lassiter that I look at, maybe I weigh this too heavily, but unprompted, he's gotten praise from both Caserio and D'Amico Ryans in a way that coaches and GMs tend to be pretty careful about how they talk about rookies because, to quote Bill O'Brien, they haven't done anything yet.
Yeah.
But these guys, both D'Amico and Nick are a little bit more forthcoming about, playing rookies and, seeing what they have and trusting them. A lot of the things that you want out of a cornerback in this defense are things that a lot necessarily have early on, which is ability to recognize route patterns, ability to play zone, willingness to come up and tackle. Like all those things are going to be really important in this defense because they're always going to play a lot of zone.
Yeah.
It's just the structure of the defense is they want to provide pass rush with 4 guys up front and play zone behind it. And that is something that as long as the guys up front are getting that pass rush, it makes it a lot easier to play rookies because the ball's coming out fast consistently.
Right.
So it's, you don't have as many instances of a guy having to cover somebody for 4 seconds or a ridiculous amount of time. So in theory, and it's all just theory until they show that they can really get that heat on the passer with these 4 guys, that makes the learning curve a little bit easier for Kamari Lassiter. So I do think right now the leader in the clubhouse for me for starting the season is going to be Kamari Lassiter. I'm intrigued by Des King just because he's a guy that has a lot of the qualities that I think D'Amico will really like. That willingness to come up and play the run, hard hits, all of that. But he's versatile. He can play on the inside and the outside. But his career's just been so up and down. I mean, he was all-pro in his second season, but then he's a training camp cut for the Texans last year, comes back in and provided for you immediately after they re-signed him midway through the season. Yeah, or later in the season. And I just wonder if maybe being around D'Amico and having a second training camp in his system provides some kind of stability in his career. So I've got my fingers crossed for Des King.
I do too. I think it's a great point. The D'Amico factor. It's multifaceted, right? And it could benefit Des King in a big way if he buys in. Because in my opinion, that cut out of training camp last season had absolutely nothing to do with what he showed them or didn't show them on a actual football field versus everything else but.
He's had a lot of curious instances in his career where he's not a bad dude whatsoever. Like, he seems like a great guy, and yet there have been disciplinary measures throughout his career where he's benched at the beginning of a game or he's suspended for a game or whatever for just internal reasons.
Yeah.
So a lot of times that goes back to, without knowing specifics or anything, just either missed meetings or things like that. And yet he's not a bad guy.
Yeah.
So that's the one where you wonder too if maybe D'Amico on the human side of things and his ability to talk to guys about whatever challenges they're having in their personal life. Remember there was that story on ESPN.com earlier this offseason where they were talking about the books that D'Amico had on his shelf, and some of it, a lot of it's kind of like of the self-help variety almost.
Yes.
And how he's used those at times to help guys out when they have issues with their marriage.
Yes.
Or something else like that. So I have, without knowing he's had those curious incidents, maybe it's something that D'Amico can be a form of guidance for him.
That's such a great point. I do remember that. And I think the first message before you deliver your message when you're a guy that is a leader of men, that people look up to and have multiple examples and things that they can point to that says, you know what, this guy's just fantastic. I want to play for him. I'm going to listen to him. He's got a wealth of knowledge that he can share with me that is learned, and that some of it is just, it's innate. But for the most part, people forget, like the people that we look up to, that we learned from, they learned it from someplace else. Whether it be other people, their experiences, self-help books, reading, seeking knowledge in other areas. I think there is no better person to kind of convey that message and the ability to relate to this generation of NFL players better than D'Amico Ryans. He's not that far removed from playing, and he is very much a self-made man. But it's not like he'd just fallen off of the turnip truck and was like, here you go. Here's D'Amico Ryans. This is the guy that we all know and love. No, he had to go through the ups, the downs, and he taught himself and learned from other people. So he's trying to get the same thing across to his guys, I think.
The really cool dynamic with D'Amico, like actually wanting to come here and coach in Houston, Sarah and Cal McNair, that like, nope, this is the job I want. It's above every other one. Like, he just laid it out on the table. Is that it's really rare for NFL head coaches to be in a situation like that where they're coaching where they specifically set out to coach. Usually it's what David Culley said was true. It's, a lot of times guys are taking a job because it's 1 out of 32 jobs. The way David Culley said it and the way he explained it was really bad.
Lived it.
Yeah, that part of it is true. I think that the part of it that when you think about the stress that a head coach is under, I think sometimes, we get our images of, the coach is sleeping in his office and everything and all that. Like, you forget, like, that does take a toll on your family life. And some guys handle it better than others or what have you. But because D'Amico's wife is from Houston and you got all that support staff of all your in-laws and having an extended family in that city, like, that's the kind of thing you can't ever, put a number on it analytically or anything. But I feel like it's a big advantage that a lot of NFL head coaches don't have. You're off there on an island with, it's you, your wife, who never sees you, and your kids are growing up without you necessarily knowing that much about them. Like, D'Amico's in a different situation there. For a guy that cares a lot about his family, I think it makes it that much easier. It's not the thing that, puts a slam dunk on winning a Super Bowl, and that's very rare for NFL head coaches.
Have you seen that movie, The Circle, with Tom Hanks? So it's obviously if you watch it, it becomes very obvious very quickly. It's based on like an Apple/Google kind of a company, right? And it's called The Circle. And so the thing with The Circle is the one of the main characters, the main character really, learns very early on that you got to be about that life. Like, you go to work at The Circle, you live your personal life at The Circle, you're going to eat there, you're going to have your entertainment there, you're going to make your friends there. It's your family, it's your friends, it's everything all encompassing, right? Hence The Circle. And with an NFL coach, I think, as you described it, like when we envision a guy, that's a head coach of an NFL football team, they eat, breathe, sleep, literally there at the football stadium, and they're always working. And it's almost like a circle that D'Amico Ryans has kind of created, though. I mean, with his coaches, they're out there in the community with him. They live close together. Their sons, daughters play sports together in these little leagues. And hell, D'Amico's coaching, football teams or whatever, and is very involved in that regard. And so are the other coaches. And so he's found a pretty good marriage, if you will, between work and kind of personal life, and kind of melded the two.
Well, that's where, in football, I've always said, like, cults are good. Like, you want to create a cult-like atmosphere.
Yeah.
And it's really hard in the NFL to create a cult-like atmosphere.
It's a good way to do it, and there's a bad way to do it.
Look, it's like every documentary you ever watch about cults, right? It starts off, we're like, oh, these people are trying to, okay, I get it. And then at some point, at some point the cult leader turns it into like, oh yeah, and by the way, everybody's wife is my wife now. It all comes down to, okay, can the cult leader have the restraint to not all of a sudden just let it go to his head and think that, oh no, by the way, turns out, I just realized last night, I'm actually Jesus. I didn't realize it before, but it turns out, yeah. So I don't know if you got the memo or not. So that's the thing with in having a beneficial cult. It's essential that you have a cult leader who's not going to let it go to his head. And I feel like D'Amico is perfectly situated to be the cult leader who doesn't let it go to his head, God. Who doesn't start, taking advantage of the power and influence he has over his cult.
I told you not to make me laugh. You're going to make me cough up a lung. My God.
He's a beneficial cult leader.
He is Seth Payne, not a cult leader. I'm Sean Bijani, same, not a cult leader. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, 713-572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of the show. We can kind of meld the rest of this kind of topic into our next one, because I did ask you two different questions, about the most important camp battles that you believe we should be focusing on for the Texans as they get set to begin training camp here in the next week. And then your favorite camp. I know couple of more camp battles that we want to get to. So I'll ask you about those kind of right now. They're the only two that I could think of off the top of my head. I say off the top of my head. I mean, I've been thinking about this for weeks, to be honest with you. But I look at safety, Jimmy Ward and Kalen Bullock, and I think the huge-ass elephant in the room is what's going to happen at the left guard center combo. Right, between Kenyon Green, Kendrick Green, people forget about him, Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs. Those two stick out to me way more than anything else. What about you?
Yeah, no, that's a huge one. That's the one where I would put it right on par with the cornerbacks. I was trying to decide which I cared more about, and I guess maybe my defensive bias took over in putting cornerback ahead of that. But when you go back to that Ravens game and you look at how the left guard and the center position was just so devastating for you. Go back to when C.J. Stroud got concussed. I mean, I know there's people that are still mad at Quinnen Williams. I don't know why you're mad at Quinnen Williams for A, beating the crap out of Juice Scruggs on that play, and then B, Juice Scruggs in still trying to recover, shoving Quinnen Williams into C.J. Stroud. Yeah. Like, that wasn't a Quinnen Williams issue. That was a left guard position issue. And I don't think that Juice Scruggs is built to be a guard. I think he's built to be a center, and that's his position. And he was a rookie, so it's not like I'm personally angry at him or anything. Mm-hmm. And then you go to the Ravens game, pressure up the middle was just devastating.
Yes.
So yeah, between Kenyon, Jet Patterson, and Juice Scruggs, whoever ends up playing center or guard for them, that's the battle. And right now I would frame it as that. I think that even though Juice Scruggs is penciled in as the center, I think he's very much in competition with not just Patterson, but also Kendrick Green. Kendrick Green, when he played in Pittsburgh, yeah. he was awful at center. And he played as a rookie, but I mean, he was lost. At one point, the Steelers tried to move him to fullback, not like as a gadget or anything. They just said, okay, you're a fullback now. And he didn't end up playing that entire season before last. That was the 2022 season. Mm-hmm. So I was actually very, very pleasantly surprised at how adequately he played at guard when he was in there, but then he got injured quickly because he was a left guard playing for the Texans. Yeah. And that's what happened to them last year.
That's what happens, yep.
Yeah. So likewise with Patterson, as a rookie, I thought he came in and did some good things. And I think they're very much probably looking at Patterson as a guy that can play either center or guard. If Scruggs is struggling at all or they're not pleased with his progress, I don't think they'll hesitate to give him a chance to compete there. But they're probably looking at him right now like, okay, we like Kenyon Green's upside still, if he can stay healthy. Patterson's a guy who can play center or guard. He can be our swing interior offensive lineman. But I know John Harris is really high on Kendrick Green. And I'm intrigued by him. I guess the one thing, if you look at Kendrick Green, I haven't really talked about him as a potential competitor at the center position just because he was so bad in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Like, everything about him is a center. Like when you look at there's like a spider chart that it shows graphically the different strengths physical strengths and weaknesses of a player and where they rank. He's like in the 4th percentile of weight. He's in the 1st percentile of height. He's in the arm length. He's got incredibly short arms. He's in the 10th percentile of arm length. But then you go to all the athletic stuff, broad jump, vertical jump, 40-yard dash. Yeah. He's like in the 99th percentile of a lot of those things. Yes. He looks like a center. Like, that is the prototype. All right, he's undersized, but he's scrappy as hell. And he is scrappy. Even as he was awful in Pittsburgh, he still was really, really scrappy, and I respect that about him. So I don't, in a different scheme that might be better suited to him than what they were running in Pittsburgh at the time, there is still a chance that maybe Kendrick Green ends up being your starting center. So I think it's a 4 or 5 man competition there for both those spots. And I'm growing. The more I think about it, the less confident I am in predicting who exactly the starters are going to be.
Who do you have? Like today, right now, gun to your head.
Yeah.
Who needs to be the center? Who needs to be the left guard? I know the answer to the last one.
Well, yeah, I still the upside of Kenyon Green. I want him to be the guard. Not just because of his draft status or anything like that, but he was drafted where he was because you can see the upside there. And I would love for it to be Kenyon Green. I think the thing I'll worry about, though, is I'm going to be consistently worried about whether or not he can stay healthy. So it's like I'll almost be on a one-strike policy with him. Because if he gets injured again after spending an entire 9 months trying to reinvent his body, which it looks like he did a really good job of doing, he's just, I've seen him get banged up and injured so much that I want to be able to rely on that left guard position. Yeah. But for now, until I see otherwise, I think Kenyon Green's going to be the starter at left guard. Juice Scruggs, I still, given despite what he did at left guard, I don't think left guard is a position for him. So I'm still basing a lot of what I like out of Juice Scruggs from what I saw of him in college. I liked him better. His film from college as a center is better, like when I try to project it out to the pros, than what I saw of Patterson when he was in college. But Patterson has done some more good things in the NFL right now. I still think, though, Juice Scruggs at his natural position is going to be the starting center.
I mean, he's got a good sample size of work at the center position. Would he start like 8 straight games for the Texans at center, Jarrett Patterson last year? I was very impressed with what I saw from him in those 8 games. And it was just nice, too, to be honest with you. I think this is a big part. Like, it was something consistent at the position, which literally from the first week of training camp, the Texans did not have any realm of at that position, and left guard as well, with all of the injuries that they sustained. What do you think about the safety spot? Like all the competition between Jimmy Ward and Kalen Bullock? I think it is, but I kind of want to know from you how you view Jimmy Ward at this stage of his career in that position group.
I think that if I look at the ideal path for Kalen Bullock right now, it would be that it almost like Christian Javier when he transitioned from being a reliever into a starter, that you stretch him out over time. That I think he gets a few reps early on in the season, and I think they're going to give it to him in measured doses, and they're going to want to see exactly how much he can handle and what situations they want to put him in. So it's probably going to be a committee, and it'll be very much Jimmy Ward at the beginning. But I think they're going to want to see Bullock come along. And as long as Bullock is like, I could see him getting like 15 snaps in the first game, 15 snaps in the second game. And all of a sudden they bring him in a few more situations as he starts to prove himself. So I think it's more of a slow burn competition. I would expect Jimmy Ward to be the starter week 1. And after that, I mean, he's 33, he's turning 33 this year, and he's had significant injuries over the past couple of years. I think that they'll platoon those guys, but if Bullock can progress the way I think they project for him, he'll be playing more snaps than Jimmy Ward by the end of the year.
You hit the nail on the head. Ask the question, and I think about that position regarding Jimmy Ward the way that I do because of his injury history. He's played far less football the last couple of 3 years than he has played football the last couple of 3 years. He's been off of the field. I think you could count on one hand how many times Steven Nelson, Derek Stingley, Jalen Petrie, and Jimmy Ward were on a football field together healthy last season. And to me, I could see a difference in what the Texans were doing in the secondary when Jimmy was on the field. When he's on the field and he's healthy, I loved it. From a communication aspect, guys in the right position, plays being made. I still think the guy's got it. I just don't know that he has the sustainability from like a physical standpoint to be out there. In a perfect world, I think how you broke it down is the plan for the Texans to kind of have this be a by committee thing. Yeah. But it could be shot to hell, the first couple of weeks of training camp or the preseason if Jimmy Ward isn't healthy and you are forced, your back's up against the wall if you're the Texans, where you've got to start an inexperienced guy at that position with alongside a guy in Jalen Petrie that I don't know that we're really too sure about. Like, we've seen promise, we've seen potential, but the guy got benched last year, and he took a little bit of a step back. I think it's a huge training camp for him as well, and for that duo, at the safety positions, this is a everything that you kind of alluded to when you talk about a pass rush and what the Texans want to get accomplished there.
Yeah. I think with Jimmy Ward, the thing to remember about when it comes to reliability, if you look at the total games he played last year, it doesn't look as bad, but then you think about, okay, he wasn't there for the first couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Then he missed a stretch midway through the season. Yep. Then the last couple games of the season, he only played a few snaps and then didn't play at all in the postseason. So even when he appeared in games, those last two appearances he had in the regular season, Tennessee and Cleveland were his last two games, he only played a smattering of snaps, and then he wasn't available in the postseason. Yeah. And I think at his age, you got to look at that as like, all right, yeah, this is a guy that we just can't rely on him being there the entire season. He just gets injured too frequently. So it's in measured doses, they're going to try to bring Bullock along as much as possible. With Petrie, when I look back at some of his worst plays last year, a lot of them really were him being overly aggressive at times, sometimes being a little too confident in anticipating routes, and he'd get burned on double moves. And it was a lot of stuff that was, for a smart guy, because he's a genuinely smart guy, and it's not just like, what you say about somebody who works hard or whatever. Like, he's a genuinely smart dude. I think it's about temperament and like learning that safety temperament more so than it is about him grasping the defense or anything. So he's just got to learn when to dial it back with his aggressiveness and really safety. He's got to think of himself as, hey, sometimes I'm a playmaker, sometimes I'm a guy that the position is named safety because you're supposed to be the backstop, and you're supposed to be, you're not always supposed to be the guy making the play, and it's about finding that balance there, and a lot of times that just comes with maturity, especially when, he was used in a different capacity and in a different role at Baylor than he was a genuine NFL safety. So, I'm optimistic about him. When I tried to kind of step back and get perspective on Jalen Petrie and his development, he was still doing a lot of really impressive physical things. It's not like he took a step back athletically or anything. It's just it's hard to find that balance sometimes.
100%. Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast this morning. When you talk about the biggest storylines going into camp, I think first and foremost that at least comes to my mind is, hey, Stroud year 2. Then it kind of pivots to what is Stephon Diggs going to look like in this offense with this receiver core, to holy crap, can we not forget about Danielle Hunter and Azeez Al-Shire and Danico Autry and Kamari Lassiter? Like, everything the Texans did this offseason just defensively. Am I missing something else here in terms of like, hey, These are major storylines this offseason that we've discussed almost ad nauseum, but when training camp hits, when the season gets underway, what am I missing in terms of like, hey, this is a really big story? I even mentioned running back in the addition of Joe Mixon. Is that one of them?
No, I think it 100% is. I think running back, and I trust that Joe Mixon, despite his age, and he's not that, because he's been around forever and because there was so much talk about him before his rookie season and on into his rookie season, that you forget, okay, he is only 28 years old, which I know by running back standards that's old, but you don't need him to be a league-leading running back. I mean, there's almost no such thing as like a league-leading running back anymore. Last year, Christian McCaffrey was the only guy that had over 1,200 yards rushing.
Yeah,
you go back several years ago, and you might have had like 10 guys in the league rush for over 1,200 yards. But like Damian, but he also, for all those same reasons that you don't get guys rushing for over 1,200 yards, it's because it's very much running back by committee. So I think Dameon Pierce is more so the big story, and what decision they make on him early on. Are we going to get news of a trade for a running back midway through training camp because they're not confident in Dameon Pierce, or do they feel like, oh wow, it really clicked for Dameon Pierce and we're excited about him? And it's hard to tell from training camp practices. It's hard to tell from regular season or from preseason games when you're not always playing behind a starting offensive line or not. So some of that's just going to be, the team will tell us how they feel about Dameon Pierce by whether or not they go out and try to acquire more guys.
We'll see what the team tells us. Apparently a stat or a notable stat nerd has told comfortable.
Terrified.
I'll let you share with the audience when we come back. It's Sports Radio 610. Keep it there.
Hey, I know the weather has been a real bear for a lot of you with these storms.
SportsRadioSportsCenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani, along with Seth Payne. 713-572-4610. If you'd like to be a part of the show, you can text in. We got one during the break. And I wanted to ask you about, since we were talking about camp battles and stuff like that, and we got onto the safety position and discussing Jimmy Ward and what kind of role he might have, if healthy, for the Texans this year, with one of the newest members of the Texans alongside of him, Kalen Bullock, who they just drafted. From the 832, Seth, the Texans don't have to settle for Jimmy Ward. Been railing for Justin Simmons. You probably can get him for a year anywhere from 8 to 10, maybe 12 million are both still sitting out there. Both have been Pro Bowlers. And among teams out there, the Texans would probably have an edge. That from one of our texters this morning.
Yeah, we talked about Justin Simmons quite a bit, actually. And I think it's most likely that Justin Simmons is in a position where he's just waiting to see who gets injured during camp or who decides that they need help. And he'll get his best offer during training camp at some point. You know, when a guy like that who's still been productive and has been healthy, like he's been a lot healthier than Jimmy Ward, is available a lot of times, his best option is going to be exactly what the texter was talking about, which is, okay, can I go to a team that's competitive? And then B, just where is my best fit and who's going to pay me the most money because they're most desperate. The Texans, likewise, I think are probably, I'm guessing Justin Simmons is up on a whiteboard somewhere in the offices of Nick Caserio or whoever else, as a guy that's potentially available that you might want to go after. They want to see how it plays out with Kalen Bullock, and they want to start to get a feel for, okay, what does Jalen Petrie look like? Do we feel comfortable with him? And don't get me wrong, I'd love to go out and spend a boatload of money. I'd love to go out and spend a boatload of money on every single free agent every single year. You got to find that balance between, okay, how much are we paying? I know it's easy to say, well, hey, it's only $10 or $12 million, right? That adds up when you start wanting to add every single guy. And the Texans were pretty aggressive in free agency. So it's really going to come down to what they feel about Jalen Petrie, and how much they feel or how confident they feel in those guys by the second, third, fourth week of training camp. Yeah. And then obviously if somebody gets injured, then it's a difference. So that 10 or 12 million that you're looking at for Justin Simmons, and I'm guessing if it was on a one-year deal, it would probably be more than that. I might be wrong. I don't know. But you got to remember too that other guys will get injured at some point during the season, and you got to save salary cap space for some of these short-term deals for other replacements that you might have to make. So I think it's not. There's nothing clear-cut or concise about the Justin Simmons situation right now. But it's not like I'm going to criticize it if they sign him. I just understand why they might be holding back on it.
If you go by Vegas, and I know a lot of people do a lot of the time, but at least as of 3 days ago, the New York Giants were the betting favorites to sign Justin Simmons at plus 400. Yeah. Eagles, Bills, 49ers, Browns, all on the list, and nowhere near the top do I see the Houston Texans. They'd have to be one of those that come out of left field kind of situations, at least as far as Vegas goes, to nab that guy.
Condre Diggs, that'd be an interesting one just because he took a step back last year. Just according to what I didn't sit down and break down Seahawks film or anything. Yeah. But the general reports were that he took a step back last year. Seattle was also in kind of a weird situation. Seattle's been in a weird situation for a long time. So that I don't feel as slam Condre Diggs. But again, I would imagine he's on their board too. Is if Kalen Stover or if Kalen Bullock comes in and they don't feel good about him at all, or if Jalen Petrie doesn't take the steps that they want to take to see out of him, then I think he's definitely up there on the board. And then it might come down to price. It's just that Justin Simmons, there's more reason to be really optimistic about than Condre Diggs in terms of what he'd bring to the team.
All right, so what did Bill Barnwell put out that has you so terrified?
He praised the Texans. and I don't like it. I don't like it when the same damn bastards who were saying that the Texans' skill positions were the worst in the league last year are then turning around and saying, no, actually, I've re-ranked them, and now turns out I wasn't so smart at the beginning of last year, but I'm super smart right now, and I'm going to put the Texans as the fourth best skill position group when you look at wide receivers, tight ends, and running backs. Barnwell's got them ranked fourth. And I don't disagree with him. I don't disagree with this assessment. But I've had this all season long. I get this knee-jerk response of when, man, all of a sudden it feels like you got wealthy real quick. Mm-hmm. You remember all those stories about how, like, 90% of lottery winners are broke 10 years later. It's just so easy to blow a fortune. You get a financial windfall, and you're like, oh, this is awesome. But, man, I don't want to be the jackass that blows this. So immediately my mind starts going to, like, all right, I gotta figure. I think at least one of those factors would be, if you look at the skill positions, the fantasy league numbers, obviously injury is always a case. But I think that it's a combination of, okay, Joe Mixon is 1 year older, didn't play as well last year. It wasn't his best career year or anything, but I have a lot of, like, legitimate excuses for that, including the way the offense changed in Cincinnati last year. They changed to a very shotgun-heavy approach, which is not where Joe Mixon is at his absolute best, I think.
Yeah.
And I think that the Dameon Pierce dynamic is probably – the Dameon Pierce dynamic coupled with the fact that you were not a good run-blocking offensive line last year. I think when I watch national analysts discuss the Texans, the thing that annoys me the most is when even really smart offensive analysts don't even bring up the run game and how bad it was last year. Because this is a team that's going to run the ball. The reason they're so effective in the play action is partly because they are committed to running the ball. So teams, whether you run the ball effectively or not, teams respect when you are committed to running the ball, and they react to it. They respond to it. Like because there's nothing in a safety or a linebacker's brain that in the moment thinks like, well, this looks like run, but they're not that good at running the ball, so I'm just going to hang out back here.
Exactly. They only average 2.4 yards per carry on the ground, and by my calculations, very much if it is executed pre-snap, and you're giving them a look, and you insert a shred of doubt that inserts a millisecond of hesitation, like you've done your job in play action, and that is the entire goal. Whether you suck ass at it or not, right? Like at the end of the day, you're 100% right. It is my pre-snap action, and it is execution at the snap. Am I creating doubt in the safety and linebackers' minds that we're going to do this thing here?
And that's where, but the catch is. So, okay, you don't have to run the ball well. You just have to actually attempt to run the ball to set up the play action. The problem is, though, if you're not getting respectable yardage on those times that you do run, it makes it really hard to have a steadily consistent and menacing offense. That's why the 49ers are basically the Texans from last year, except they ran the ball really, really well when they did run the ball. So they're never going to stop running the ball. And I don't have an issue with that at all. I don't think they need to be in a position where all of a sudden they put it all on C.J. Stroud and let C.J. cook all that. Part of their cooking and why C.J. was so good at the deep ball was because they were setting it up with the run. But they've got to produce an actually viable rushing offense if you want to run that offense and actually be a good offense, like a genuinely great offense. So that's probably my biggest concern about it. I have very few concerns about disgruntlement by any of the wide receivers over targets. And Hank Dell are still young enough that their egos haven't developed to that point. I don't think, they don't seem like guys that would become that guy, like a malcontent or anything. But for whatever reason, sometimes, guys get upset for various reasons or what have you. Stephon Diggs is a big thing people question. I don't think that Stephon Diggs himself, and I've done this, man. I've gone through and dissected his whole saga at Buffalo and everything else. As long as Stephon Diggs is part of a really good offense, and that there's justifiable reasons why other guys are getting targets, I don't think Stephon Diggs is going to have an issue. Like, Stephon Diggs could have 1,100 yards receiving this year, which isn't, those aren't all-pro numbers or anything, but still be very scary and still very much look like a guy that people would want to take in free agency.
100%.
Because every other team that's looking at him is going to say, oh, yeah, okay, he had 1,100 yards, but look at how often he got open. Look at him running after the catch. Look at him doing all these things. It's just that he also had Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Like, NFL teams, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some idiots out there, but they're not complete idiots. So I don't think that I really don't foresee it being an issue where Stephon Diggs all of a sudden midway through the season becomes a locker room cancer or something.
I'm with you there. You have to operate in a vacuum too. This is probably the best situation that Stephon Diggs, in terms of a receiver core quarterback combination, has ever been in. And so, at the end of the day, you look at his total numbers in receiving yards and yards per target, good stuff. It needs to be contextualized this upcoming season versus everything else he's kind of ever done.
Yeah, that's the thing where it doesn't make me nervous, but when Tank says his goal on the season is a certain number of yards or touchdowns or what have you, I think this type of year, the individual goals for your wide receivers, I would encourage them to look more at like yards per catch, run after the catch, touchdowns, because they're gonna have room to run. As long as all three guys are healthy, it is gonna be spread out and they're gonna have room to run. It just might not yield a 1,500-yard season because you got to spread the ball around. But the stuff that you can control, the run after the catch, and what you do with the targets you do get and everything, that's more in their control. And I think they've got the potential to put up some freakish numbers, like across the board. I don't care about having three 1,000-yard receivers. If I had three guys who were in the top 10 in yardage after the catch, that's what would excite me. I think that would be really, really awesome.
I'm with you there.
That's scary. That's menacing.
The yak. Yeah,
yes.
I think of Nico Collins, baby, and everything that we saw from him last year. I'm getting excited about that. 1 week away from Texans beginning training camp and 4 minutes away from rolling into hour number 3 in the 8 o'clock hour. Coming up next, one of Seth's dudes is back tonight. We'll talk a little bit about that and some Stros, get you caught up on them. That's next. It's Sports Radio.
Live with Stoerner and Hughley. KILT. KILT exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani, along with Seth Payne this morning. Appreciate you joining us, making us a part of your day. Hopefully it will be better today than even yesterday. I believe the number forecasted, projected, Seth, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but about 400,000 people expected to get power back between, I believe, last night and Friday. So hopefully you were one of those 400,000 people that are going to have power be restored before the end of the week. I know that horrible message that you get from Centerpoint Energy if you're one of the ones that get the regular updates, quote-unquote updates. It says, still could be days without power. Hopefully it's not the case.
They're hoping for 400,000 by Friday night and 350,000 more by Saturday, which still, without doing the math in my head, that doesn't add up to 1.2 million. So it's there's some people out there that are going to be in for a long slog, and I appreciate how hard that can be, obviously. Somebody earlier asked how long until society breaks down in some of these neighborhoods.
I saw that.
I don't know, man. I don't know when we start to... Luckily, there's enough pockets of civilization outside of the very, very, very unfortunate. As long as you can travel to go get food outside your neighborhood, but it doesn't make it any easier to sleep at night when it's 100 degrees out.
And, talking about traveling, I know the want to isn't always really there. People like to stay, especially those out in the suburbs, and you like to stay in your little pocket, and that's kind of like your own little city within the city. But I'm going to give you one piece of advice, at least from my perspective. If you need gas and you've got at least a quarter of a tank left in your car, don't spend it by waiting in line somewhere in the hood, like in your hood, if you will. Maybe I think my father-in-law waited an hour and change for gas a couple of days ago. Don't do that. Drive into the city, because I'm telling you, it is a completely different world over here.
That's true. Yeah, just go find out where the closest gas station that's open to you. Yeah, or in the city where there aren't long lines.
And you don't have to come into the city per se. I saw this, and of course it grew legs, and everybody found out about it, and it's probably not the case anymore, but. At least up in my general direction, Lake Houston area, people were like, oh, yeah, just, 10, 12 miles down the road, go into Dayton. You can get gas willy-nilly over there. And sure enough, My father-in-law did that yesterday, and he was like, yeah, we got gas, but right behind us, it kind of started to get stacked. So maybe that place has been found out, wherever that is in Dayton. But there are places you just got to be willing to and have the capability to just drive a little bit. Because if I'm looking at like a traffic jam up ahead, and I've got the opportunity to kind of exit, get off, I would much rather drive 10 to 15 minutes out of my way so long as I can keep moving rather than sit there idle waiting for a jam to clear or something like that. I'd rather keep moving.
Yeah, I know. You're looking. There's no right decision. It's kind of like changing lanes in traffic. You're never.
Yeah.
It's still random and luck, but I want to feel like I have control. That's the difference. Is that even if you're driving around, Sean, there's a lot of times where you should just sit in line and wait. But it just feels like you're doing something.
Yeah.
You're a football coach. That's the bane of football coaches' existence. Sometimes you feel like I got to do something.
Yeah.
I gotta do something. That doesn't necessarily always mean it's the right thing to do. The one thing, I was stuck in a gas shortage once when I was traveling in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I can't remember which weather event it was, but it was from a Gulf Coast storm. But it was one of those things that screwed up the supply chain. So like 3 weeks later, there was a gas shortage on the East Coast. So I was driving through Charlotte, and I hadn't been paying attention to the news or anything, and it turns out like, I'm smack dab in the middle of a gas shortage, it appears, and I've got like an eighth of a tank of gas. Yeah. So I was doing the same thing. I was driving around, and my gas is getting right down on the E and everything.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I figured out to do this, but I realized, I guess it was just out of desperation. I was not a AAA member, but as I'm scrolling through, basically I probably Googled, what do I do if I don't have gas? AAA will come out and give you a few gallons of gas if you're a AAA member.
That's badass.
I signed up for AAA on my phone, and I'm like, there's no way this is going to work. Like, there's got to be a grace period or something. Or, I'm like, so I signed up for AAA on the phone, and then 30 seconds later, I'm calling AAA up to request emergency gas.
Yeah.
And within like a half hour, I had some bro come out with a tank of gas to give me however many gallons of gas
for the win.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So there you go, AAA. AAA is your friend.
Yeah, that is great, man. Good piece of advice there. 713-572-4610, 572-4610 if you want to text in. We'll continue to try and give you some updates as we learn them. I'm awaiting that text message because my father-in-law had left the garage light on, and that's where we're all sleeping. He's got like a AC unit in there that's working off of the generator, and so we're sleeping in a bed in the garage, and I'm waiting for that text message from my wife, like, hey, we got power back, because that light's going to pop on.
Yeah.
That's the tell right there. That light's going to pop on. Most people probably got all their light switches off and everything like that. My father-in-law left the garage light on, so when we get it, we're going to know. And I was really hoping I'd be woken up last night around 2 o'clock in the morning, like, yes, power, and I can go home and take a shower, but
there's nothing. Is there anything better in life? Is there anything better than that moment when you hear that whoom, and you're not quite sure at first? Like it takes a little while. It's probably like milliseconds, but it feels like it's 30 seconds it takes for you to realize and acknowledge that the power is actually on. Oh, that's the best feeling. I love that.
Yes, I cannot wait to hear that sound.
I don't want to do it multiple times in a day like sex, but I do it just once. I want to hear that whomp.
Hey, by the way, from the 713 says, hey, not at the moment. We don't have gas. I work for AAA. So.
Oh, yeah, I shouldn't have said that, man. I'm sorry, AAA folks. I made this mistake the other day with mentioning somebody who does kind of some work, but doesn't actually do cleanup work. And then he got inundated with calls. I was like, hey, man, in a different time, it just speaks to you to the power of radio advertising. Yeah. I wasn't even advertising for you. I was just mentioning that, maybe you could call this guy. And he was not so happy that I mentioned his name is doing something that he doesn't actually do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I apologize to AAA for any call operators who now have to handle that many more calls for something.
This guy on the radio, he swore up and down, said AAA brought him gas.
Yeah.
And, of course, they're saying, yeah, they brought him gas the other day. And this is obviously a story from years back. So just be careful. ID reference. We tend to embellish when we're gonna call and say, "Hey, I should be expecting this." Like, where's my gas, AAA?
This is somebody with the. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, Texter. This advice is not going to be received well by a lot of people because I used to be in this boat. Somebody says it's not a lot to invest in a small generator and a portable AC and never have to worry about power outages. Yes, we all know that. And we all should have, acted on that
duly noted
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
All right? Good luck going out and trying to find a generator right now.
Oh.
So I did that for you. I lived in Houston way too many years before I finally said, all right, that's it. Okay, it's March, but I'm going to go out and we're far away from hurricane season. I'm going to go buy one right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's great advice, but not right now. Nobody wants to hear it right now. They don't want to hear about what they should have done. It's like being destitute at age 70 and somebody's saying, hey, you should have saved money when you were 40. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, jerk.
Exactly. Appreciate you.
Thanks for the financial advice now.
Go ahead and rub that all the way in. You'll feel a lot better. How you feeling, man? Jake Bloss, your boy, coming back on the mound tonight for the Astros.
Yes.
You've been, not oddly, but rightfully and understandably so, pining for his services to return, and the Astros are going to get him tonight.
I've been, but all the while, I've known that it's kind of irrational that I'm getting very promising and yet was called up into the majors far before he should have been, that I'm getting more and more nervous now that I've spoken so highly of Bloss. Do me a favor here, bud. Let's really show up. Let's have a rookie season for the ages, man. Let's just go ahead and quell all doubt. I'm not asking for much. Maybe just 6 2/3 of shutout ball tonight versus a bad baseball team.
That's it. That's it.
That's all. 6 2/3 innings.
Go ahead and double your workload from your major league debut, and this time try not to get hurt. Try not to have your arm fall off. I tell you this, I would take the Spencer Arrighetti special. Can you just get into the 5th inning? And
they're holding them to 75 to 80 pitches. So yeah, the 6 2/3 or 6 1/3 might be a little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
But in my mind, he's going to have 5 shutout innings and just mowing people down and everything.
Well, it is the Marlins. I mean, you may not be too far off on that. That would definitely be nice, and it would really be cool if the Astros saved a little bit of offense from last night's 9-run outburst to help Jake out tonight with. That would be really, really cool. We'll have to see, though. I would imagine the lineup comes out around 3:30 again today. Yordan Alvarez, who was pulled from the game last night out of what I would deem as more precautionary than anything else, given that Joe Espada said after the game last night that they didn't feel like the hip tightness was a big of a need to get imaging on that. So if Yordan plays tonight, that would be really cool. DH, I would presume, if that's the case. But it's not like, the Astros really need to go that route, even without still no Kyle Tucker in the lineup, because Alex Bregman has come up. Joey Loperfido had a couple of hits last night, a triple and a homer. Yainer Diaz is hitting the ball again. He had 3 hits last night. Jose Altuve is continuing to Jose Altuve. So it is the fish. You should be good enough to at least give Yordan the night off if he needs it, really.
One of our listeners says that getting a sack on 3rd down is actually the best feeling in the world, better than sex. I disagree. Because one of my favorite moments in my athletic career was in college. I had a game-sealing sack on the last play of a game in a really, really tight game. And my immediate emotion afterwards as I was getting dogpiled was, oh, my God, I'm going to suffocate to death. I couldn't breathe. I got dogpiled. And I've never had such panic in my entire life. I might as well have been buried alive. It was the worst feeling in my entire life. It was still also feeling incredible elation. So yeah, it was not the best feeling in my entire life. When you don't get dogpiled, that's the condition I'll put on that. A sack on third down, or the other game-stealing sack I've ever had was the first Cowboys game ever when I got a sack in the end zone. The thing that robbed me the emotion is that I was the person that had gotten the sack until I got to the sideline and somebody told me. Really? I had no memory of it.
You didn't get to revel in it on the field.
I was excited that we won, but I didn't have a clue in the world what I had done on that play. I just knew that we were all jumping around and we were happy.
That is awesome.
And I got to the sideline and Corey Sears, and I was like, "Who got that?" And Corey Sears was like, "It was you." I was like, "Really?" That was an even better feeling. I'll say a game-winning sack when you were not even aware that you were the one who did it. That's it, because I was already happy that we'd won the game, but then B, I got the news that I was actually the one that did it. And Gary Walker probably should have gotten a half sack on that. He was there like 3 milliseconds after me.
That is so hilarious, man.
I didn't have a clue. I still have no memory of it. I've watched it on television, but I have no memory of like I don't have a memory of like the snap or anything beforehand. I was completely amnesiac.
I don't know if that's a cool feeling or not, but I would imagine that double jubilation that you experienced, at least when you found out it was you on the sideline after you were already excited about winning the game, was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I remember that like crystal clear. I can relive that. Like Corey Sears grabbing me and telling me that it was me. I remember that clear as day. It's one of my, honestly, aside from the actual circumstances, it's one of my favorite moments because I have a hard time kind of getting to that unconscious point where you're just in the flow and everything, because you hear all the time with running backs or whatever that they don't remember their plays afterwards because they're just subconscious. I was always jealous of those guys because, like, man, I think way too much on a football field. So for that moment, I was like, I spent the rest of my career just trying to recreate that level of unconsciousness where you're just going and you're on automatic mode, because that was like one of the few instances in my career where I was completely unconscious in making that play.
He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. The Stros will enter play today, still 2 games behind the M's in the West. Good news, though, that the Rangers, they continue their slide. They lost last night, so the Stros have a 4.5-game lead on them in the West. Boston lost last night, so that's good. Stros within 2.5 games of them. They currently occupy that third and final wild card spot.
Do you feel I feel dirty when I check the wild card standings.
Why? What do you mean?
It's like if a rich lady of society or something all of a sudden has to go live a middle class existence, and she's just like, well, I have to pump my own gas? How? What is this nonsense? She has to go eat at a fast food restaurant for the first time in her life, and where's my waiter? That's how I feel every time I check the wild card standings. I'm not somebody who cares about wild card standings.
Yeah, that's below me.
And I've chosen to forget anything about the end of last season or anything. Like, no, I am a Houston Astro.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of when I win the division. It's by how much.
2 weeks ago, Patrick Creighton and I are having this conversation on Area 45, and he's like, yep. This was when the Stros were 10 games back of the M's and 8 games behind whoever the hell was in the lead of the third wild card spot. He's like, yeah, you're going to have to focus on the wild card right now. And I know there's 7 teams ahead of you, but still, you're 10 games back. And that's just a death number, for the M's. And fast forward 2 weeks and like a 19-9 mark or whatever it is at this point in time without Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander. It's like, who knew? Who would have thought? To be honest with you, we'd be in this position.
I knew it intellectually, because you do. I hate it, but I love saying the back of the baseball card. I looked for solace in the depths of that horrible situation that the Astros were in. I would look for solace outside the city of Houston. I would read the baseball experts, the quote-unquote experts.
Yeah.
And their level of confidence in the Astros was so much greater than anything that could be felt inside the city of Houston that I felt like, all right, yeah, I got to remember, man, like we've seen this before. We've seen the Astros get off to slow starts. This is as bad as it's ever been, but if you look at the back of the baseball cards, if you go to the fan graphs, if you do all these things, yes, they very much have it in them to have a really good, nice stretch and a push. It's just when is it going to show up? When is it going to show up? When's my power going to come back on?
Hey, from the 409 on the text line, Seth, you totally got that sack in the end zone. I've seen that play on YouTube. It's dope.
Thank you.
That's pretty cool.
To be reminded sometime.
Yeah.
I having no memory of it myself.
That's pretty cool, man. Coming up next, what grade did ESPN give the Astros for the first half of the season? We'll discuss that. And what grade would you give them? That's next at Sports Radio 610.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. Absolutely the best.
business.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani. Seth Payne here as well.
Where?
There you go.
People are making a lot of CTE jokes on the text line based on my inability to remember one of my best plays ever in my NFL career. Listen, no, that's not a CTE thing. I've got other things you could point to for CTE. That was just a classic. Sometimes when you're in sports, you don't remember plays because you're in that unconscious mode. That wasn't CTE specifically. I know where I is. I know exactly where his eye is.
Apparently, some listeners feel like you tend to remind them that you should be a part of the CTE class action on the regular. That was one of the texts that we got during the break from the 281.
Yeah.
713-572-4610. If you want to hit us up, weigh in on the text line, you can do it. Notice this, the YouTube stream is back up and running as well. So if you'd like to hit us up on the chat.
We're digital, baby. Sean and I are more streamers than radio hosts, kids. If you're worried that you're, stuck, listening to these dinosaurs on the radio. No. We're streamers. We're no different than any of your favorite gaming streamers, none of whom I know or can remember even or aware of the appeal of watching gaming online. But yes.
I've not been
boomer here.
Not been accused of being a boomer or a dinosaur, but rather, definitely an old soul at times. And I would say not necessarily the greatest when it comes to technology, but I'll take it, man.
I do. By the way, I can't appreciate do you ever catch yourself watching a gaming streamer online?
Every once in a while, yeah.
I get the good ones they're just funny, at least for me, because I honestly don't care about what they're doing on their video game,
right?
Other than their reactions to when they get
That's
killed
all it is.
Stuff. Yeah, it's pretty good. Some of those guys are pretty damn talented.
It is hilarious. I'll get down some of those wormholes every once in a while on the Facebook feed or the Instagram. It is good. Entertain people ballistic and just making funny faces.
I was speaking to a high school class a while back, and it was one of those, man, when you talk to high school kids, it just you don't get the same feedback that you get when you're talking to either young kids or adults. When you're trying to read the room and what they're responding to.
Yeah.
There's so many times when you're talking to a high school class where it's just glazed over, dead eyes looking at you.
Oh.
I ended up bringing up a friend of mine who's a YouTuber who makes a really good living as a YouTuber, and boom, their eyes lit up, and I just changed course completely. The next 20 minutes was about kind of explaining how much work this kid puts into it. But it is a viable career path, because I think that becoming a YouTuber has displaced being a professional athlete or being an astronaut or whatever amongst dream jobs with kids. That's the most cited dream job for kids these days is being a YouTuber. But it's one of those things that, it is a viable career path, but you just got to understand those kids that are full-time streamers, they work their butts off. So I kind of I tried to relay it to other jobs that they might more realistically go into.
That stuff is it's very, very overwhelming to me because and this is where I'm going to sound old. I wish I would have been interested in I wish I would have paid attention and taken a far greater interest in computer technology whenever I was younger, because I knew how important and vital it was going to be to society and especially the entertainment industry, years ago. But when you're talking about putting content out there and having to manipulate it in ways to beat this algorithm and to get this exposure in that regard, and I've just barely touched the surface of this, that, but it is a very difficult thing to if you've got aspirations of being a YouTuber or some sort of an influencer or make money via social media in some capacity. It's very difficult because you have to consider all of that, and that has everything to do with your with the money that you hope to generate. It's not easy.
You got to be a jack of all trades.
Yeah.
I'll tell you honestly, just as far as just in any industry, learning learning more than you actually need for your specific job at the time. I'm always impressed by the people that really go out and just like create a versatile skill set. When I was a player, I remember I went in and it was with I was going to do a show on TV with Matt Jackson and Adam Wexler. I think they were with 610 at the time before they went off to their respective different places. Mm-hmm. But and I remember sitting there, and I was just like, 6th or 7th year in the NFL. I remember being really impressed with Adam Wexler because I knew him as a radio host, and they did like TV sometimes, just as hosts on whatever show you're doing. Yeah. The stuff we all do, but you're still just talking about sports. But I was talking, and he was working on like some video editing project that he was working on. This is long before internet. This would have been back in 2004, 2005. This is long before the internet became what it was. Yeah. But he was doing all that stuff, like teaching himself all those skills. And you fast forward to now and what the job has become. He was perfectly suited to be a guy aging in this industry because he had all those skills that nobody else was really working on back in the day. Like
I wonder how many people just don't even realize, you talk about like Wexler specifically. I mean, he produced, sports, on KPRC Local 2 for a handful of years at least. It might have been a little bit longer than that, but I mean, his knowledge and people's knowledge that have the ability to kind of pivot into different, mediums and understand and be really good at executing that technology. Good job by them. That definitely wasn't me.
I told you, okay, so to make this specifically about sports, you remember I told you yesterday about Bob Karmelowitz? He was the last defensive line coach I ever had in the NFL.
That was a great pull by you. I'm glad you brought him on because that name, obviously very familiar to me. It kind of made me feel old in some regard, but then not so much that you knew him as well, obviously.
Well, so Bob Karmelowitz was this just grumpy old man, but hilarious. But one of the things that allowed him to thrive into old age in the NFL was he was one of those guys that he was not going to be left behind by technology, no matter how ill-suited he was in meetings. And the IT guy would come down. This was when we had first transitioned from Betamax film to digital. So we were like, the NFL was run on Betamax until about 2005. And it was, VHS wasn't a thing. It was all Betamax. And but we had just switched over to digital, and Carm was, he had never done anything like this before. And it's awesome with what you can do with digital film because you can dial up all the situations you need and everything. It's amazing. Like, I'm blown away by the resources they have. And Carm saw this, but he was completely incapable of using a computer. So we would sit there, but the IT guy would come down to help him, and he would not allow the IT guy to do anything for him. He was like, no, let me do it. You tell me what to do.
Yeah.
He's old school, remember. He's berating this IT guy in front of us, and we're all just sitting there kind of, just hope, like when you're a kid and one of your siblings is getting yelled at, you're just trying to shut the hell up so you don't get yelled at too. Yeah. We're all just sitting there like middle children, hoping that he doesn't transfer this rage that he's got for the IT guy. But at the same time, he's insisting on like learning to do it all himself. Yeah. He had to do that with a lot of different things. HR departments, whatever. He had to adapt through the years. It went from, he came into the league back when you could beat a rookie with a sack full of soap, and then he transitioned into a much different NFL by the time he was
I'm a little discouraged because I feel like I'm Karmelowitz. In the sense, like, that's how I approach things. When I can't figure something out with my computer, and somebody like my wife, she'll kind of just want to take the whole thing over, and I'm like, no. I'm like, show me how to do this. Like, just tell.
But that's a good thing.
Walk me through it because I don't want to have to ask you again, like, tomorrow.
Well, right, yeah, but that's a good thing. Don't be bad. Now, the temper with which you do it, you can work on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
My wife knows this, and she tries to work on it, but she's the worst person in the world when it comes to, like, if she's struggling with something technologically. she gets enraged, and then I turn into that middle child again. I'm like, I'm just trying to help you. But it's good that you're trying to. My whole point of that story was that he was able to thrive into his old age as a coach because he adapted to the changing landscape. He didn't sit around whining about how back in the day, he knew he had to adapt.
I might do a little bit of that too, but that's neither here nor there. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. In small doses, I'll say that. 713-572-4610, 572-4610 if you want to be a part of the show. All right, so coming up next, we'll finally get to this. ESPN did their grades for the first half of the season. What did they give your Astros? And, what would you apply for them through their first 80-some-odd ball games of the season? We'll get to that next. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Pendergast.
About thriving as you head on into your later years.
Door condition.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In for Sean Pendergast, I'm Sean Bijani, Seth Payne, Ben Gary producing. We've got you till 10 o'clock. John Lopez already here. I believe it's going to be him and B. Scott once again today In the Loop, so we'll talk to those guys a little bit later on. Astros will be back in action this evening in the third and final game of the series against with Jake Bloss on the mound for your Astros. Still 2 games behind the M's in the West, 2.5 behind the Sox of the red variety in the American League wild card.
Well,
so, go ahead.
You know, this is where, given, what have we talked about with the Astros being in the pitching situation they've been in, that one of the recipes for motoring on through and making a push is that you got to have Framber and Blanco just be horses that can go out, and in the new age, that means giving you 7 innings.
Yeah.
So, like, the fact that those 2 guys were able to go out and give you the last 2 performances. You get Bloss in tonight, who's on a pitch count of 75 or 80 pitches or so. It's good that you didn't have to use any relievers last night who have been on the team for more than a week.
Yeah.
So, because Kyle Ort comes in and gives you 2 innings to close out the game, but there's plenty of fresh relievers ready to go tonight in case, Bloss struggles or just needs to come out, maybe burns through those 80 pitches early, even though it's a shutout, whatever.
No doubt, yeah. I was looking at these last 9 games going into the All-Star break in this fashion. Like, win the series. Win all 3 of these series. So take 2 or 3 from the Twins, 2 or 3 from the Fish, 2 or 3 from the Rangers, and I'll feel really good about the Astros situation. Doesn't even matter. I don't even care what the Mariners do. I don't even care what the Red Sox do, as long as you win the series. So I know the Astros didn't win the series against the Twins. The Marlins, that would kind of, nullify that, if you will. You're kind of at the same point as if you would have just taken 2 or 3 from both. So in that regard, like, all right, I'll feel pretty good. But this team, even though you have to rely a little bit on Jake Bloss tonight to get you, somewhat deeper into the ball game, like deeper as in like at least the 5th inning, dude.
More than 3 1/3 innings.
Yeah, something like that. And, you may or may not have Yordan Alvarez after he was pulled last night, and you're not going to have Kyle Tucker. And so just operating under those notions, it's, I don't mind if they don't sweep, but I sure as hell want to sweep selfishly when they play the Rangers. That would be fantastic. You don't have to go there. They're coming here. You go into the break. You got to feel fantastic. If you're able to sweep the Rangers, I keep forgetting this. You got to play the Mariners for 3 games right out of the chute after the All-Star break, which is a huge, huge series. And that's... You're only going to see them one other time after that, and that's going to be literally the final week of the season.
This is, to set the stage, it's not ideal, obviously, but just to set the stage for tonight and what a big deal it is that you're relying on Jake Bloss, even though it's against the Marlins, that this is the situation you find yourself in. He has pitched a total of 66 innings this season in professional career. Include Fayetteville, he had 16 innings with Fayetteville last year.
Yeah.
He is so raw. He's very, very promising, obviously. He had a 1.61 ERA in Corpus Christi. It's just he ended up with four. He had 4 innings at Sugar Land this season. He is so much a rookie. He was pitching in college just a little over a year ago.
Yeah.
And yet, I guess that's, I turn my nose down at the Baseball Prospectus pipeline ratings and everything because the Astros are so good at developing these guys.
Yes, exactly.
Guys that weren't even weren't highly rated, become all-stars, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Except this is your own organization telling you that this is the guy who's going to leapfrog a bunch of AAA guys and other established guys. And you could look at it as, okay, it's because Bloss is that promising, but you could also look at it as, the guys that you would prefer to call up into the majors, they're just few and far between.
No doubt. We were talking about all of these situations that have kind of plagued the Astros over the course of the season to this point, the pitching injuries and underperformances and stuff like that. Do you grade the Astros on a curve because they've kind of endured all of these sorts of things with the injuries specifically in mind? I know ESPN put their grades out, and I guess like I'm on a curve.
Yeah, I get the injuries are a curve for any team. I give any team a break if they get maligned with it, or beleaguered with a whole bunch of injuries.
Yeah,
and the Astros have certainly had that. So I would give it a little bit there, but it's hard for me, and I was kind of surprised that ESPN gave them a B-. It's hard for me, given the back of the baseball card and everything else, and despite all the injuries, to look past just how horrendous that start was for so many of the guys who are previous MVP candidates, for pitchers who have been studs forever, for high-priced closers that you just signed in the offseason, where you can't use injuries as an excuse for those guys. And as excited as I am about what they've been able to do over this last month, I still have to I would give them a C+, I think. And that's not a huge drop down from a B-, but I feel like psychologically going from a C to a B is a big deal. They're still a C student. I'm a tough schoolmaster, Sean. And if you're a kid that's like maybe you're third in your class coming into your junior year, but then you either discovered girls or pot or alcohol or whatever it is, you took a big step backwards. I can't sit here in spring of your junior year and say, like, well, listen, man, I know you messed up, but hey, I'll keep you ranked number 3 in the class just because you're a good kid. That's life. You got to learn to deal with your repercussions. So I'm sorry. Astros, and you have to explain it to your parents, but you're a C+ student right this moment.
It's hard for me to separate, and having come up with my grade, and this is the second time I've done this now. I had a similar conversation to this, I guess it had to be prior to the Twins series beginning with Patrick Creighton on our show, Area 45. And I did the same thing. Like, I was between a C+ and a B-, and both times now I've arrived at a B- because I have trouble separating the play on the field from the, at times, organizational incompetence by way of Jim Crane, Dana Brown, Joe Espada decision-making, why the hell we all had to endure Jose Abreu for as long as we did, and that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I arrive at a B- because you have to give them all kinds of credit from a team-wide standpoint. The performers, the players on the field, for overcoming an extended Alex Bregman slump to start the year. The experiment failed miserably that was Jose Abreu. The Yordan Alvarez stretch with hardly, 0 to very little run production. The Kyle Tucker absence over the course of the last month, compounded by Justin Verlander not being there, compounded by all of the injuries. Here you are, over a pretty good chunk of baseball games now, right where you really have been at all points over the Phillies, the Dodgers, the Orioles, amongst the best teams in baseball during a pretty good, significant stretch now. You are one of them. You are an elite. You have been an elite. You haven't always shown it this season, but because the team has basically been run back this year, and they're finally playing their brand of baseball again and doing it with who they've had to trot out on the mound and who you've had to have faith and belief and trust in, I had to give them a B- because that is a lot to overcome to be in this position from where they'd come.
Yeah, I guess, but a lot to overcome. All right, Jose Abreu, that was a decision by the team to have Jose Abreu out there. Alex Bregman underperforming. That was Alex Bregman that was underperforming. Josh Hader just looking like he shouldn't even be in the major leagues early on. And Ryan Presley and the relief staff who weren't injured, all those guys, that's all, overcoming your own bad performance doesn't do it for me as much as overcoming the injuries. So the overcoming the injuries, yes, I give them credit for that. If they'd had no injuries and they had this same performance right now, they'd be a D-, even at sitting where they are right now, because it would be such an underperformance. But the injuries are what, for me, lofted up to a C+.
Yeah, I didn't even get to the back of the bullpen. So that's a good pull by you, but I do have some concerns in the second half that particularly into the pen. We can get to those coming up here as we roll into the 9 o'clock hour. I'll also do this. I told you I had some really good ideas. We'll catch everybody up on the Home Run Derby finalists also when we come back, because I had some really good ideas in terms of ways to make another popular event in a sport, the NBA, the dunk contest, way better. So we can have some fun with that next. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Pendergast. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
The countdown to training camp is...
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Bonnie's Payne, Ben Gary producing. We've got you till 10 o'clock. Update on the power outages. It's down to 1.102 million and change. Now without power in and around the Houston area. We'll continue to keep you updated there. Make sure you follow on all social media platforms if possible. I know Sketch is putting it lightly in terms of signal, cell service, data, Wi-Fi. It's been hard to come by, man. But if you're like Ocho and many others, I would presume, and you found a local H-E-B grocery store, Walmart, Target to mosey around, if they've got power, you can charge your stuff and get updates that way.
So just to put that in perspective, the Houston metro population, the Houston metro area is 7.1 million people. So like just roughly, depending on the power outages out and everything, I mean, 1 in 7 people in the city right now is still without power, or over 1 in 7 people in the city is still without power. Kind of, it's a big deal, man. Just there's a lot of people out there that in the middle of a heat wave, and it's one of those things too. It's, man, when you've got kids, when you've got just everything going on. I feel for you. I feel for you if you're one of those people that's managing to listen but are still without power at home. Not to mention, Sean, just like the very, it's not easy for everybody to just, or viable or realistic for people to leave their homes for whatever reason. And just for like security purposes, you're used to sleeping with your windows and doors locked, and then all of a sudden you're sleeping all night with the windows wide open, trying to get some kind of airflow. Like it's hard to get a good night's sleep, aside from the fact that you're not used to sleeping in really, really hot weather. So just hang in there. Hopefully within a few days it'll all be back to normal.
Yeah. By the way, and this is stupid. We get in. We say things sometimes and just you don't think about it. But yeah, I mean, 1.1 homes, residences without power, not people really, because yeah, and so a lot more people, but yeah, the
homes, you're right. Yeah, a lot more homes are the homes tend to have more people than the apartments.
Exactly.
And yeah, you're right. So it's probably more than 1 out of 7 people.
Exactly. Yeah, probably far more. That number looks a little bit more yikes than that. But hey, 1.1 million homes is a lot. So hopefully you're one of the lucky ones today, and hopefully within the next couple of days we're not even dealing with this. We're starting to cool off, literally, as we get the AC and the power back. All that is good. Power, plenty of power to be on display here in the next week or so with the Home Run Derby for the All-Star Game festivities in southern Oklahoma at Globe Life Field. If you didn't know where it was this year, now you do. Major League Baseball yesterday finalized the 8-person field for does not include, spoiler alert, Yordan Alvarez for your Houston Astros, and obviously nor does it include Kyle Tucker. But it does include Pete Alonso, Alec Baum, Adolis Garcia, Gunnar Henderson, former Astro Teoscar Hernandez, Marcell Ozuna, Jose Ramirez, and Bobby Witt Jr. There's your field for the Home Run Derby on Monday. Maybe not like the big, huge names like Shohei Ohtani or a Mike Trout or people like that you want to see, but still, it's a home run derby. It's going to be good. There's guys that you love to hate. There's guys that used to be on your team. There's guys that are just flat-out boppers like Pete Alonso that are going to be really fun to watch on Monday. Is hopefully more of you can actually watch it on Monday and kind of escape from the reality that has been a horrid week this week.
So there's the news of Yordan, who had pretty much expressed it sounded like he wasn't going to participate.
Yeah,
wasn't all that excited about it or anything, and he's officially not going to at this point. Especially, I mean, with a strained hip that he has right now, which doesn't seem to be like a big deal, but it's one of those things with Yordan where of all of the reasons that you might not want somebody to participate in the home run derby, Jordan would be at the top of all of those lists. It's something different than you're normally doing in the course of a season, and there is a certain amount of exertion involved. There is that players on average that participate in the home run derby take more of a drop-off than would be expected in the second half of the season. I've read like 3 different articles about this in the last couple days because I just, it's one of those things you feel like, you remember specific instances where a guy dropped off, but sometimes maybe that would have happened anyway.
Yeah.
There is evidence that on average, guys that participate in the home run derby have more frequently dropped off in the second half of the season compared to the other comparable stats and everything.
No, that's a good point. But, sometimes it works the other way, too. Like, I look at a guy like Pete Alonso.
Right. Yeah, that's what I said on average. But
yeah. But Pete Alonso, he was off to a stinker of a start, with the Mets. But there's a really good ball player, a big bopper, on at the time, a really crappy team in the Mets. And the Mets, kind of like the Astros, have been playing far better baseball for a pretty good stretch now, and they found themselves right back in the thick of things. And so for Pete Alonso, who's kind of crept up the production during that stretch too, he's probably going to get a little bit closer back to the guy that he was, 3-4 years ago when he was, hitting 45, 48 homers in a season and, driving in a ton of runs. So, but yeah, your point is obviously well taken. We see it all the time, and everybody worries about their guy and their swing being messed up after they're swinging, at baseballs, faster and more times than they ever do at any point in time during the regular season.
It feels like a cordial argument with one of our listeners on the text line for a while that, it feels like it shouldn't be a big deal. It feels like, come on, it's a few minutes of exertion. It's not a big deal. You're just swinging a baseball bat. I kind of think of it like if Tiger Woods were to go out and decide to start to hack down a tree with a hatchet just on one random day in the middle of the golf season. You could see how that might screw things up a little bit for a finely tuned athlete to just go out there and do a similar motion, but just in a completely different way and with more ferocity than you normally would. That's what the home run derby always looks like to me.
Yes.
And I worry about it. I would just even use it for my own. Just even from my own perspective, I don't know if anybody else struggles from this. If you go play softball one day and then go out to try to play golf the next day, screws me all out of whack. So me playing softball, pretty much the exact same thing as Jordan Alvarez playing baseball.
Golf obviously. It's a really good analogy, and it's kind of an extreme one because golf, at least in my opinion, like no other sport, it requires almost precise, muscle memory and consistent recalling of a takeaway to your follow through and just everything kind of being in balance like a pendulum. You screw that up by swinging an axe or a softball bat or a baseball bat or just doing any kind of hard work that's going to activate muscles you're not used to using when playing. Yeah, it's going to jack with you a little bit. And so I do worry about that stuff with baseball a little. And, we were talking about this earlier in the show. And a lot of texters were, has it lost its luster? The home run derby, is it kind of on the same plane now as the slam dunk contest has become in the NBA? And I said, no way, shape, or form. Like baseball in the home run derby, it's at least like, I forgot how you couched it earlier, but it's still in its true form. You're hitting a baseball. Whereas in the dunk contest, you insert car or large human being that you're trying to jump over and do all these wild and crazy things. It's a little bit different. And the dunk contest is still very much more sour nowadays than it ever had been for me before.
So what's your idea to fix it?
I got multiple ideas, and you could even make the argument that, after a few years, this would maybe even lose its luster, but not if you do it right. And my top idea for years now has been, let's pull like the greatest dunks in that contest's history And I'm talking like stuff from Spud Webb to Michael Jordan to Larry Nance. Why am I thinking of it? I can't remember his name. The former Atlanta Hawk, Dominique Wilkins. All the great dunks. Like, let's go the top 5 dunks from the 80s. Contestants have to replicate that, like, per round. You
know what? And the thing that would be really cool with that, Sean, is that what they do now when they transpose one guy over the other one.
Yes.
So you could see exactly like what they do at the combine with the 40 times.
100%.
They do it with pitchers, like
yeah, man.
Yeah, like Hunter Brown and Justin Verlander when they kind of put their motions over together and you can see how similar
the overlays, 100%.
That would be really cool. You'd be able to see like, oh, this guy actually took off from 3 feet further out than Michael Jordan did,
100%.
or whatever. Yeah,
and it would be,
I like that.
It would
like
be
that
graded. It would be graded on a scale of which, like, yes, how closely did you come to replicating it? But take for instance that Jordan dunk, that famous Jordan dunk where he takes off from the free throw line and jams it with one hand. If the guy took off like 3 inches further away than Jordan, or 6 inches further away, and executed the dunk, like. That's the best score. Like, if you're on a 10-point scale, cool, the guy's going to get a 10. If you're doing it like a point system, then he would get more points than what was allotted for Jordan in that instance. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and that's the best way to actually show progress, because I think for the most part, I don't think it's that there aren't as many magnificent dunks. I think it's just that we just see so many more highlights these days, and it kind of dilutes the magnificence of it, because on any given day, if you're scrolling social media or online or whatever, you're going to see 15 innings. So it's not like it used to be when you just only saw it piecemeal here and there when you're watching SportsCenter or whatever.
Yeah.
But this would turn it into kind of like the way it is in like skateboarding or BMX or gymnastics or anything, where you're kind of always up in the ante and like, oh, okay, this one particular move turns into something that lots of people can do. Mm-hmm. So you add some extra element to it, and you can actually compare it against them. You're onto something here, Sean. You gotta get on the horn with somebody at one of these networks and figure it out.
I'm telling you, dude.
Or Charles Barkley.
I'm telling you. And one of my other ideas was, make it a little bit nostalgic, but involve the actual person to a degree. Like, obviously, I don't expect somebody that's now 63 years old, a former dunk champion, to come back, but bring back a former champ, in fairly recent history, but that is not currently playing, and have them compete in a round with the current stars. So, like, you got to beat the legend. You know what I mean? Like, you guys are going to compete, and you're only going to move on if you beat him in a particular dunk. Something like that. Mm-hmm. I think that would be really cool. And
I feel like Michael Jordan would be the one most likely to pull a Tanya Harding on something like that, though. Where,
you think so?
All of a sudden an NBA All-Star gets his knee bashed in on his way to the competition or on the way home.
Or Vince Carter,
Yeah, well, Jordan would be the one that would be psychotically competitive about it. It's still or for his own physical safety, compete against all reason and advisement. So
and that was on
about
him.
The Michael Jordan dynamic.
That would be on him, and that's ultimately what I want. It doesn't have to be Jordan. I feel like they've missed the boat on that. They should have done that about 15 years ago if they wanted that to be the case. But it's something along those lines. My favorite idea is what I already shared with you, and then like secondarily, kind of like a 1A, if you will, to that original idea to replicate the most historic dunks in the contest. I think you could keep that going for years, because if you go by decade, like you could do 70s one year, 80s the next year, 90s, and then early 2000s, stuff like that. But take the top dunks from the first half of that season. So like in next year's All-Star game for the NBA, give me the top dunks through the first half of the 24-25 season, and have the contestants try and replicate or beat those. Similarly to the vintage dunks, but I think it would be cool because here you would be highlighting this year's contestants effectively, or maybe even those that aren't in the contest but had the dunks of the year so far, and you're propping up your own brand, and then you're seeing if your stars this year can beat them or not.
Okay, how are you going to fix the MLB All-Star game?
One, don't make it count for anything. Which I
don't like accounting for anything. Okay, I kind of like. I kind of like when I don't know. I kind of like that part of it. That injects actual feeling into it when you're a team that's potentially going to be in the playoffs.
I didn't, home field advantage in the World Series kind of a thing. This is the old person in me. And now, granted, I've been severely affected by my grandfather, having played professionally years ago, like in the golden era, literally of the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And so I'm affected by that because I heard a lot of the stories and a lot of the accounts and share similar opinions because it's kind of a learned thing, right? But I told you the other day, maybe this was off air, but I stumbled upon a really cool Pete Rose interview recently, and he's talking about how the All-Star game back in his era was the only possible way to determine and settle the smack talk that players had amongst themselves about which league was better, what players were better. And now that you have killed the DH, never before are you seeing the same brand of baseball in both American that you are in the national, right? So play the game and just make it competitive and, bring that element back to it. Like, yes, everything that you say about baseball in its all-star festivities is true, and it can't be more true than in baseball. It's more true in baseball, to say, than it is in the NBA or football, because in football, they don't even do a damn thing anymore. They play flag football and have, contests on sand at beaches. But it is the truest form of itself. But guys just kind of naturally were able to get guys to compete as if they're playing in game 63 of the season or game 162 in that all-star game. To me, that's just the best product. You're getting guys to see, you're getting a chance to see guys do what they get paid to do and do it at an optimal level.
Yeah, I guess that's not as, like with baseball, there's less of a tamping down of how competitive you can be. Like, there's just not a natural, the contact and everything else that goes into it isn't as much. So, like, how does that show up in the actual product on the field when you're seeing it? Like, are guys like just less likely to run it out to first or less likely to steal or whatever it might be?
Yeah, I think there's that, but then it was a rarity in and of itself if you think about it at the end of the day. But when they, made that rule of, the catcher interference thing, you can't block the direct path to home plate for a runner, and you can't bowl the catcher over anymore. Like, when you took that away from it, it automatically, to me, made the game feel a little bit like, I don't want to say protected. I don't want to say like fake. I don't know necessarily. It took a big element of energy away from the game. That's really the only
part
way.
of that's just the way. That's the regular season too now. Like the plays at second base have become obviously a lot more tame. I don't know because I don't need to see a shortstop have his shin broken on a hard.
No, but how many dudes are going to try to just truck a catcher these days?
Right.
They're going to make a pretty business-like decision to begin with, but the fact that a catcher can't stand in the way and literally do his job, protect home, I find to be absolutely ridiculous.
I don't think part of baseball for me. And I don't blame this on analytics. I think it's just as you get older, you just kind of get a little bit more philosophical about stuff. The thing I don't like about the way I take in baseball anymore is that I know too well how little one actual game means. Like I kind of miss that. I kind of miss back when I used to be able to take one loss like, well, these guys are just bums and they don't care enough. They're not trying hard enough. Like, it's too easy for me over the course of 162 regular season games to just draw vast conclusions from a single game like I used to.
Yeah.
I miss being irrationally angry about stuff that really just randomly comes down to luck a lot of the times. Yeah. So I don't know, that part of it for you, Sean, it might just be a little bit more that you've grown comfortable with the fact that, all right, man, some of these baseball games, including an all-star game, just comes down to a flip of a coin at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it's a rough place to be in life when you start to not have these false obstacles you put up in front of yourself.
Yeah, definitely.
So, life gets a lot more boring.
Definitely. He said Payne.
Screw something.
Right. Well, that's easy for me. He's Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Coming up next, what do the Texans need? What do they need from Joe Mixon and the run game this season to be a top offense, and why a stat nerds kind of made Seth really uncomfortable these days? That's next.
What should we expect from the Rockets this season?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast with Seth Payne this morning. During the break, if you'd like to text in, by the way, 713-572-4610. During the break, we got one from the 832, Seth. Savannah Banana rules for the All-Star game. I freaking love that idea. And
what are the actual? I have zero clue what the rules are, and I'm honestly kind of surprised that there are any rules at all for the Savannah Bananas.
Well,
because whatever I've seen of it, it certainly doesn't seem like there's any kind of a balk rule for the pitchers. What are the limitations those guys have on what they're allowed to do on a baseball field? Because it's kind of like the Harlem Globetrotters, where it just seems like anything goes.
Yeah,
like you're allowed to have a string attached to the ball and yank it back. What's the deal?
You can bat with a fiery torch at the plate on fire, that kind of a thing. Yeah. Which I love. I don't know like specific rules. Like I know. Let's see. I was going to give you one. Like if there's a foul ball. And it's, I think, less than 2 outs. Like, so long as it's not like the third out. If there's a foul ball and a fan catches it, then that counts as an out. So it could be the first or the second.
Really? Oh, yeah. That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
So if your team hits a foul ball and it's the home team, you're like batting it away, and or you might be like fighting with an opposing fan to try to either bat it out of his hands and he's trying to catch it. Oh, yeah. I like that a lot. Capacity for fan violence increases, and that's always good for the highlights. Yeah, I like that.
I think that kind of stuff is really, really cool. But what I think the texter really means is, when he says rules, just the style, right? The Savannah Banana kind of style of an all-star game. So a very Harlem Globetrotter feel to it. And
I feel like that's the exact opposite of what you actually want, though, because you want guys to play it like it's a Game 7 of the World Series.
Well, you asked the question, like, what would make it better? Like, I want to see a competitive game that includes the best of the best. Like, to me, what's going to be better than that? But if you're not going to get that, the easier product to elicit from your players is go out, see if you can backflip while you're making a catch, in center field. I don't know that you're even going to get that kind of a thing from your players, but one of the best all-star moments that I can remember, and I don't remember the year specifically, but it was like Bonds. He hit a bomb like in center field, right? And King Griffey Jr. went up the wall, caught it, grabbed it, brought it back, stole a home run from Barry Bonds, and Bonds ran out there and picked him up. If you had stuff like that with a little bit more pop, glitz, glamour, trickeration, I think that would absolutely work. If you had John Kruk, remember back in the day, he went up an all-star game and, Randy Johnson nearly took his head off with a fastball. Right. And I think it was Kruk. Was it Kruk or Larry Walker who spun his batting helmet around, put it on backwards, and changed positions in the batter's box?
That would be okay. So you want to go one direction or the other to the extreme. Either have it be like it's Game 7 of the World Series, or have those guys just really, really have fun with it. Like, do everything that old school baseball people would find just absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Just waltz around, do cartwheels around the base paths on home runs, show up pitchers, all that stuff. You'd like that.
Or how about this? What if each team, so like the American and National League, they could draft 5 players from the Savannah Bananas onto the All-Star team. And so you're not asking guys to do things uncharacteristic that they can't do, and make a play on a ball, but you get a Savannah Banana on your team, and he gets to actually go up to home plate with a bat that's on fire and try to hit a baseball. You know what I mean? You wouldn't want to give Yordan Alvarez a baseball bat that's on fire, and ask him to do anything like that because, I don't want him getting hurt.
Yeah, that's I had no idea how big the Savannah Bananas were until they were in Houston, and I read the head. Sean and I were both in the same boat. about them selling out Minute Maid and how hard it was to get tickets and everything. And then I found out that my nephews who are right at that age, school age kids, that they look at it the same way we looked at Harlem Globetrotters when we were kids. It was like the biggest thing in the world. Yeah. And when you're 6 or 7 years old, I had no concept that guys in the NBA were any bigger stars than guys on the Harlem Globetrotters. I had zero clue. I thought in my mind that was exactly the same. And I think probably for a lot of 6 and 7 year olds, they probably look at the Savannah Bananas as bigger stars than any non-Astros player that they might learn of.
I thought the Globetrotters were better than NBA players.
Right, because they never lost.
Well, they never lost. You didn't
know they do, but not very often.
Well, maybe now they do because everybody has to win something, but. Back in the day, it was like they would toy with what was the team like the Washington
the Washington Generals. Yeah.
And you never saw anybody in the NBA bounce a basketball like violently on the court in effort for it to try and go in a hoop. Like they did that point line and spun balls on opponents' heads and ran circles around them and took it off and then went up and dunked and stuff like that. I'm like, these are the greatest of the greats. And I remember multiple times going to the Summit, watching the Harlem Globetrotters. I think I even saw them at the damn rodeo one year. Whenever I was a kid, I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. They're awesome. And I mean, I about died whenever I met one of them. I'm like, oh my God, like you're the greatest basketball player in the world. It could have been Michael Jordan, could have been Curly whoever on the Globetrotters.
According to AI, the Google search, the Washington Generals have 3 official victories in 1954, 1958, and 1971. So you can't blame it on the participation trophy culture. Sean.
Okay, good. Well, I thought you said they win.
As much as I know you want to and rail against it, that's 1954. That was those were World War II veterans at that point. So I thought
you had said that they were actually like winning a game every now and again this day and age, and I was like, oh well, that's why everybody's got to get a trophy, even the damn Generals. But yeah, I don't pay attention at all to the Globetrotters. I couldn't tell you one person on them now.
The BBC says that they've only won once in 52 years and have over 17,000 defeats. Oh. Now, think about the same token. So if you're a 6 or 7 year old and you think that the Globetrotters, like when we were kids, we thought they were the best basketball players on earth at that age. Imagine if your dad played for the Washington Generals. And they were probably going by the old pro wrestling rules where you had to keep it a secret. Kids thought their dads were losers. Yeah. Oh. You bring your dad to school day? I'd be sick as hell. I'd be sticking that thermometer in next to a light bulb all morning long, so I didn't have to go to school the day my bum dad showed up as a Washington General.
Yeah,
17,000 defeats.
It's funny because I told you my grandfather played, and he played for the St. Louis Browns, who historically are one of the worst organizations in baseball ever. And were that at the time. I mean, they lost 100 games every single season. And so whenever I was a little old enough to find out, like, dang, the St. Louis Browns sucked, and my grandfather played 4 years for him. And I'm like, dang, he played for a worse team in the organization. But his rookie year, they went to the World Series, and that's the only World Series that they ever went to. He was part of the first and only pennant-winning team. That's cool. So I didn't necessarily feel like the sibling of or the child of a person like on the Washington Generals, where it was like, yeah.
That's true. You can lie to your kids all you want to. That's the nice thing about having kids at that age. It's that age when they start to detect your lies. That's when they really become just insufferable.
Yeah.
You rebellious kids with your lie detection abilities.
I got the text from the 281 Summit. You're from the Houston area, if you remember the Summit/Compact Center. Yeah. Born and raised, man.
You are, though. No, you know what? You said something the other day, I think, when you said that you were you'd been here for a certain amount of time. I was gonna clarify after you said it, because the way it sounded like you were a transplant. But yeah, Sean lived here his whole life.
Born and raised, baby, here at 610 for 18 years. It'll be 18 years in August, man. Pretty crazy. Keep them coming, though. 713-572-4610, 572-4610 if you want to be a part of the text.
So what you had teased was the Texans need from Joe Mixon and the run game this season to be a top offense.
Yeah.
The biggest thing, honestly, if you look at the 4 teams that made the conference championships last year, San Francisco, Detroit, Buffalo, and Kansas City, they were all in the top 8 of yards per carry. And Kansas City and Buffalo are a little bit, Kansas City wasn't as good in the regular season as they were in the postseason. They kind of went Astros mode in the postseason. Buffalo, I wouldn't say Buffalo had a stout rushing attack. Josh Allen accounts for a lot of their productivity in the run game. So like those two aren't necessarily the best examples. I think if like what you're looking to strive for and become is in this Kyle Shanahan inspired offense, you want to be the San Francisco 49ers. They led the league they didn't lead the league. They were in top 3, 4.8 yards per carry. And
far
Detroit,
cry from what the Texans were last year.
Yeah,
3.7.
3.7. Yeah, the Texans were right down in the bottom 5 in terms of yards per carry. So like total yardage and everything, that doesn't always tell the whole story, situation and everything, but just like how potent are you on a down by down basis? I think being right up there in that top 8 category, and the Chiefs were tied for top 8, but it was like they were I think the top 13 teams. The 13th team had 4.3 yards per carry too. They're all tied for the top 8. Mm-hmm. That's credibility in this offense where you're going to run the ball a lot, and you're going to theoretically, the way this offense looks, if the wide receivers are healthy and C.J. Stroud is playing the way he's capable of playing, you're going to face a lot of light boxes. So if you're any kind of an offensive line, and if Joe Mixon is anything like he's been for most of his career, you should be getting more than 4.3 yards per carry. If you're not, it's a huge disappointment. In my mind, that's really the biggest obstacle the Texans have in the offense right now, is that they flat out need to be a respectable rushing offense if they want to look the way this offense is supposed to look.
Seth Payne, Sean Bijani in for Sean Pendergast. Final segment coming up next. We'll get to the stat nerd stuff in the final segment. Also, I was laughing from the 713. Why don't the Generals fire their coach? Good one. Yeah, I don't know. How many coaches are the Washington Generals on these days?
That was a quote from the team founder after they won the last time they won was when 1971. It says the crowd was shocked. The quote from the team founder, killed Santa Claus.
Yeah. Who's been through more coaches within the last decade? The Washington Generals or the Los Angeles Lakers? I'll do the research for you between now and when we come back for the final segment. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
You're driving around in your car right now and you're thinking, man, this is the 850.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I quickly abandoned my search for Washington General coaching history. Basically because it's like non-existent, Seth. So
yeah, I know. I was kind of distraught over that. I feel like they're pulling the wool over our eyes when it comes to the history of the Generals. Nobody wants us talking about why these guys are worse than the Cowboys, trying to figure out why they do things the way they do. No wonder they're so bad.
I mean,
why is the Washington Generals fan base not calling for whoever the head coach's job is, if they indeed know who he is?
I would imagine because there is no fan base and that those poor SOBs that have had to coach said Washington Generals and get their brains beat in 17,000 times over the course of the last 80 years are probably protected, like even made men, if you will, where that's a part of the deal. Because you're going to have to suck your entire career, we're going to make certain that we rid any trace of you on the interwebs. So
that's true. Yeah, you won't have to have you follow. This won't follow you around for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
When you're applying for some job or whatever, your future employer is not going to be able to look up and see how inadequate you were.
Exactly. Hey,
you can just fluff up the resume all you want.
Before we get into this stuff with Bill Barnwell and why he's made you uncomfortable, I like this text from the 484. Where is that? Texter says, not brought up enough. Despite a quote-unquote bad year, Diggs, talking about Stephon Diggs, Diggs led the NFL in third down conversions. The Texans were bad in this area, also red zone. You know, it's funny that texter brings it up, and they're right. It's not talked about enough. When originally acquired by the Texans, you're trying to find things to discuss because, you get real tired real quick about the narrative of him being a diva and a malcontent and blah, blah, blah. It's like, whatever. Okay. I want to talk about how badass of a receiver he is. And what is like that one thing? Is there one thing or two things or three things that he offers this offense that it was already severely lacking? Like, if that's possible, as good as they were as an offense last year with the emergence of Nico Collins and Tank Dell proving the doubters wrong and just all of that, what does Stephon Diggs bring? And that's actually the research that I did as I looked like, okay, well, what were the Texans really poor in last year versus what is he really good at? And at least in Buffalo, he was the dude. Every team generally kind of has that go-to guy on third down that you need to hit him up to move the chains. There wasn't very many guys better in the NFL at doing that with the catch percentage in those situations, high leverage within a game than Stephon Diggs. If he can bring that element to the Houston Texans, that is going to be a boon.
No, and I think it's also when people say that Stephon Diggs had a down season, you have to remember that for the first half to two-thirds of the season, he was on pace for like 1,600 yards. He was having a really good season, but the offense just was not clicking right, and it wasn't consistent. There were a lot of why the Bills were top 5 in so many categories, and yet when you talk to Bills fans, they were irate with Ken Dorsey. And nobody was pointing to Stephon Diggs as the problem. It was Josh Allen throwing to Stephon Diggs or scrambling for first downs, and not a whole lot that you could rely on in between. When the new offensive coordinator took over, they just changed a lot of stuff, and they changed the way they were using Stephon Diggs. There was a decoy element to a lot of the things that they were doing with him. Josh Allen, improved in some ways because he was trying to spread the ball around more, and that made the offense better. It was good. It was good, some of the improvements they made. But it meant that they were kind of using Stephon Diggs inefficiently. So the numbers ended up not really telling the whole story. It's not like Stephon Diggs physically changed. It's not like he wasn't getting open.
Right.
Everything was just kind of in transition. And that's where the physical side of it, I don't worry one little bit, other than the normal things that happen through aging, and that sometimes guys at a certain age do just fall off a cliff, but that's more the Jose Abreu exception. Usually it's more of a slow decline. So Stephon Diggs is not going to be as magnificently athletic as he was 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, but his physical performance on the field last year was not a problem at all. Like, there's no part of me that's concerned with Stefon Diggs' speed or explosiveness or route running or anything like that. I think the more I understand, and I don't really have these concerns, is how's he going to fit in with the chemistry and all of that. I don't worry about a lot of that for a lot of reasons, but the physical side of it, like I have zero concerns about it, other than the normal 31-year-old wide receivers.
Look, one of those reasons I don't worry about him fitting in is like what young quarterback doesn't want one of the most badass receivers in the NFL on his team? There's that. There's the previous relationship that exists between Case Keenum and Stefon Diggs. I think that was a big part of it because I feel like you're crazy if you don't think the Texans, talk to Case Keenum about like how well you think he's going to fit in here. What's he like as a person? What do you know about him? His, from playing with him, being one half of the Minneapolis Miracle back in the day. What do you know about this guy? I think probably got some pretty good ringing endorsements. And from a football sense, you probably remember this. I think it was Aaron Wilson of KPRC. Local 2, who'd caught up with Keenum at his youth football camp about a month or so ago and asked him about Stefon Diggs. And Keenum was like, he's always been a really badass route runner and, an exceptional athlete and, quick off the line and in and out of his breaks. He might even be better now. And when I heard that, I was like, wow, okay. It's not just because, he's got the savvy kind of moves, that an NFL veteran receiver, kind of gains over time. No, it's this dude is continuing to work his body, his ability to be quick at whatever age in and out of his breaks and just executing those routes. And so when I heard that from Case earlier this offseason, like, it's a good service and talk is cheap, but he didn't have to say it. You know what I'm saying? That was an observation that he had after, Diggs had shown up to the minicamp, and it's good to hear. And there was already, too, by the way, a relationship that was beginning to be forged between C.J. Stroud and Stefon Diggs before Diggs was even a Texan. If you remember, he was very much present at the charity softball classic that C.J. was present at earlier this offseason.
Yeah. I think the other thing about Diggs is, people will point to the way it ended in Minnesota, where he was agitating for a trade, the way that it ended in Buffalo, obviously, where he and Josh Allen there was something off there. I think I look at those same experiences as the reason that I'm not worried about him now. It's that everything was all roses the first 2.5 years with Josh Allen. It was, I think he's just a guy who's got a shelf life. Like, everybody has these people in their lives who have just are incredibly fun to be around for whatever reason until all of a sudden they're not. And the way that one of the writers up in Buffalo framed it was that there wasn't like any specific instance you could point to when you're watching from the outside in up in Buffalo, other than that it was like 1,000 microaggressions, I think was the term he used, which was just, it's all the little stuff. When you're around somebody and over time you start to note it, have you?
Yeah,
some people call this marriage. And it's like some people are built for marriage and some people simply aren't. To put it in a real life context, and that's why some people end up having 4 or 5 wives until they finally figure it out and they mature their way out of it or whatever. Maybe they never do. Yeah. I think that Stefon Diggs is just a guy that in a football context, for whatever reason, over the course of several years, maybe that's just not meant to be. And that's why when you've got a guy on a 1-year deal, and it looks to be right now, headed into the season, like it's got the potential to be a really good situation that he's in, that I think you get the first-year version of Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs, when they were like, brothers from a lost long mother. It was, they were just best buds. That nobody else could have a better friend than this guy for the rest of our lives.
Right, they got the best version of each other together, yes.
Yeah, so... That's where, because we're not even talking about a year. He's on a 1-year contract where they don't actually see each other a lot until starting in late July. So it's 6 or 7 months that you got to get along fine. And then the other part, too, is, okay, well, should I worry about the fact that he's a front runner or something? No, because honestly, with the moves you made this last offseason, And because he's on a one-year contract, if it's in a non-front-running situation, then all is lost anyway. It's just if Stephon Diggs is grumpy because things are going really poorly, then the season has not gone as planned. Now, I guess if you come out and you lose your first 3 games in a row, and you gotta, like, if they came out like the Astros, that's when I'm going to start to get nervous. If they come out and the offense is misfiring and they're not winning football games and they don't look anything like they should on paper or by the back of the football card, that's when I think we can start to have some serious discussions about, like, all right, does everybody check? Did you check Stephon Diggs' social media this morning? Okay,
yeah.
Nothing? Okay, we're clear.
Yeah, we're going to be on the watch for that for sure. Ocho's always going to be on the lookout for, like, Diggs' social and any kind of issue that maybe, or wave that he creates. He's on this. He goes, SB, if Diggs can bitch and complain about targets to vet quarterbacks like Cousins and Josh Allen, you don't think he'll do it to a young quarterback like Stroud? I just don't think so. I don't think so. And if it's like worst case scenario, like the house is on fire kind of a thing, and a scenario plays out like in the beginning of the season, middle, end, at some point in time where it's just ugly, man, then and only then would I start to worry about stuff like that.
I think part of it, too, is, like, what's the nature of what disgruntles a wide receiver? And I think in most situations when a wide receiver gets disgruntled, other than for the true, genuine A-plus divas, it's not about total targets or anything like that. It's that they're not getting targets, and it's when the quarterback is making bad decisions. It's when they're not getting targets, and you can specifically, because you know how the play is supposed to be run, that, hey, I was the first option on that play, and you look at my – that's the kind of stuff that really starts to grate. And, again, those are still things that guys can endure for 1 year pretty easily. Mm-hmm. It's when it starts to stack up. And Josh Allen, frankly, was not on the same mental level in terms of processing and all those things. Josh Allen last year, as a veteran quarterback, was not on the same level that C.J. Stroud was by the end of the season. And that's something that Josh Allen has talked about this offseason. He talks about how he needs to progress and develop to the point where basically the way he describes it, it's the exact same way that C.J. started to play in the second half of the year. And that's where I just don't foresee the issues, because I don't think he's going to have the same complaints with C.J. that he might have had with Josh Allen.
Yeah. I have one complaint with B. Scott and John Lopez. As
we
they,
are here
come
for
in
you,
studio.
buddy.
The pot lamps are on in studio.
Yeah.
You make it a point to do that to me.
Yes,
because
we are not the Dark Knight like you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
That is my one complaint for you, man. My gosh. Like, ease into it, will you?
It's 4 minutes, man.
Jeez.
It's 4 minutes.
He's talking about ease into it, and it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
it's not 6 no more. I understand coming easing into it, maybe those first couple of segments, Bijani. But once after y'all hit headlines, once y'all get to that 8 o'clock segment, I figure you turn the lights on, man.
There's a reason why this thing don't work, man. I unscrewed that little bulb a little bit so it don't come on.
Oh, wow.
So.
Figures.
Sean's kind of like he's like an artist. He's like a musician that wants a studio with us. That's when he works best, okay? He's
lighting.
basically Kanye is what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. So what's happening today,
man?
fellas?
We got to brighten the lights up in here, man. We got Texans training camp thoughts. Some of these I did, I'm going to admit, some of these I did share with Seth last week, but I did not share them with Lopez, so we're going to do them here on In the Loop. We got trade possibilities for the Astros. Of course, we're going to do our daily Beryl check-in as well, so it's going to be a good time on In the Loop, man. You can rest assured that.
Oh, that's guaranteed. You guys have done a badass job as a pairing, so great job. I know y'all have another one. Are you guys together tomorrow, or is Adam Spillane in?
No, we got to get this in today, man. We got to get everything in today, so we got a jam-packed show, because, no, I'm not in tomorrow. So
you're not in? Okay.
Not in.
Giving you a break, huh?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
All right, fellas, have a badass show. You're listening to KALT, an Odyssey station. Seth, badass job, man. Hey, you know what? For Sean Pendergast, antibodies to you, man.
Yeah,
there we go.
To you. There we go.
There you go. All right, brother. Y'all have a great show, man. You're listening to In the Loop. It begins now.
Yeah, shout out to Sean Pendergast, too, and the antibodies and everything. But let's do our Beryl check-in, daily Beryl check-in on In the Loop. How is everybody feeling? 72 hours plus from the damage done.
It only feels like 172 hours, but yeah, I promise I won't go off like I did yesterday morning. But there are
This is just a check-in. We're doing a check-in on In the Loop and the Loopholes. How you doing?
Yeah, there are things to get off the chest a little bit. Hopefully, everybody is doing well. I finally got my yard all spick and span, man. I got weighed that about a year and a half ago or so, and it was about 60 feet away under a bunch of limbs and stuff, but got it cleaned up back in the backyard. We are good at my house. I have one son in Kingwood. Man, Kingwood, what is going on up there? Because it looks like nothing has, like no one has, like the borders are closed or something in Kingwood. Like, because he was sending me pictures. I said, that looks the same as it did Monday morning. It's crazy, some of the areas. So shout out, let us know, 713-572-4610. Like, I know our Kingwood people, our listeners over there, are they got to be frustrated. You know, they have to be frustrated.
And it's odd to me how Kingwood always seems to be on the business end of these kind of things. Like, whenever there is some sort of damage or some type of natural disaster, let's call it a weather event, it always seems like Kingwood, for one of our nicer areas, like on the outskirts of town, it's weird how they are always on the business side of these things. I don't get that. For as nice as Kingwood is, they seem to get the brunt of a lot of this.
You are absolutely right. Still no power up there for them and my son, and still a lot of debris everywhere, still trees down. It's crazy. Come on, John Whitmire. By the way,
dude, we will definitely get to John Whitmire.
By the way,
grumpy ass John Whitmire, the mayor of Houston. We will talk about him a little bit later.
We'll talk about him later.
He ain't throwing out the first pitch no time soon.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
But for now, I'll just say this: tell me you don't want to win another election. I'll just say that.
Or definitely don't care. Or
my man don't like sports.
Yeah. Or at least he is relying on the non-sports part of the electorate.
I see what you did there, Reliant. I get it. It's not no center point. A couple of other thoughts, and I want to see what you guys, your Beryl update is, and obviously our listeners as well. As I mentioned, 713-572-4610. So we all saw, I'm sure, that graffiti that is the new graffiti that is up underneath the bridge.
Center Pointless.
Whoever did that kudos to you.
So good.
Free beers on me, man. Whoever did that. And then I saw this, and this is the last thing I'll say.
Underrated graffiti town, by the way. Just side note.
Terrific.
We are underrated, artful place.
Yeah.
This town.
If it's artful. Center Point. I saw this. With all the grief they're taking, justifiably so, because they are completely incompetent. We saw that. We talked about that yesterday. Somebody mentioned that last year, their profits, not what they brought in, their profits, $6 billion. $6 billion. Throw a bill at the infra, just $1 billion. Just see what it does. Just throw one of those $6 billion. Just throw one.
So all of that money can't buy you better planning.
Yeah,
can't buy you better prepreparation for a moment like this.
Give us $1 billion and see what it does to preparedness here. How about you guys?
They say it's still 1 million people without power as of this morning. As of around 6 o'clock this morning, still 1 million plus without power. Is that it could be up to Monday, so that'd be a whole week from the storm, from the hurricane. So that's not good. I do not have power at my place. I still do not have power at my place. So obviously, ain't nobody. We not staying there. So we have been piecing it together.
I'm not gonna be here.
No, I'm not gonna be here. No, straight up Magic Johnson on that. We are not going to be there. So I've been checking on it every night, going down there and seeing how everything looks. I did rent a new place that I just have not moved into yet.
That's crazy.
That place has power. So imagine me. We could talk about this later in Confessions, but imagine me having a place that I just haven't actually moved into yet.
Yeah.
But I've made a down payment on, and I drive by it to check on it to see how it's doing.
You, man.
Hey, but look though, I can't get in there. It's mine, but it ain't. I got a key, or it's mine. I've paid, but I don't have a key.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know what would be good?
Yeah, a key.
A key so I can take my family in there, man.
A key would be good.
It is very odd. And this place is only about 1.5 miles away from where I live now.
Yeah.
And where I don't have power. So that is a little bit of a conflict, but I have been able to piece it together. staying at other places.
Yeah.
So
Figgy?
Yeah. So my light's still on, although I did have a scare. So yesterday I got home around 6. No, I got home around 7. I got home, pulled up, and you know how you guys, when you pull up after a long day of work, you just sit in the driveway for a little bit and just kind of.
Yep.
Yeah, decompress.
Gotta decompress, yeah.
So as I was walking up the the lights went out.
Oh,
so you had power back and then they went out?
It went out. So everybody around my apartment complex, what the bleep? This is some bull bleep.
Yeah.
And so it stayed out for about 20 minutes.
That's,
and then it came back
that's a
on.
good scare, though.
Oh, it was
a good scare.
It was a great scare. My wife started crying. We were sitting there trying to figure out what to do. I'm like, man, we can't keep going through this.
Yeah.
What is more torturous, to not get your lights at all, or to get them back?
That
and
what Figgy went through.
That's worse.
That's
worse.
Sure.
Dude,
worse.
it was a long day yesterday, and I got home. I couldn't wait to get in the house, man, to just feel some normalcy.
Yeah.
And for the lights to go out as I'm going up the stairs. I'm like, I could have stayed at work for this.
Who did you tick off?
Oh man, but everything cool so far.
So 713-572-4610, getting some very interesting and intriguing text here from our listeners. And this is one that we never mentioned yesterday and didn't mention the day before. From the 346, keep nursing homes in your thoughts and prayers. I am an officer, and I've gone to 3 deaths at nursing homes today.
Nursing homes, group homes.
Yep.
So I did read a story in the Chronicle about nursing homes, senior centers, places where seniors live, basically senior living, and how they have been exposed to the heat, and like in some places, or in some cases, I should say, they have a lot of family, or their family's out of town, or whatever it is, and they're kind of just like forgotten. That is one of the saddest stories that I don't think I thought about until I actually read that story either early this morning or last night.
It's crazy. It's why Centerpoint, just throw us $1 billion, see what it does. A couple more real quick from our listeners. I like the short and sweet ones. Spring is still bleeped. Okay. OG, I'm in your old hood near Atascocita. This bleep is ridiculous. People starting to throw out the bleeps, man. Kingwood looks like a war zone. We always get it the worst. The poles are literally almost laying down on the street. Not a single person has come by. Come on, man.
So coming into the studio, I committed one of the don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
I committed one of the don't be that guy crimes. And it's actually one of mine and not yours. Remember when I told y'all I don't like the indecisive guy?
Yeah.
The guy who's not exactly sure of whether it's his turn or if it's time to move? Well, I feel like I might have been that guy, and maybe I wasn't.
Yeah.
But coming in, I thought it wasn't my turn. But the guy next to me, closest to the oncoming traffic, thought it was our turn, and he went.
Yeah.
I didn't go with him.
Oh, no.
Everybody behind me is honking.
No, that's an unspoken rule. Like if somebody has got you blindside,
you go with them.
You go ahead and run.
And I couldn't decide at that moment if I wanted to do that because I knew it wasn't our turn.
Yeah.
He was skipping the line, and I didn't
interference.
And I didn't. You
should have went with him.
I know I should have. I should have, but I was indecisive.
He slipped screen, man. Once he slips the screen, you got to just go.
Yeah, no, he was running interference. I should have took the.
The best is when the 18-wheeler is going through, and so that's on the other side. It's like 3 or 4 cars going through with that 18-wheeler because it's so long.
Yeah, no, I don't like. Normally, I would do that, and in the moment, I'm thinking about. Yeah, I choked.
That's like going short. That's like going through a yellow light, and it's like 3 or 4 cars just going. You just got to go right behind it.
Yeah,
which I am more inclined to do that. So I don't know why I did not perform in this moment.
Oh well,
but I was the guy that I don't want to be when these flashing lights are up.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, man. But hey, good to hear everybody's doing good, man. Even with me not having power, it's just a little. It's just a little bit of a tease, man. Knowing that you're moving into a house pretty soon and you just don't have the key.
That's
yet.
frustrating.
I've been talking.
That's really frustrating.
I've been talking to the leasing agent about trying to figure that out, but I have not had any luck. That'll probably come up later on in the show for sure. Let me ask y'all this: did it offend y'all at all that the Astros were playing baseball last night?
Come on, man.
Were you offended that the Astros dared to go out there and play baseball last night.
Okay, so this isn't to compare and contrast mayors as much as opinions.
The Astros are playing baseball.
As much as logic, as much as sensitivity to all. But in 2017, the Astros were the respite, and you've brought up, I think accurately, it's the Marlins and people who have a lot of feel about it. But for those who do want to get away, and oh, by the way, even though they don't turn thermostat down enough, it is cooler in Minute Maid Park. $5, just go. Was it $2 hot dogs, whatever it was? Just go. And for Whitmire to seem like legitimately offended or put out, hey, we don't have power at NRG. I mean, excuse me.
He said the George R. Brown.
George R. Brown, yeah.
Which I am questioning now. I haven't been down there. Okay, I don't know what the George R. Brown's got.
Yeah.
But from what I'm seeing online, the George R. Brown did have power.
Yeah.
So that there is some conflict there on even the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
So if you hadn't heard, Houston Mayor John Whitmire, is throwing veiled shots at
not so thinly veiled
shots at the Houston Astros for playing baseball at a time like this, when others don't have power. And when I brought it up earlier in the week, I was just bringing it up as a point, not necessarily to complain about it, because I just thought it was a sort of an interesting contrast. But I don't blame them for going out there and handling business if, in fact, it was safe to do so. And like you said, providing the respite. I could have seen maybe criticizing them if they didn't do the price change, if they didn't do the $5 tickets and the specials on the hot dogs and all of that, and try to make it like exactly what you just said, an outlet for people, a place for people to go. And I did minimize the importance of the game, but maybe it's important to you in a moment like this to be able to get away.
Exactly. It's all your own choice.
You ain't got power to work because of the power situation or the damage that's been done, and maybe you just need something to do, someplace to go, and they've made it affordable to do so.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised that there was some a little bit of smoke for that.
It was a little weird too, because like sports is an escape, man. Like all the stuff that be going on in real life, people turn to sports to get away from that.
Always.
And so this, I mean, unless you was really in a situation where you couldn't go anywhere, this is the perfect time to go to a game.
Yes.
Because it's like, all right, like life is life, and right now, hey, we got some affordable tickets, affordable hot dogs, I want to say.
And the opportunity at that price.
Let's
this is the part that bothered me the most about what Whitmire said. There are people who, whether you have power or not, but but especially for those who don't have power, who maybe have never been to an Astros game. So you get to cool off. Take your kids to an Astros game. They get to see these folks, these players live and in person, and they cool off. How is that a bad thing?
And even aside from it, though, he was trying to make a point about getting your priorities straight.
Yeah.
You want to talk about having
your damn priorities.
Yeah, you want to talk about having your priorities straight. Yeah. How off-putting is it for us to be making points and talking about the Astros, who have at least done the service of lowering prices and trying to make it inviting for people who can get there.
Yeah.
You sitting up here and got all of these people without power. I know that's not exactly your fault or your issue, but you are overseeing a city that is under disaster, and you take a shot at the baseball.
Or in the crisis.
But want to talk about priorities, though. That was kind of
the Astros could have easily rose the prices and kept the prices the same to try to make a buck or something like that, but they clearly wasn't.
Yeah. And by the way, what organization, corporation, entity in this city has done more for Houstonians than the Astros the last 7 years, especially after disaster?
Yeah, at a time like this.
Yeah.
At a time like
no
this.
one. So no one. Certainly not Centerpoint.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Who? Centerpoint List, you mean?
Yeah, Centerpoint List.
We will now be referring to them as Centerpoint List.
Yes.
As it was coined in graffiti. Where was that at again?
It was under an underpass.
Yeah. I'm
sure our listeners.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out.
Yeah.
Once I find it, I'm going to definitely have to check that out. But the Astros did take care of business last night.
Yeah.
9-1. Light work of the Miami Marlins. I do enjoy Lopez, how the last few weeks or so we've been able to come in here around midweek. No, today's Thursday, but around the middle of the week and talk about them handling business against teams that I am so glad have been on their schedule. You remember the White Sox?
Yep.
And then we talked about the Rockies a little bit later being even worse than that somehow. Like somehow you're worse than the worst. And then the Marlins, they got some bad news bears in them as well.
Yeah, go ahead and get the sweep, man. Go ahead and get it done.
Get the brooms out.
Yeah, get the brooms out. Taking care of business seems like a given, but it's not, as we all know, because the Astros this year have lost to teams that they had no business losing. Care of business part is showing a little something, especially when you consider they're beating these bad teams, which you're supposed to do, and isn't always as easy as you might think. But they're doing it with a depleted pitching staff, with a roster of kind of makeshift roster here and there, and also with everything going on around this city.
Yeah, I really enjoyed, just specific to last night's game, watching Framber Valdez be exactly what we expect him to be. And I know it's against the Marlins. I know that they are, and I guess. You know what last night was? It was a nod to lefties, to left-handed pitching, to Joey Loperfido in his second career home run. He also mentioned, I didn't think about this until he talked about it after the game, but this was kind of cool. Both of his home runs have come on nights when he was without power and had to stay with one of the pitchers.
That's badass.
So the last time, back in May when it happened, he didn't have power and he had to stay with Spencer Arrighetti. This time it happens. He doesn't have power, apparently, and he's staying with Hunter Brown. So showing power when he doesn't have power, I guess, is pretty cool. But shout out to left-handers, and specifically Framber Valdez, getting back to the ground ball pitcher ways and being something that I didn't feel like he was in his last outing, or I didn't feel like he was, even though they're surviving it. Reliable. He felt reliable, even though it was against a team that is as bad as the Marlins are overall, and specifically against left-handed pitching.
And that's another aspect of this that who are criticizing this don't get. These players are in the same boat as we are, a lot of them. They don't have power. They have to use generators. I get that it's a different, amount. It's a different culture, different style that they have. More resources, all that stuff, but they still like I was texting with Gerard the other day. They still don't have power. He's got a generator going, man.
Yeah.
I mean, and these Astros players without power, they are doing things to go to work just like everybody else.
Yeah. Those are two tangible examples of, and two that I'm talking about that we've talked about on the show. Titus Howard, who we saw having to dig his big ass truck out of a ditch yesterday. Or maybe it was the day before, and now hearing from Joey Loperfido post-game that he's hitting his home run in the midst of him not having power. That's John Lopez. I'm B. Scott with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next, we are now officially less than a week away
How about that?
from us broadcasting live outside of Texans training camp. We got training camp thoughts. That's next on In the Loop.
Your home for Texans training.
Time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Your Eaton sports leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
We are officially less than a week away from Texans training camp right up the street down there on Kirby at NRG Stadium or across from NRG Stadium, the practice facility. And fellas,
hope they have power.
I think by then.
Get it? Well,
what if they don't have power?
Well,
what would they do?
We're giving them an 8 to 10 day start.
Yeah.
So you would think they would.
You would think.
And you know what?
Yeah.
That'll be another controversy.
Yeah.
Let's make that an in sports controversy. We can get our Whitmire on and be like, how do the Astros have power in playing baseball and the Texans can't do their training camp thing? Like, right?
Hey, I'm sure you'd be happy about that.
Hey, by the way, let me give you, before we get into this, a quick confession that's related to that, because I was just talking about it during the break. Need to bring it to everyone.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I followed at Centerpoint on Twitter just so I could read the comments. It's so funny.
Just so you can watch them get drugged.
It's incredibly sad, but it's also very funny. They tweeted a little while ago, we reached our goal of restoring 1 million customers. We expect to have an additional 400,000 customers by Friday, additional 400,000 by Sunday. By Sunday? The comments are like, one of them, the first one I saw was, we have a legal, from a lawyer, obviously. We have a legal term for that. Complete horse bleep. Bro, he said, bro, you're celebrating first downs and you're down 5 touchdowns.
Bro, we're at the point where
Chris
we're calling,
Paul hit the 3 to cut the lead to 42.
Yeah.
Hey, I just love we're at the point where we're calling Centerpoint bro, my guy. We're broing and my guying Centerpoint.
I'm just here for like you said, for them getting drugged.
So y'all know I've been also kind of behind the scenes on the news side of this, right?
Yeah.
And so I've been, of course, monitoring how the narratives play out, like how information gets disseminated from Centerpoint and then how it gets filtered through the media, right?
Yeah.
And their focus, this has fascinated me a little bit, how their focus has been on how many, this exact point that the commenter is making, how many they've restored, and then the news going like, hey, you know what though?
That's still a million short.
It's still a million people who ain't got power. We gonna write that. Yeah. That's the point that we gonna broadcast instead of, putting out these pom-poms and everything else.
Yeah.
But speaking of pom-poms, we do have Texans training camp. We're going to be there a week from today, broadcast, and I'm excited about it. But I got these Texans training camp thoughts that I want to run by you and see what the loopholes think of them. So let's start with the top.
Yeah.
I feel like this is pretty obvious, but I want to make the point and a side point from it. The wide receivers, I feel like early on, because early on in training camp, there's not a whole lot of hitting, and you're not going to see a lot in the trenches and all of that. You are going to be able to see, I think, more this up front, how good this wide receiving core is. With Stephon Diggs added into the mix, with Nico Collins emerging as a star within his own right, with Tank Dell not so quietly being the one that a lot of us are even more excited about with those two guys already on the team.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, enough said.
Yeah.
I think the wide receivers are going to steal the show early, but I'm predicting an early camp favorite. I don't know. I'm assuming he's going to make the team, but an early camp favorite.
And that is?
Ben Skoranek.
Oh, I agree with both of those things.
Ben Skoranek. But this is my point. We're going to have all of that star power. We're going to be wowed by what C.J. Stroud's doing with Stephon Diggs, with Nico Collins, with Tank Dell.
Yeah.
Hell, John Mechie might even be getting into the mix, making plays.
He might be a favorite.
Noah Brown's probably going to be out there making plays. All of these guys whose names we really know going to be out there doing their thing.
Yeah.
And Ben Skoranek is going to be a camp.
I agree with both those. On the first point, makes total sense. I mean, that's what happened. After I believe it was the first or second day of camp, I remember coming in the next day, sitting right here going, hey, man, Tank Dell is legit. I mean, just watching him run his routes, I was like, this dude can get open. No hitting yet, no nothing. So I think that's accurate on that. And Ben Skoranek, he's been kind of not even really low key because I've been saying it a lot, but just kind of outside of a few mentions here and there, I think he's kind of being overlooked a little bit. They brought him in for a reason, man. They have a pretty deep.
I cannot wait, honestly, and maybe I'm telling on myself a little bit about the Ben Skoranek thing because he might be one of my favorites too. I'm fascinated to see all the different ways that they might use him, from special teams to all of the potential gadget plays that he could be a part of,
blocking
and blocking as well. Like, he's a guy who can do some things, obviously, with the ball and without the ball that I think are going to be super valuable for the team.
I'm with you 100% on both those.
All right, so another one, kind of related. I don't feel like we talked enough about the Stephon Diggs versus Derek Stingley battles that we're going to get at training camp.
Yeah.
Like, this is, I think, really the only time we're really going to see it at this kind of level. Once the season gets going, you're not going to see a whole ton of it. And we have less access to practice during the season than we do at training camp. So the specifically, Stephon Diggs and Derek Stingley battles is one of the things that I'm going to be, when I go over there to look at something specific, that's what I want to watch.
You're right, but I'm going to be looking at something else because we saw it during minicamp. When I saw Kamari Lassiter one-on-one with Stephon Diggs a couple of times at minicamp, I was like, all right, maybe that 4.6, is 4.5 on the field, or 4.4 on the field.
Yeah.
I want to see Lassiter in the same vein.
So since you mentioned him, a prediction. This is not just a training camp thought, but a training camp prediction. Maybe call it a post-training camp prediction. Kamari Lassiter wins that job. Like, I'm calling my shot now.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter, number two. Start not nickel corner, not slot, not inside.
Yeah.
Kamari Lassiter wins the job opposite Derek Stingley, number 2 corner, and we ride.
Yeah,
that's my prediction.
I'm with you on that one too, and the reason is they know what they have. They put him on the field as the number 2 in minicamp without blinking. I mean, they didn't put Okudah out there. They didn't put Henderson out there. Hey, let's bring him along slowly. Let him learn a little bit. No, they put Lassiter out there at minicamp. So I'm with you. I think that he's just going to take the next step and win that job.
Yeah, I think that there's been way too much, really, on all the skepticism on all the corners.
Yeah.
From Lassiter and the speed to the bust. Obviously, us knowing about those other guys being first-round busts between Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson. I feel like all of it is fair and also overplayed because for the roles that you're asking them to do, if Derek Stingley gets hurt, then we're having a different kind of conversation, right?
Yeah.
But as either number 2 corner and or depth at corner, I think you've got some decent options between Lassiter and even Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson not being asked to be the guy necessarily that they were drafted to be, but to be the other guy. I don't see why any of those guys can't at least do for you. If they're not as good as Steven Nelson, at least do for you, function as Steven Nelson did.
Yeah, I think Okudah especially. I think, he's been, quote-unquote, a bust or certainly not living up to expectations of where he was drafted. Third position in a third role, I think that might be where he thrives, and that might be all they want him to do.
We'll do some more of these later on in the show. I got one more for you before we get out of here.
Yeah.
I think Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz are going to be attached at the hip. Dalton Schultz, what I've learned about him is that he is very much a teacher and mentor and cerebral guy in the locker room, kind of underrated. People don't talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
But he functions in that way. And Cade Stover, we can't forget, is still new to the position. And from what I understand, is a sponge.
Yeah.
Is a worker bee, if you will, and the type that is going to want to soak up as much information from Dalton Schultz as he possibly can. And I do believe that is actually going to manifest itself in him being a factor for the Texans this season as a rookie.
Yeah, and he's another one that even, you can overplay minicamp. Trust me, we all know. But certainly seem to be fitting that role in minicamp, and I think they have high hopes for him.
Those are the training camp thoughts. We will share some more later on in the show. But coming up next, Team USA beat Canada last night in an exhibition game. I'm going to tell you how a Rockets player poked the bear, and also a signing in the AFC South, a pretty notable one, too, at that. So that's coming up next on In the Loop.
$25 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
So Team USA took down Canada in an exhibition game last night. Beat them by about 14 points. 86-72 was the final score.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a pretty prominent Canadian that actually plays for the Houston Rockets. And we're curious if this guy's personality and this guy's fan the Flames might have done exactly that with Team USA. Did one Dylan Brooks poke the bear that is Team USA? You decide.
Your personal view about what you face not only Wednesday, but when you get to Paris and probably see the United States in the knockout round?
Yeah, but they got to guard. They got to play defense. Every team that has to play against us has to guard us, to scout against us. And we were just going to play our game and make adjustments there.
Okay, so Dylan Brooks was asked, about, what do you got to do against Team USA? He said, well, they got to play defense. Bro. I said it again, bro. They did.
They did. They did.
You scored 72 points.
And let's be fair. Let's be fair. The Canadians have a more impressive starting five than I realized until I actually watched them play.
No, they're a medal favorite.
Yeah, no, I mean,
they're a medal favorite.
I just had not thought much about it.
Yeah.
But then you look out there and they start Jamal Murray, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, R.J. Barrett, Dylan Brooks, and Dwight Powell.
Yeah.
That is a
That's all right.
That's a decent enough lineup.
No. They're going to be in the hunt for a medal.
They got Kelly Olynyk coming off the bench.
Yeah.
That is a decent squad. So I understand the confidence. But man, you talk about Team USA.
72 points.
and Dylan Brooks of all people should know what he's up against because he has to guard here on the team.
Yeah.
On a nightly basis, he might be guarding Devin Booker, LeBron James, Steph Curry, Drew Holiday, Anthony Edwards, Tyrese Halliburton, all the guys that are on, Jason Tatum, everybody that's on this team.
Yeah.
He should know damn well they got to play defense against you.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Here's the thing, too. I get that Dylan Brooks, this is how he plays his best. By poking the bear, as you put it, by staring down people during the warm-up line and all that. He really does need to pick his spots. Tap the brakes just a little bit.
It's not in him.
Just tap the brakes a little bit.
It's not in him, Lopez. It's not in him.
He's looking bad.
He only knows one way.
And it doesn't work.
Well,
it works some, but it's not working now.
I think it works for him or in his. I don't
to
think
get his best.
Yeah. I think he gets something out of it. And if that's the case, or if at least he thinks so, I think it maybe is worth it to him, especially if he doesn't care about the other side of it.
They are searching out Dylan Brooks, Team USA. Remember how the old dream team was it Michael was trying to prove a point to some college player in one of those games and just destroyed him.
You mean Michael Jordan had taken something personally?
Yes, and just destroyed this poor fool, and I wish I could remember who it was. The Team USA is doing that. Just tap and then you see what he did after the game. They just lost by 14, 16 points, whatever it was. Scored 72 points. So they're interviewing all the Texans the Team USA players, the players, then a little space, and then there's a rope where the cameras are. He went between the rope and the players.
Devin
Booker and others too. They just showed the Devin Booker walking in front of between them and the cameras like just stone faced.
Yes, anti-American.
Just tap the brakes a little bit, Dylan.
So the players around the league legitimately dislike him.
Hate him.
They do not like him.
Yeah.
And he, to his credit, legitimately does not seem to care.
Yeah.
I feel like you got to at least respect the lack of giving a bleep. And I do. but I do
to a point.
I do also question the strategy.
Yeah, to a point.
I question the strategy.
Like if you want to stand there stone-faced staring down LeBron in the warm-up line in whatever, May in a regular season game, okay. But not then, man. Not like that. Just tap it a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to get old quick.
Yes.
So I actually enjoyed having Dillon Brooks on the Rockets last year more than I thought.
Yeah.
I was not.
I did too. No, I gave him a lot of credit.
I was not in favor of that signing when they did it.
Yeah.
But as it went on, I did not hate having him on the team. But I do have a Rockets prediction for y'all.
Yeah.
I think Amin Thompson, some combination of Amin Thompson and Tari Eason are actually going to take minutes away from Dillon Brooks.
Could see it.
And I feel like he's a short timer here.
Yeah.
Like I could see him being a part of a deal. I understand that Ime Udoka likes looking at kind of giving the side eye to.
Yeah.
But his grit and kind of attitude and everything actually works for Udoka. But in terms of like players that are ascending and players that the Rockets need to be prioritizing, not just their development, but their actual production and what they can offer you on the basketball court.
Yeah.
Like I think that Amin Thompson and Tari Eason have a chance to this upcoming year be better defensive players than Dillon Brooks is today. So I even question how long Dillon Brooks will even be a Houston Rocket.
No, I think that's absolutely fair. Kind of a transitional guy. Getting Udoka going on his new culture and the new way he does things, and then moving on.
The biggest challenge for the Rockets this year, I feel like, is going to be figuring out how to divvy up this minutes. They got all these young guys. They also got these two guys, these older veterans. I shouldn't say older, but these veterans, expensive veterans that they paid and expect to play. Figuring out, it will be interesting watching them figuring out how to navigate and divvy up these minutes next year between now this core 7, because I think Reed Shepherd is going to force the issue as well.
Oh, he's going to get on the field. No, it's not going to be a direct correlation to.
Yeah, they're going to have to put him on the court.
Yeah.
Like they're going to definitely have to put him on the court because he does a thing that nobody else really on the team can do.
Yeah, and while it's not a direct correlation to Dillon Brooks, it is minutes.
Yeah,
it's minutes.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely, absolutely. So a little bit of breaking news in the division. Does it scare you at all that the Titans, Jamal Adams, safety fame, Jamal Adams? I will say this.
So a team in the AFC South signed a safety. Huh. A
little interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's Justin Simmons up to?
Wait a minute. I was going to say, I know you're not suggesting that the Texans themselves actually had been interested in Jamal Adams.
No, I'm saying
you got your eye on somebody else.
Yes.
I'm actually laughing that they didn't sign Justin Simmons.
Yeah.
If they was interested in safety.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I felt like it was a better one out there.
Yeah.
What if Justin Simmons is waiting on a better opportunity and the Titans just ain't it?
Like I said, AFC South team signs a safety.
This doesn't do anything for you at all in terms of the Titans getting better or how much you might have to worry about them. I do feel like they are the biggest afterthought in the division, despite the fact that they have done some things this offseason.
It doesn't scare me, as you put it, but I'm fascinated. They think they're acting like they're going to be a contender. They act like they're going to be a contender. I mean, is it something they have a secret? They know something that nobody else does? Because they're adding players. They're signing free agents. They got a new defensive coordinator. They brought in a couple cornerbacks, and now the safety. They're talking up Will Levis. They are acting like a contender. Doesn't scare me, but it is fascinating.
I don't believe in what they're doing per se.
Right.
But I can't knock them for doing it. Does that make sense? Like I can at least respect the effort, even if once I look at it, and still doesn't really do a whole lot for me. Now, I like their receiving core, and I think Will Levis, at the very least, has the right attitude, kind of like that gamer. I'm just going to go out there and do my thing, kind of sling it mentality. But I don't believe in it fully. But you think about this Jamal Adams signing, I don't believe in that either. But their secondary was bad. And they have made the moves, acquiring L'Jarius Sneed, now signing Jamal Adams. Like, they are, at the very least, trying to address the fact that they are the AFC South afterthought. The AFC South is getting better, and they can't afford to say do what Indianapolis did, which was stand pat and re-up your own. No, you're not on that level. You're not good enough. You got to bring in some reinforcements.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily believe in or think that the results are going to be there, but I can't knock them for trying.
No, not at all.
It's the best way to put it. So what do you think is taking so long for the Texans to do the thing that you just suggested?
Yeah.
And go get that safety. Go get Justin Simmons. I know you want him.
Yeah,
I know you
I've wanted
him.
Petrie, they trust.
That's part of it. But I think that it's a discussion they have to be having.
Do you think it happens? What do you think the chances are that Justin Simmons is in the Texans' eyes at least?
I generally hear things or get a good feel for things. I got no feel on this. I'm going to say 50-50.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
And I got to say the same.
Yeah.
Because it is weird that a player would be available.
Yeah.
And the Texans can use him.
He's really, really good.
Yeah.
He's really good.
You think so?
Really, really good.
He's really good. And then and you absolutely have these question marks at the position.
And he's a Mahomes killer.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
That's something to keep in mind. But you got these questions that cannot be avoided with Jimmy Ward and the health issues over the last couple of years. Love Jimmy Ward and his leadership and his background with DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
But you do have to consider the injury history, how that played out last year.
Yeah.
And there's no reason why I don't think he couldn't play with Jalen Petrie or that Jalen Petrie should really even factor into the decision on whether you pursue Justin Simmons. I feel like that's just a natural fit, and everybody else kind of gets in where they fit in around that.
If it's an upgrade, it's an upgrade.
Yeah, man. That is the one thing. Like, watching the Titans do this does not scare me. I respect it, though.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And kind of wish the Texans would be going in the same direction.
Yeah.
So we'll see. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next, we've got an Astros trade rumor. It's an expensive one. So would you do it? That's next.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Brandon Scott with John Lopez and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. And the Astros operating a little bit differently now than they were earlier in the year. On a streak, winning games. They are for sure a contender. They may not be leading the division, but right there on the Mariners' heels, they are for sure a contender at this point, or at the very least, a potential buyer at the trade deadline. And John Heyman of the New York Post, also I think an Odyssey MLB Insider,
yes, he is,
reports that the Astros are in the market, and we know this, they're in the market for a starting pitcher or two if it is a clear upgrade over what they have.
Yeah.
Their ideal target, the way John Heyman reports it for the New York Post, is that their dream target is thought to be Arizona Diamondbacks first baseman Christian Walker, who is a free agent to be.
Yeah.
Now, just a little bit of background on Christian Walker. This is arguably, this year at the very least, the best first baseman, especially one that could be available to you.
Yeah.
But he makes a case for top 2 or 3 first basemen in all of baseball. So this would be said clear upgrade. Question is, do the Astros have enough to get him? Do you have the appetite of what it would take to go get a player the caliber of one Christian Walker for the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Yeah, and then on top of that, that's not even mentioning what because you'd have to give up a ton for him. The rumor is right now that they would be interested in Luis Baez, who's the number 2 prospect in the entire outfielder, number 2 prospect in the entire Astros organization. So that's just one player for that first baseman. And then you start adding a pitcher, as you mentioned, or 2, and whatever other possibilities are there. Astros are getting ready to give it all up.
I don't think they're going to be able to accomplish all of these goals.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I think that they'll be fortunate if they're able to get starter and bat, or maybe 2 pitchers and not the bat.
And that's why.
But I don't think they're going to be able.
I'm the guy who was sitting here last week saying, you know what, screw it, just go for it. And I still feel that way, but once you start seeing some of these names being bandied about, because you mentioned Walker, Jim Bowden has mentioned, actually just a few minutes ago.
Jim Bowden of The Athletic.
Yeah, of The Athletic, saying that they also have shown interest in Garrett Crochet, which you mentioned, we talked about, Kevin Gausman, Austin Gomber, other starting pitchers. So I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, yeah, they're going for it. Good deal. This is going to be the window. The window's going to be closing real soon after this. Go for it. But then part of me also is, man, they're not going to have anything for the future. They're not going to have squat moving down the road.
I bring this up every time we talk about this, though, Lopez.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious because this is always my thought on it. How good do you feel about that future anyway?
Exactly.
To begin with. That's the reason why I'm willing to do it, because I think it needs replenishing to begin with. I don't feel that great about any of the prospects. We see it every time they have to bring up a pitcher, and we're glad a lot of times that it ends up working out.
Yeah.
But it's not like there is a ton there. You don't want to give up everything, which is why I don't think they're going to be able to pull off all of their goals. But I am not so married to an Astros farm system that all of the experts tell me is not that good to begin with. So if you tell me I can use whatever you got there that you at least can dangle in front of a team to extend the window now, or to capitalize on the right now, a window that feels like it's timeline here that feels like it's kind of dwindling down to the end. You tell me I can extend that, or at least make this year more competitive than I thought it could be at the beginning of it. I want to do that. Like that is an investment that I'm willing to make.
You would do it.
I would do it. Would you? Would you do it?
I'm leaning towards screw it. I'm still on that side. Just do it.
F them picks.
Yeah, but you've got
them picks.
We're talking about 2 or 3 of your top prospects, maybe a frontline a major league, current player currently on the major league roster. That's an awful lot. It does make you pause a little bit, and think about it. But I'm leaning toward, you know what? We don't know what the future, even if they keep all their prospects, if what it's going to be. we do know that this is going to be one of the last shots.
My question would be, and one thing that would make me hesitant about it or not feel as great about it, and again, I would do it.
Yeah.
But what wouldn't make me feel as great about it would be if they have no interest at all in re-signing this guy or extending this guy. Like if he is exactly what I said he is, which is one of the top 3 to 5 first basemen in baseball, and this year performing in some ways as the defensively, if you look at some of the defensive metrics, he's the best defensive first baseman.
He's got an 846 OPS
that's out there
and 22 home runs.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Yeah.
So they would have to pay up. I don't know exactly what his market would be, and they did sign Jose Abreu, so they have paid. We've seen them pay for a first baseman.
Yeah.
Do they see it in him? Is this somebody that they would pay? If not, lean more toward the points that you're making of, man, you're mortgaging the future. You're selling the farm.
No, you're everything.
Just basically everything just for a run that, let's be honest, they can make a run, but they don't feel like, the best team in the American League or anything.
See, that's
like
the
that.
second part of it. I'm glad you brought that up. Because, okay, let's say they get – by the way, some of the other ones that they're reportedly, talking about are Luis Severino and Pete Alonso with the Mets, Cody Bellinger, Andrew Vaughn. So let's say they get Garrett Crochet, give up a lot, and they get Christian Walker, give up a whole lot. Does that team get you to the ALCS?
That's the issue. Well, I mean, I think honestly, it's open enough, and postseason baseball is unpredictable enough that as constructed now, they've got enough to get to the ALCS.
This squad.
I honestly believe I wouldn't pick them.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't pick them. I don't think that they're a favorite.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of a wide open field. Like if you get in, that's the whole point of this discussion, though, Lopez. If you win the worst division in baseball, you get in, it doesn't disqualify you from winning the whole damn thing.
No.
You got in. So that's why it's so important that they hawk these pitiful ass Mariners and do their thing.
Yeah.
And come on, Padres, they haven't done us any favors.
No. No.
We just got the same results every night.
Still two games back.
Doing that Spider-Man meme. Yeah. But either way, like I fit in, and the Astros do have enough to make some noise. Making this move, though, making moves like this changes the conversation. I do think it puts you
in a better place.
In a better place.
Yeah.
Maybe makes you closer to being in that tier. I don't know if it promises you anything.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like that's the way to operate, right? Like you've got to go in with the mindset of, hey, for whatever reason, we thought that Jose Abreu was going to be closer to what he was at the end of the 2023 season and not even worse than he was at the beginning of the 2023 season, which is what 2024 ended up being for him. They did not predict that, and that's their fault. But now at first base, you're relying on John Singleton, who's a great story, a great redemption story, comeback story, and it's great that he can go out there and contribute for you. But you've got a hole at first base.
Yeah.
You got John Singleton out there who, again, great story, but that was not your plan. And nobody would pretend like that should have been your plan, as much as I love that story.
Yeah.
And you got Mauricio Dubon out there kind of wasting him at first base when he should be playing basically everywhere else and relieving everybody whenever there's a chance to do so.
Yeah.
So if you can upgrade that position where you are objectively weak and bring in a player of this caliber, I feel like it changes the game for you, and you're already a team that's in the mix.
And only one person is making this decision. We always talk about the people in his ear, in Jim Crane's ear, et cetera, et cetera. He understands this is the future of my organization. This is keeping customers rolling through the turnstiles. That is one of the big factors for him. Staying relevant, winning. He obviously values that very, very highly. But he has to make that decision. Am I willing to because keep in mind, the Astros are already right now today, before these two proposed trades, or at least two proposed trades that are on the table, they rank anywhere from 27 to 30 in terms of their minor league system. So they'll be DFL, if they get rid of some of these guys. That's hard to recover from. So he does have to weigh that, but I think he's leaning kind of like you and I are talking about. Screw it, screw it, let's go, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So obviously we know the big trade that they made last year was bringing Verlander back.
Yeah.
Which at the time kind of felt like a no-brainer because they could use the help, and Justin Verlander at that point was
ready.
Was not serving any purpose on the Mets anymore. Like the Mets were punting. You know, they it's funny how they had gone all in, spent all of that money, got the richest owner in sports. And nope, didn't work out.
Yeah.
Got to get rid of everybody almost as soon as they got there.
Yeah.
But for me, it will be fun watching Dana Brown navigate. And like you said, who's making this decision?
It's one guy.
I mentioned Dana Brown, but really.
Well, Dana Brown's doing the legwork.
Right.
Yeah.
What Dana Brown represents, right? Like he's doing the legwork of what Jim Crane and whoever is in Jim Crane's ear, whoever got his legwork, that it'll be interesting to see how they navigate that and what the priorities are and what they're actually able to get out of this, given the fact that we all know they don't have a whole lot in that minor league system.
Yeah, and to be honest, you know, they are telling us already that they're willing to mortgage everything in the future for the here and now, because these are solid, reputable reports. You know, Nightingale and Bowden, those two dudes are plugged in.
Yeah.
So I
John Heyman.
Heyman, I'm sorry. I totally am in that they are in on all these guys. They are talking about all this. So it's being discussed. Ultimately, the decision has to be made, but it's being discussed. He's got the marching orders.
You mentioned Christian Walker's 839 OPS. A couple of other numbers on Christian Walker that I think are relevant that I think people want to probably know and understand. WAR, wins above replacement. It's one of those advanced stats that really get people paid these days.
Yeah.
Among first basemen, Christian Walker is third, only behind Bryce Harper and Freddie Freeman.
How about that?
So he's not Bryce Harper or Freddie Freeman, but he's basically the next best
He's
thing.
literally in the neighborhood.
Another advanced stat, I'll be stat nerd Seth for a quick second.
Yeah.
Weighted runs created. I know you don't like this stat.
I hate this stat.
But it basically measures how well do you produce runs. It's basically an advanced stat for RBI. If I could dumb it down a little bit, he's top 5. The only one's better: Bryce Harper, Freddie Freeman, Michael Bush, Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Yeah.
So he is in that tier. One last one, defensively, the very best this year in outs above average and runs prevented. So he's this year the best defensive first baseman in baseball. You can see why this might be their dream guy.
Yeah, it is.
Does it sound like a dream guy to you?
Yeah.
Top defensive first baseman and top 3 to 5 at the plate. Like to me, when you spill out those numbers and say, hey, this is how good this guy is performing, and he's a free agent to be, and he could be got, I want to pull the plug.
Yeah.
I want to go out there and do it. Shoot the shot.
I think that's where I fall. I really do. And also, you know, here's another factor, you know, for down the stretch. You know, eventually, I guess, you're going to get Kyle Tucker back. Eventually, well, he's not even out yet, but Jordan got banged up again. That's like 3 times in the last month that he's been banged up. So, you know, he probably will feel better and be the same old Jordan. So you're going to have the power element back.
Yeah.
You're going to have the power element back with this team.
So another thing, I'm glad you mentioned that, because one of the things that has impressed me about them is how the power has been there.
No, they're not a power team right now.
But it's not overwhelming.
Yeah.
They're better than most. Like they're showing more power than most, especially over this run. If we take it back to the White Sox series, right?
Yeah.
They're still one of the better teams in slugging, but they're like at the very average on base percentage.
That's what they're doing,
which is consistent with what we talk about on a daily basis on them. You know, moving the line along, sacrifice flies, like just doing the small ball things that aren't necessarily synonymous with Astros baseball, but it's been a huge part of this current run that they're on. And then you mentioned adding these power elements on top of it. It's like, oh, by the way,
you've been doing most of it without Tucker.
You do have Jordan, and Jordan not necessarily at he has these streaks, these hot streaks, but not necessarily at like supreme Jordan. And like you mentioned, Kyle Tucker's been out for like a month.
Yeah.
So it is It is
with
already
a bruise.
With a bruise.
Come on.
Quote unquote. It's already impressive what they're doing already. Add a bat and a player like Christian Walker, I do feel like you're changing the conversation.
You're changing the way you do business. You got power at first base all of a sudden. You got power with Tucker coming back. And, of course, Yordan, you have power there, and we know the other guys.
So I am intrigued by and find funny your skepticism every time an Astros player gets hurt.
Yeah.
Do you feel like Yordan Alvarez has a broken hand?
Maybe not a broken hand, but I don't believe anything. How do you know the Astros are lying?
You don't trust a damn thing that they ever say.
Their mouths are open.
Figgy, this is one of my favorite bits on the station right now.
But it's not even a bit.
It is,
but it's not.
It is, but it's not. It is, but it's not, because what it is earned skepticism.
Yes, it's crying
by the Astros, but it's also Lopez going to the extreme, and every time it's like, oh man, here we go again.
Yeah.
Them lying ass Astros.
Look,
you don't believe anything that they say when it comes
a
to
player could be sick and have the flu. Lopez be like, I don't know about that. I don't believe the Astros.
100%. And what have they done to say that would be not merited?
Let me tell you how bad it is, Figgy. I'm watching the post game yesterday. Kevin Eschenfelder gets up there, makes a joke to start the post-game show that he beat up Michael Bourne, and so Michael Bourne had to go home. Obviously joking.
Yeah.
But then says, of course, Michael apparently had gotten sick and had to go, and so Eschenfelder went solo on the post-game show yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought, man, if Lopez is watching this, he's probably thinking, man, that might be true. Something might have actually happened to Michael Bourne. Or is he sick really? Or is he in a coma?
What have they done to prove to anyone that they are absolutely telling the truth? Nothing. Dude, I mean, we Kyle Tucker had a bruise.
It might be a bruise.
For a month?
Yeah, something's got to be. You figure something's got to be
Justin
fractured.
Verlander had a sore,
shattered
neck discomfort, whatever.
The Verlander thing bothers me more than anything.
Yeah.
Because it's like, just neck discomfort.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with dude.
Yeah.
Like, because we heard a little bit of an update from a spotter about liking him in his, he played catch yesterday. It's one of those little incremental updates that we get about one of the pitchers' status. Good. He was more decisive or more conviction with his throws and all that kind of stuff. But it's like, man, we went from neck discomfort and he might not be on the injured list to, man, I'm so glad that he's able to play catch and have some conviction behind his throws more so than the last time I saw him.
All I'm doing is reacting to what you are telling me. Everything you have told me. Hell, man, go back to Urquidy. Go back to any of these guys. You know?
They are rightfully not trustworthy.
Yeah.
I will give you that. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig, rolling along on In the Loop. Coming up next, Big 12 Media Days just ended yesterday. We got some interesting thoughts on the Big 12. That's coming up next on In the Loop.
The countdown to trade. presents In the Loop.
The Big 12 is doing everything it can to stay relevant, from trying to poach ACC and former Pac-12 schools to naming rights deals and corporate sponsorships for the conference. Most recent report is that they're trying to get Florida State, they're trying to get Clemson, they're trying to get Notre Dame and Miami. They're reportedly in deep talks with the Big 12. And the commissioner, Brett Yormark, has also secured a private equity deal that could make those schools the richest in college football. I think you and I agree on this, Lopez. Nobody is going to confuse the Big 12 for the SEC or for the Big 10. I mean, I think the proof is in the pudding just based off of how much money they're making. But I do feel like the Big 12 is interesting and is on to something and is doing a hell of a job in playing this survival game that is the evolution of college athletics.
I do think I'm not going to go as far as you because I really think that they're going to fade. All due respect, they're going to be an increase, and that's going to carry them a lot. I think football pays the bills, as we all know. Not all the bills, but pays almost all the bills. And I think the brand of the Big 12, which is so important right now, is taking a hit. But you mentioned the ACC thing. That's the Hail Mary, so to speak. If you can land Florida State, Clemson, Notre Dame, and Miami,
that changes things to me.
That makes it on par with any conference anywhere. So I think like that's crucial right now. Like the Big 12 as is right now is going to be fighting, for respect. I mean, not to throw a cliche out there, but when it comes to the thing that matters most, and that's football season.
Do you think it's good enough to just be third though? Like if you can survive the attrition, survive all of the realignment, even if it is weird to have all of these different schools who don't have an identity with one another trying to form that and it just being weird. Other conferences are doing the same thing now. If you can survive at the very least, is it not good enough? Do you think it's good enough to be third, even if third is last, but you're a little bit you're a little bit different and innovative in the ways that you're trying to make money for the conference? Like I think it is an interesting spot to be in because they're not like Brett Yormark talks about. They're going to be number one. We're going to make us number one and all of that. Like I don't buy into that. He's supposed to talk like that. I don't buy that, but I do buy into being a strong.
Oh, I
think it's in play.
I'm not saying they're not going to be entertaining. They're going to play that wild Big 12 football that they do. I think Utah helps them a lot. I think Arizona and Arizona State don't really help them very much. But having Colorado with Deion and Shador and all that, they're going to be fun to watch. But that's not going to resonate with the fans that don't have an affiliation. Like if you're just a college football fan. I don't think that's going to resonate. You have to get these other squads.
Yeah, 100%. But that's what makes, like you said, the ACC part interesting. Because if you've got a Florida State, Clemson, Notre Dame, look, and I'm sorry, Sean Pendergast, if you're listening, I don't think he is. He's on vacation. But Notre Dame is like the one power who every time they have a chance to win a championship, I don't actually believe that they have a chance to win it.
Yeah.
But ideally, or as an idea, those are actual national brands. Notre Dame's going to be the hardest one.
They're not going to
ever convince to do it. But in theory, these would be the ways to survive, I think.
Yeah, no, that is the way. Like, don't get me wrong. I admire the effort because if you those are some programs now. I mean, they would be wouldn't they? Yeah, they'd be the top 4 programs in that conference immediately.
Yeah, but then also this sponsorship deal that they're talking about doing with Allstate. Like, to me, I do have to give Brett Yormark some credit. Like
I said, I admire the effort.
Not to stroke the guy, but it's kind of similar to the Tennessee Titans point that I was making earlier. Maybe it's not, going to be fruitful, but you got to at least respect the effort. It feels like, the effort is there, and the Big 12, I don't think is dying. They're trying to figure out the best way to be third and third is how you stay relevant.
Well, they're absolutely not dying.
At the very least.
Absolutely not dying. But I just feel like, okay, you're not going to get there unless you get this thing done.
What is U of H doing?
Yeah.
Because they are in a weird spot. The Big 12 is, I feel like, at least innovative enough right now in trying to stay relevant. And I maybe this is related, but it doesn't seem like they're in a huge rush to hire an athletic director after they fired Pez. I don't know what's going on there. My guy, Willie Fritz, I do believe in him. Like, if there's anything that I believe in for sure, it's Willie Fritz. And I was looking at the preseason rankings and the preseason polls.
Second to last,
Lopez has got them next to last.
Yeah, second to last.
All of this excitement that they're trying to generate.
They'll be better than that, won't
And
they?
they got, listen.
Yeah.
All right, so my prediction on the Big 12.
Yeah.
And my knowledge of Willie Fritz as a Sam Houston State dude who was there when Willie Fritz was there and turned around a program on a much smaller scale, I understand. But this is what dude does.
Yeah.
Turned around Sam Houston State a decade ago, turned around Tulane. And had a decent run, I don't think as great as he wanted to be at Georgia Southern, but is known for turned around Blinn way, way, way back in the day. So, like, known for turning around time, imagining that they're going to be next to last in the Big 12.
Yeah, me too. But the other part of this, and I guess this is really where I kind of hesitate to crown them as Yormark said it's the most diverse nationally conference in the country. That's cool. The problem is, like, all these teams would be looking to get out if they had a chance.
Oh, that's a good point.
Every one of them.
Every
one of them would leave if they had a chance.
But is this not the result of taking all of the teams or the schools, the institutions that those upper echelon don't want? Like, if they have the opportunity, they would leave, but there's also a reason why they haven't gotten the opportunity. And maybe the motivation for being there is to get the exposure, to make the money, and to become, to progress into the program that is poached eventually.
Yeah.
So, like, they could effectively serve as a stepping stone to get to the next place.
Yeah, no, I think that's why they're there, because if they're being honest with themselves, they know that they are going to be, not looked at the way the SEC looks at other programs, the way that, your programs, Oklahoma and Texas.
Yeah.
They didn't say, hey, come on, Oklahoma State. And that's a hell of a football program. Like, that's probably the best overall over time football program in the Big 12. Baylor would be in that conversation. Utah would be in that conversation, but Oklahoma State, the SEC took your arch rival and said, "Nah, man, we're good. We're good with just that." So they have to use the Big 12 as, like you said, a proving ground to say, no, we belong in these other places. And that's why I think they would all leave. It's also why I think if you can get, I don't think anybody's going to get Notre Dame. I don't know, maybe. But if you can get these other squads, Florida State,
if you can get Florida State,
Clemson.
Like you need to be keyed in on Florida State and Clemson.
Yeah.
That's where it needs to be. That needs to be the focus. Florida State, Clemson, Miami to a far lesser degree.
Yeah.
But you take them as well. But Florida State and Clemson, to me, is a game changer, certainly a conversation changer. I just like how, just as an observer, how Yormark is kind of bullying the ACC.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, you know what? We're better than you.
I like it. That part I like. Trying.
You're the one that's going to be on the outside looking in. We're going after Florida State. We're going after Clemson. We're going to be the ones that survive. We are the third best, trying to become the first best, and basically letting the ACC know that you're next to be the one to get out the paint.
And they're doing it smartly. They're doing it the old-fashioned way with money whipping them. They're going to try to money whip them and get them in here, and they're actually thinking forward. Which I like. The ACC is not.
The thing I really like about it from a local standpoint, the idea that you could routinely see Florida State play right here in Houston, that you could routinely possibly see a Clemson play right here in Houston. Like, I agree with you that nationally it's not going to have the same appeal ever as these other places. Yeah. I agree with that. But I'm interested and excited about the local possibility. Like, having more. I like that about it when they first joined the Big 12. It's like, hey, we can see more Baylor here locally now, or more TCU, whatever it is locally here now.
Bring Oklahoma State in.
Hey,
yeah.
Bring Florida State in.
Utah and Texas Tech.
Bring the Hurricanes in. You know, like I that to me is an intriguing thing. I don't know how much buzz that's going to be nationally. Locally, it makes it even better for me as a college football scene.
The other thing that is no longer really the case, or I should say as much of a case, it used to be like when there was all this conference realignment, people were like, well, everybody wants to have their footprint in the Houston recruiting market. And that was true back then. It's not true anymore as much. And the reason is because of NIL, not to say that Houston or Oklahoma State or all those don't have NIL money. They do. What I'm saying, though, is it doesn't really matter about the recruiting footprint you have. It's like how much money is that player going to get from your program.
He is John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig, rolling along on In the Loop. Coming up next, the Home Run Derby is set. Why John Lopez is excited to watch it. That's coming up next on The Hits.
Yes, sir. D&M Auto Leasing right now. We're going to get you a new vehicle.
all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We were just talking about the Big 12. One former Big 12 squad, UT. One of their famous, I would say their most famous player, not nearly their best, but their most famous player.
Obviously not their best.
Arch Manning, little old Arch, is going to do the EA Sports video game. Y'all know EA Sports college football has had a roughly 11-year, decade plus, I think 11-year hiatus is coming back. There was talk in the spring about little old Manning was going to opt out. He wasn't going to do it. Now it turns out he is going to do it.
Yeah.
And not just that. As Figgy just indicated, the cash is going to be flowing. They're paying your boy, and this is actually a little bit of a low ball. I would expect them to get paid a little bit more for this, but there probably is more on
if
another
you look
side
at
of
the
it.
other players, what they got.
Yeah. But just to promote the thing, he's getting somewhere between $50,000 and $60,000. You got to admit, you got to figure that there is more money on the other side of this down the line and the marketing of it all. So I imagine this is probably going to get more than that. But the point is, money talks.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing it before, but when that money started talking, so did he.
Money talks, but this is a very honest question. I understand the magnitude of the Manning name. But does that change your mind at all? Does that affect you buying or playing this game?
Not at all.
People didn't give a damn.
Nothing.
None of that. Like they could.
Nothing.
It could. Like I remember back in my day when I had this game, we were playing with no names on there.
Yeah.
It was number 2, number 18. We all knew who it was, but it just wasn't the names.
It's crazy.
We did not care.
Zero.
It would be one thing if he was an actual player, like if he was actually expected to do something. But along with this conversation, like you can't write up a story about this, about Arch Manning now being on EA Sports and marketing, being paid to market the game. You can't write that story without also including in it that he will again this year back up Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
He's not really expected to play much. Now, he's being a good sport about it for now, it sounds like, and it sounds like he wants to stick around until it is his time to play.
Yeah.
But he ain't expected to play, and so you would think if he was somebody expected to be one of the stars of college football, that would make more sense than, hey, he's just the backup who's got the famous name.
I truly don't understand it. Like the Manning name carries weight in so many areas, like all over the sports landscape. Doesn't carry any weight here.
So I will point this out, and I don't know how much in the gaming community, but we do live in a day and age where names, titles, like search matters.
Yeah.
So like specific terms now matter. So it is possible that having a Manning period helps the game sell or helps the game.
I don't think so.
In its reach. I do think that that's at least possible.
Would you buy it because Arch Manning?
That's not the point. It's not about I'm buying it because of Arch Manning. It's that because his name is a part of it, maybe its visibility is increased. Like maybe more people become aware of the game.
Yeah.
That EA Sports is back. That hey, a Manning is on this game. Like you're not buying it because of it, but because maybe you become more aware of the game because his name is attached to it.
Maybe
that's all I could see.
Maybe what we're doing right now is worth $60,000 to them because like we're talking about.
I'd be damned. I want my cut.
Yeah, you know.
Me and you want a cut.
And
we leave this segment.
Give me just $5,000, and there's other stations and other people talking about maybe. But I feel like this is just EA Sports saying, well, we got to have Manning. Let's just go ahead and throw him 60. You know, we got to. I think they did it more for themselves than.
So is he is he on the cover too?
I don't think so. They released the cover already.
No, he's not on the cover.
Yeah,
he's not on the cover. But he's doing the commercials.
Yeah.
And they got his uncle out there calling plays
Eli.
with him. You know, even though he's going to be on the sideline holding the clipboard the whole time.
Yeah.
It is kind of awkward. Like it's got the Bronny feels to it. You know, it's got the Bronny feels to it.
Yeah,
now,
it does.
He is expected to be or that.
Yeah.
But we ain't.
He's not there yet.
He ain't bleeped the drop yet.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's kind of a similar thing when you think about it. Also here on the hits, Team USA beats Canada 86-72 last night. And Dylan Brooks poked the bear, looked like a fool. And, of course, Team USA makes him look like a fool, as the guys on that team tend to do.
Yeah, they were loving taking it to him. He was bragging before the game. You heard it earlier about, well, they got to play defense, talking about Team USA, and then they scored 72 points. He was messing up, I should say, disrupting the post-game interviews by walking in front of the guys and stuff. Just a little step back. I get it. That's what you do. That's how you get going. But just take a little step back. Tap the brakes.
You got to give him credit for his consistency, though.
Oh, he doesn't back down.
Like, he doesn't back down. He doesn't let up. He doesn't really kind of stop it. I actually, and I said this earlier, I actually enjoyed having Dylan Brooks on the Rockets more than I thought I would, more than I expected to. I just don't think that it's going to be here for much longer. Like, they've got players on that team that play similar to his position, around what his minutes would be, that I think are going to emerge. Like, to start the season, it's going to be kind of business as usual as it was for Dylan Brooks. But I could see guys like you got to think about it for the Rockets. They're going to get a healthy Tari Eason back. That dude's got to get minutes. Amen Thompson is on his way. Like, he is on his way, in the very least, as a defense that is future all NBA defensive guy. He's going to take minutes away from Dylan Brooks eventually. Tari Eason's going to take minutes away from Dylan Brooks eventually. They're going to have to figure out a way to get Reed Shepherd on the floor because he does a thing that really nobody else on the team does. And so I look at this as like, oh, man, we are seeing some of the last. Dylan Brooks will end up somewhere, but I don't think it's going to be with the Rockets for long, for sure. Also, I had to get this in because I'm not going to be in with you tomorrow.
Yeah.
I am excited to see Reed Shepherd make his Summer League debut against the Rockets tomorrow.
Hell yes.
I'm pumped about this.
Go 7 for 8.
Look, I don't think that this is going to be the catalyst to the Rockets becoming some kind of contender, or that they're going to fight for the 5th or 6th seed and like they're on their way and they just added the superstar. But he is a fun dude to watch play basketball.
He is.
Fundamentally sound, dare I use
shoot the ball, man.
Dare I use a buzz term for a white player?
Yeah.
Fundamentally sound.
Yeah, coach's kid.
Underrated athletic.
Yeah.
Shoots the ball well.
Yeah.
Feisty on defense.
Ooh, you're using them all.
But he's really good.
Yeah.
He's really good.
What's the other one that I hate?
I'm excited about watching him.
The other one I hate, he's a real intellectual player.
Oh, see, come on, man. I didn't go that far. I didn't go. I wasn't going to go that far.
He's also well spoken.
He's really going to bring a lot of intelligence to the team.
Yes.
He's really smart.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you saying?
Former player's son, really smart.
What are you saying?
Yeah. You know.
You know what?
You're excited about this.
I am. I've been out on the home run. I've checked in, obviously, especially toward the end. But I'm
as an event itself, like, there's not a whole lot of build up to the home run derby. It's hard to like gas up and promote. But once you sit down with it, it's a good watch, right?
Well, it's a better watch this year, which is why I'm in it. They changed the rules again. I did not like the way they did it, before, where it was a clock, because I thought Adam Spillane brought up a really good point. Like, you don't have time to appreciate the home runs as much because it's like pitch the ball, boom, pitch the ball, boom. And so they cut right back to the next swing. Now they're going back to the outs thing. They're going back to the whole field.
Yes.
Just going back to that. Now that you can see the big home run, back in the day, Chris Berman with the back and the crazy calls and all that. I think you're going to be able to appreciate the home runs more because it's not just going to be clock, try to get all your swings in and getting exhausted at the same time. So, I think it's going to be a much better watch. By the way, no Jordan. Thank God.
No, that's a good idea.
Thank God.
But like, Jordan in the home run derby would make me
nervous.
Nervous as a hooker in church.
Yes, nervous.
Like, we are anti Jordan.
I don't think you should ever do it
in the home run, as long as he's an Astro.
Yeah.
Like, so there is a little conflict here because I would like to see him do a home run derby.
I'd be too nervous, man.
But not as an Astros fan.
Yeah.
Like, if he played somewhere, somebody that likes to watch power hitters do their thing, like I like to watch Pete Alonso in the home run derby. I like to watch Bryce Harper in the home run derby. I like to watch Shohei and Juan Soto and guys like that. And Vlad Guerrero Jr., the Julio Rodriguez.
Yeah.
I like to watch these guys in the home run derby, but it's because they don't play for the Astros.
Yeah, well,
as long as my man's in the Astros uniform, I don't want to see it.
Yeah, I don't ever want to see him, doing that. You mentioned Pete Alonso. He is in the field is set. He's in the home run derby. Gunnar Henderson from the Orioles is in the home run derby. Now, Pete Alonso can put on a show now.
Oh, yeah. Isn't he a two-time at least? I think he's won it at least twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he does put on a show when he does it.
Yeah. Alec Boehm from the Phillies is in. Bobby Witt Jr., Royals, is in. He's got 15 home runs for the year, which is nothing to sneeze at, but it's not exactly off the charts.
But he's also the biggest. I think Bobby Witt Jr. and Gunnar Henderson together are the biggest young stars that the game wants to display.
Yeah.
Like those two, they're from the same draft class, both shortstops, both I think considered to be the future of baseball.
Yes.
So the fact that either one of them would want to participate, much less both of them, like I think deep down MLB probably wants those two to emerge in like a final of some sort.
And it's $1 million if you win.
Yeah, but to showcase these young talents, he doesn't necessarily have the home run numbers that you would expect somebody, but he does have the power. The power is definitely there.
The power is there. Nothing off the charts. And rookie contract, get $1 million if you win. Marcell Ozuna from the Braves is in the Derby.
He'll make it interesting. I think he'll be fun to watch.
Jose Ramirez from the Guardians, he might win it. Jose Ramirez, he's a long ball hitter.
Also got a strong right hook too.
Yeah, he does.
Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Even when he's not looking.
Yeah. Adolis Garcia. Well, maybe I stand corrected.
Well, but hey, that's who I want to see in the home run derby. Like it's the opposite logic of Jordan, right?
Yeah.
Adolis Garcia for the Rangers. Man, I want him. I'd be good if he won it.
Yeah.
Take as many swings as you possibly can, win the damn thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm good with that.
Teoscar Hernandez from the Dodgers is the last one rounding it out. But I think I might have to abridge what I just said and go with it. Go with our guy from the Rangers, Adolis Garcia.
Well, who did you have?
I was kind of thinking, what's his name? Jose Ramirez from the Guardians. I think I was kind of liking him at first.
Man, I don't know if I'd be a bad better, but if Pete Alonso was in it, I got a tough time betting.
Alonso's in it. He's a home run derby specialist.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I got a tough time betting against Pete Alonso if he's in it. Do you remember when Alex Bregman tried it?
Yeah. It happens.
That was funny.
That was bad.
Two
he was reading the strike zone.
two all-star moments that are fairly recent, as forgettable as can be, are Alex Bregman in the home run derby. Alex Bregman, excellent baseball player, obviously, but not a home run derby specialist by any means.
Yeah.
Bregman in the home run derby, and Jalen Green his rookie year in the dunk contest.
Oh man!
Do you remember how rough that was?
I was embarrassed, man.
Couldn't get his dunks off. Josh Christopher couldn't get the passes going.
Yeah.
Like, it was.
He tried to put a chain on, remember? Or a grill on. I'm just like,
it was cringe.
Who cares, man?
It was so cringe. It was so cringe.
It was bad.
Those are the hits on In the Loop coming up next. Are we looking in the wrong places when we talk about the Astros' most important players and who can make things happen for them? That's next.
The Countdown.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Astros took care of business last night against the Miami Marlins, won 9-1. Light work, made easy work of the Marlins. Framber Valdez was very good. Had the offense. Obviously, they scored 9 runs. Come through for you. Joey Loperfido making it happen with his second career home run. Feeling good about the Astros right now. But, Lopez, you asked this question. If we might be looking in the wrong places when we talk about the most important Astros who could actually make this thing happen for them this year.
Yeah, and then last night actually is kind of what made me think about this because, well, there's an old formula. I don't know if it's ever been written anywhere, but it's been talked about a lot about how a team gets to a championship level. And that's all sports. That's basketball, football, baseball. You get the formula is you get what you expect to get from your superstar. The Astros are. I mean, obviously outside of injuries, from Verlander and
Kyle Tucker,
for sure. But when they've been on the field, you're getting what you want. You're getting exactly what you expect out of now Bregman and certainly Altuve. Certainly go to the guys that you can count on, and you're getting what you deserve. The second part of the formula is the most important one to me. You get career years out of players you didn't expect to get career years out of.
Like the year you won the World Series and Jeremy Pena apparently was like an epic postseason performer as a rookie.
Or in
perfect example.
In football, you get some running back or something that has 1,400 yards rushing. You're like, man, we didn't expect that. Or basketball, somebody just takes another step and gets and they complement the superstar players even more. And then the third element is kind of so you stay healthy. Like if you can stay healthy.
So the Astros don't have that.
They're not.
They don't have that, dog.
Yeah, if you can stay healthy, you can get better years than you expected from the quote-unquote role players, and then you get what you did expect from the superstars. That's a championship formula. So we have to set aside the healthy part because we know that ain't going to happen.
No.
I mean, we're past the point of they'll be healthy, because they already lost starting pitchers, Tommy John and guys that are out, et cetera. But last night I started thinking about that. Because I don't really have high expectations for Framber. I know he's been a dog, in the postseason in the past.
Yeah.
But he's not an everyday ace. We've established. You're starting to get more out of him. You're starting to get a really good, more consistent, I should say, effort out of him. Last night, the best indication was ground balls. When he slides, and it started last year, he does not give up as many ground balls outs as he's accustomed to when he's at his best. Well, he's starting to give up. His ground ball rate is much higher lately than it's been in the past. So you're getting a little more out of Framber than maybe we even thought a month ago.
Yeah. So an underrated story with Framber last year was that his ground ball rate dipped. He's a ground
way
ball.
up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he is, obviously, we know, a well-known ground ball pitcher, has more ground balls, a higher ground ball rate than anybody since 2021.
Yeah.
But last year specifically, it was a little bit of an issue. This year, it is ticked back up, and maybe even more so than it was before. And so he is a ground ball pitcher again.
Yeah.
He's doing his thing about, sinkers low, pitching low in the zone. That's his thing. I want to locate low in the zone, and if I do that, I should be able to allow the defense to play behind me and do my thing.
Yeah.
The issue with Framber this year has been the consistency. Like, he's still getting the ground balls. He's still getting out of messes that he tends to create. But it is always, save for last night, did not feel this way.
Yeah.
But it's still always post Framber Valdez. I want to give him credit for last night, for his performance last night. But the issue is, for somebody who has accomplished as much as Framber Valdez has, for somebody who has pitched and pitched well, in as many big moments as Framber Valdez has, it is odd to not trust him the way I feel like I should, given his background. And that is in part because of the back and forth, the inconsistency that he's had this season.
And so I think he fits into this category. Even though we were having discussion as recently as last year, is he an ace? He's not. But you are getting more than you thought, especially more than you got last year from Framber. There's other people that I think fit this description, this part of the equation or formula even more. And let's start with the pitching because that has been the story of how the Astros have stayed in this race or gotten into this race and then stayed in it so far. And that's Spencer Arrighetti and Ronel Blanco. Like, you didn't have any expectations for these starting pitchers. If they weren't having, quote unquote, career years, you'd still be 10, 12 games out. You would still be 10 games out at least if Ronel Blanco wasn't an all-star caliber pitcher and Spencer Arrighetti wasn't getting you more than you possibly could have expected. I mean, it's just no way you'd be here without those two guys.
Yeah, I think the big,
and you can toss in Hunter Brown if you want.
Dude, I think you should. Yeah, I think the big story and the reason why you've been able to withstand Framber's inconsistent on him, like, you're gonna need him, regular season and postseason. You're gonna need him. You know that.
Yeah.
But you've been able to survive that because of the reasons that you just explained, like Hunter Brown not being what he was early in the season and being what he's been as of late, even his last start notwithstanding, which I don't think he was as terrible as the stat line would have indicated. He's been very good, one of the best pitchers in baseball over a short stretch, albeit, but enough of a sample size to make you feel really good about Hunter Brown, so much so that I've been coming on this show telling y'all how he is going to be their ace by the end of the year. I still believe that. And Ronel Blanco, I know I joked around a little bit yesterday about them politicking for Ronel Blanco as an all-star snub on the Astros broadcast, but he has emerged in a way that is very surprising, very unexpected, and you got to give him a lot of credit.
It's stunning. It's stunning what he's been able to do. And then there's a couple that are, I think, absolutely the reason that you should be wondering, are we looking at the wrong place? I mean, Yainer Diaz. Yainer Diaz, over the last 15 games, 406 batting average, 3 doubles, 14 RBI. And the Astros are 11-4 in those games. That's a guy that you expected better things from him, but this is right now, the way he's going is crazy. And then I get Joey Loperfido has been kind of lost on the bench for a while, and then here and there, but he had the best game of his life as an Astro. I feel like those guys fit that category as well. So maybe you're getting more out of the guys that you didn't expect much. That's part of the formula. Let me ask you this real quick: is John Singleton part of that?
I think right now he absolutely and clearly is. The question is he a part of that after the trade deadline? Is he a part of that when they go to the postseason? Or are they more so of the mind of upgrading at first base, despite the fact that John Singleton is a very, very good story, very endearing. We're seeing how he, like, his at-bats are really, like, if you want a baseball nerd out, watch a John Singleton at bat and how patient he is and how good he is with the zone. And then also the defense is picking up. He had that play a few days ago.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
about. Where
he
jumps up higher than you would ever expect somebody at John Singleton. I'm watching him run the bases yesterday. I'm like, man, look at John get out there and go. Had a moment, not last night, but the night before, that was really good at first base defensively, and has made a real conscious effort because, look, the numbers, whether basic or advanced, are not kind to John Singleton as a defensive first baseman. But you can see the improvements there, and he has been a bright spot. Like, it's hard to, like, hammer home how much of a hole they have at first base when you feel so much better about what they're doing there now after getting rid of Jose Abreu. And a lot more reps at first base. For them.
So you're getting what you expect out of your stars. You are getting more than you expected from the role players. That's two key elements of the formula to contend for a championship. Can they overcome the injuries thing? Because they the other thing is stay healthy. They ain't staying healthy. They're just not healthy.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. Like, and look, the only way to overcome the injuries is to like get healthy in time, right? Like if you're still healthy or unhealthy, I should say, you're still injured come postseason, something's wrong with Tucker, Jordan, or Altuve, or somebody like that, Bregman, somebody like that is out, then obviously that changes everything. But do they have a chance, I think, to be whole again by the time the postseason comes?
Not pitching.
I would say.
But otherwise.
Look, I think the path is, okay, add Luis Garcia to the mix. We're going to get a look. We're going to get a good look at old Jake Bloss again tonight.
Yeah.
And look, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. I am not here telling you, hey, let's rely on Jake Bloss.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm just intrigued by what it looks like. We only got it for like 3 1/3 whenever it happened before. What does that look like? Okay, you add Luis Garcia to the mix. What happens at the trade deadline? Do they upgrade starting pitching? Do they upgrade first base? Do they do both? Does John Singleton then become a depth piece, a guy off of your bench, a pinch hitter for you? It's actually supposed to be. Like, if you can navigate until you make all your moves and get all your ducks in a row, I do think you can survive the injury, the rash of injuries that you've experienced thus far. Can you survive continued injury issues, having to do multiple bullpen games and all of this kind of stuff at the end of the year? No, I absolutely do not think so. I don't think you're good enough to do that.
Yeah, I don't. But at the same time, I think he's just going to be another opener, and they're going to kind of piece it together, which is actually part of the formula as well. I mean, this isn't a very big sample size, but you're getting the bullpen rested in these first 2 games of the series that you needed to win. Like, you haven't really had to use your high leverage guys very much at all. And that's been key, especially as you go into the Rangers series.
Yeah, I think it also matters that the bullpen is performing. Like I can remember an early storyline for us, an early narrative was, oh, wait a minute, I thought this bullpen was supposed to be elite.
Yeah.
I thought at the very least you were supposed to be able to rely on the back end of the bullpen and feel decent enough about everything that leads you up to it. Like, think about it. We're talking about Brian Abreu, Ryan Presley, and Josh Hader, but not to mention Rafael Montero is a dude that makes $11 million a year and is just kind of there. So, like, you're wanting to get more from the bullpen. You finally ended up getting it. I think that's a little bit of an underrated storyline, something that we should be thinking about. But also, I know you're talking about the others a lot from the guys around the stars. But I want to acknowledge and point out Alex Bregman.
Yes.
Because he was on the verge of, I thought at least.
He was untradeable. Like, at the time, you're thinking, are they sellers? Well, who would want him?
Yeah, either untradeable or at the very least you just trade him so you don't get nothing.
Yeah.
Like, just maybe you trade him for a lot less than you would have expected to before when he was, playing great baseball. But look at him now playing great baseball. Like, he was on, to me, at one point on the verge of being one of those others. Like, I know we don't think of him like that because he's Alex Bregman and he's a star, but based off of the way he was playing, he was going to be in a more Yanner Diaz, Joey Loperfido, John Singleton type of tier based off of how he was playing. He has emerged and is now back to the Alex Bregman that you would expect. At least he is lately. Brian McTaggart had these stats yesterday before the game. First 51 games of Alex Bregman. Slash line. 206, 273, 317, 4 home runs. Hitting 206. Last 36 games. 318, 373, 541, 7 home runs. Has nearly doubled the home runs in not as many games, but over the last 36 games. And is hitting 318, playing like, I know he's not an all-star and doesn't deserve to be because of how he started the year.
Yeah.
But this stretch, these last 36 games, playing an all-star caliber, I think the fact is he's just a role player to playing like a star again, not to mention playing for the most part an excellent third base.
Yeah.
that's a big story for the Astros right now. A big part of why they are in position to do what they're trying to do.
It's why they're here, and it's also part of the reason why they I'm on the boat of this. Screw it, make another couple moves, sacrifice the future, and you're getting these two elements here. You're not getting the health, but you're getting the first two elements of what it takes. If you can add that first baseman, another starting pitcher, I mean, maybe they could make some sort of run. I still wouldn't pick them to get to the ALCS, but they would be in the hunt if they get there.
So we mentioned John Singleton earlier in the show. We talked about the Christian Walker trade idea, at least. And John Heyman has reported that Christian Walker, first baseman for the Arizona Diamondbacks, is in the eyes, in the sights of the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
This is a move that you're in support of, a move that you would absolutely do? Because I feel like it's a no-brainer. For me, there is nothing really, and I've seen this on the text line, keep your prospects and all of that. Like baseball, super baseball nerd guy wants to value the prospects more than anything, value the future more than the present.
Mm-hmm.
F them, that prospects are picks. F them picks. Go out and make your team better. I don't see anything in this Astros farm system that is Christian Walker, or to me is like or saying, the plug, I want to invest in making a move to up the ante a little bit on a clear window right here to compete. Like I would do this. Would you?
Absolutely, I would now. And you just mentioned the biggest reason. I don't see anybody who's going to be that. But the other reason for me is there's no guarantee. We don't know if there's a George Springer down there, or if there's a Carlos Correa down there, or whatever. Back when they were building on prospects, there's no time right now to build on prospects. I mean, the window's gonna close, and you might regret not making these moves for those prospects. You might have had another shot to win the division and then see what happens. And so there's no reason to do it right now.
I've heard some people mention this. I want to get your thoughts on it. What about messing up the mojo or the flow of what's been working? I do think that there's something to that idea of, hey, yeah, sure, they could upgrade here and upgrade. I think they absolutely have to address the pitching issue.
Yeah. Ain't no mojo there.
Don't ignore
the mojo, yes, but
what you wouldn't in defeat. Don't allow that to be like fool's gold. You need help, if for no other reason, to help the guys that are performing for you now, to take some relief off of those guys now. But what do you make of not rocking the boat too much, because what they've been doing over the last however many weeks or so has been working for them?
Rock that boat like you're going out in Hurricane Beryl.
It's funny because it's funny because it's like it's baseball superstition. Like, I don't want to mess this up. We got Joey Lopefito just hit a home run, and John Singleton is doing
kudos.
good.
I just talked about it, though, man. You got to get better, and the pitching staff especially. Like, okay, Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, Ronald Blanco, awesome. They are YU here. You got to rock that boat and get another arm in here, man. Just look at what I was mentioning yesterday. They don't even announce their starting pitcher until day of, because they're still trying to kind of mix and match.
I don't think I would be as in favor of mortgaging the farm if I thought more of the farm. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think as highly of the farm as maybe your most diehard Astros fan or your most dyed-in-the-wool minor league baseball follower might think of them.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, it is not something to marry yourself to.
No.
It's not like these are not deal breakers, especially if you can significantly upgrade your team. He is John Lopez. I am Brandon Scott Figgy Fig, rolling along with us on In the Loop. Coming up next, Lunchtime Confessions. We confess our sins.
as well. Go to My Computer.
First baseman. Why did they have to go get Jose Abreu? Well, they didn't have a first baseman in their system. Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It is lunchtime confessions on In the Loop, where we get a little bit loose.
Yeah, we do.
Lopez, the OG, is going to kick us off.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I totally, completely, all in, nerded out on a little bit of sports news that probably, well, for sure, I'm the only person in this room cares about it, and likely a lot of people listening to me care about. Maybe not, but come World Cup time next year, if it happens, we're all going to be excited about this. So, USA Soccer,
okay,
pitiful performance in the Copa America. Fired the apparently USA Soccer, and you may not have even ever heard this name, but this was the manager, the coach of my Premier League favorite team, Liverpool, Jurgen Klopp. They're getting prepared to offer him $15 million to coach USA Soccer into the World Cup. He is arguably the greatest coach alive in any sport. Like, he is Bill Belichick and Mike Tomlin and name your favorite all-time great coach in soccer. And I'm telling you, nobody even knows his name, or very few of our listeners do. But they fired Burkhalter, the coach, and now they're making a run at Jurgen Klopp from Liverpool, and I might be the only person who cares about it in this room, and I don't care because I geeked out about this. He is awesome.
I would just ask, is he good enough to elevate USA soccer into being something that is at least worth watching?
Yes. I was like,
because at the moment, it ain't, at least not the men's, not the men's team.
I saw this and I was like,
not worth it.
I was like, what? Jurgen Klopp? And then I'm like, I got to figure out a way to talk about this. I went, confessions, because we're all going to be excited about this USA team once the World Cup is here, because we cheer the flag.
Yeah.
Most of our listeners don't have any idea who he is. He is a stud. He is Belichick. He turned Liverpool, which was been my squad for years and very much a disappointment, into a perennial contender. Won the Premier League, won the one of the tournaments. I forget what it was, Champions League maybe. No, this is going to be badass. Remember the name?
Yeah,
Jurgen Klopp.
Can you put this into NFL terms? Like,
he said
Belichick going to who though? Like
this is like
Browns
Belichick,
or going to
perfect. Let's going back to the
Panthers.
Yes.
Well, look, I haven't seen my man's movies.
Yeah,
but if they're anteing up $15 million,
yeah,
that speaks for itself.
He's a stud.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, like, I'm not a street dude or anything, but I am from the hood. Like, I proudly rep Hiram Clark. I'm from Windsor Village. Used to hustle at South Post Oak and West Orm. The people out there know me like that. But, you know, I don't really bring all of that into the station. I don't really bring all of that into work. I leave that where it's at.
Kind of like my Jurgen Klopp.
However, Hood Me almost came out earlier, and it was prompted by one John Lopez.
Oh boy.
Gotta tell you. And it wasn't going to be no static or nothing like that. This was just a misunderstanding because we speak different languages in the hood sometimes. And we're sitting here in a break, Figgy.
Yeah.
And Lopez asked me if I had a square. And mind you, I'm trying to quit smoking, y'all. I really am. And I'm doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
But he asked me if I had a square. But he talking about for his damn Android charger. And I was like very confused because I'm like, Lopez, I ain't know you smoke, man. I don't have a square, not on me. Might have one in the car for you if I go check. But this is a very random request from you. And it hit me very quickly that that's not what he talking about. But Hood me patted my pockets to see if I had a square for Lopez, who I know don't smoke. It happened.
That's hilarious, man.
It happened. We speak different languages.
So what's
sometimes.
a square? In the hood.
I thought you wanted a cigarette. I thought you wanted a single cigarette.
A Lucy.
Yeah.
One cigarette.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You never heard that?
Yeah, man.
I've never heard square. I've heard of Lucy.
Well, but I should have known that.
Yeah.
Even in the moment. Because I was like, wait a minute. Lopez is asking me for a square? But
a square?
Yeah, man.
I try to keep up, man. You know that.
Yeah, man.
I've heard of a Lucy. I never heard of a square.
Yeah, square. That's an old term, too.
Yeah. Different hoods.
Dude, I was behind, just as a side note, I was behind this dude getting those little cheap cigars, cigarillos or whatever they are at the convenience store this morning. I had no idea those things are $1. They only cost $1.
One cigarette.
Hey,
they used to be cheaper than that.
No, he talking about you talking about the two for Rillos.
Yeah.
Man,
okay.
To hell with that. Inflation. They used to be $1. They $1.40 now.
Well,
don't ask me how I know.
Yeah.
I know it's like $1.29 now. They used to be $1.
I know one cigarette used to be like 35 cents.
Yeah.
And obviously the convenience stores, they wasn't allowed to do that.
Yeah.
But it was certain ones that would let you do that, and they give you a cigarette for like 35 cents.
This guy was asking for a pineapple flavor, and I went, yeah. Pineapple flavored $1 cigarette, cigar.
Yeah,
you can pass me on that.
Well, for one, he's not going to be smoking the tobacco.
Well,
I know. For one,
yeah, I know.
Pineapple flavored weed is essentially what that is.
Yeah.
But also, miss me on them flavors.
I almost asked him.
Miss me on them flavors.
Like, dude, pineapple? What? Yeah. I mean, I knew what he was getting it for, but I was like, pineapple?
Yeah. All my homies, you roll with me, in the street. I'm street adjacent. You roll with me. We ain't rolling with them flavors, man.
Yeah.
We ain't rolling with them flavors.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I feel like this commercial, I don't want to say changed my life, but everybody know this commercial that been going viral for years that used to play all the time with the black dude talking about college. If you're not familiar with it, here's some of the commercials.
You're sitting on the couch, you're watching TV, and your life is passing you by. You keep procrastinating over and over. Well, maybe I'll go to school next year, maybe next semester. No, do it right now. They'll work with you after work, or you can go before work. You can do whatever you need to do to graduate. Go talk to somebody right now. They out to help you. You spend all day on the phone anyhow. Why don't you make a phone call that's going to help you in your future?
So everybody heard this commercial before. So the guy in the commercial that you just heard talking, he was on a podcast, and he was asked about how he actually got into this commercial, and it actually blew my mind.
My boy, goes by the name of Adam. Adam had been on the set, the Everest College set. It consisted of a producer, director, and a cameraman, and then they hired out a PA, production assistant.
Okay.
Adam had been working it for the whole week.
So he wasn't someone who attended the college?
No.
Did you attend the college at all?
Hell no. I didn't. No. I had a 10 that got me for none of the commercials. Remember, we were at a Embassy Suites on Thomas and 24th Street in Phoenix, Arizona. We get back to where they were staying, and we didn't even have correct lighting. So I'm in this is a parking lot. that dormitory
you are slowly destroying my childhood. You wasn't even on the campus of Everest.
No,
I had your whole life in my head.
That's
like, oh, you was at the college. That was on the campus.
That's bad.
First of all, this dude did not go to college. It kind of makes sense because I didn't really take him as a college guy. But first of all, you ain't go to college. And you ain't filmed the commercial on the campus? Where the hell were y'all at? This just kind of blew my mind, man, because this commercial, they was playing this commercial went platinum.
Yeah.
And so this dude, he was saying some good stuff like, hey, what are you doing? Go to college. Go sign up for school. You didn't do it?
I mean, he was clearly a paid actor. Yeah. But I got to tell you, Figgy, I appreciate your confession, but I do have to admit, there was never anything about them Everest College commercials that felt legit at all.
Yeah.
They were entertaining, but it did not feel, I did not watch them commercials and get the sense that I was watching a dude that went to college or that there was really a college that existed to begin with.
My thing is, we couldn't get one person that went to this college.
I agree with Figgy on this. I
understand commercials, they get a lot of paid actors and all that stuff, but you couldn't find one to do what he did.
This had Bishop Sycamore vibes.
Yeah.
Everest College had Bishop Sycamore before Bishop Sycamore vibes to me. Always.
I need to dig into this college, see what's going on, man, because my mind was blown.
Oh my God.
These are my confessions.
So I don't know. I mentioned this earlier in the show, but I feel like I kind of got punked by my leasing agent. Not my actual realtor, but the leasing agent who I am renting this house from. Check it out. I've already paid a deposit. I am going to pay the first month's rent tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to pay the first month's rent.
So how do you like it?
Tomorrow. I can't get in there until the 1st. And the explanation I was given is because of how long the house has already been on the market or something like that,
Dude,
which I'm like,
they're punking you, man.
That doesn't feel like my problem. But I asked yesterday, because I signed up for everything, but I asked yesterday, hey, once I found out that the house was fine after the hurricane and all this, I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm going to be paying this rent in a couple of days.
Yeah.
There's like a 15-day discrepancy between when I pay the rent.
That is wrong.
And look, I will say, the official lease date, the documents, the official lease date is on August 1st. So officially by the
So are you paying the August rent?
Yes, I'm paying the August rent, but early. But I feel like if I'm going to pay the rent early.
Do they want you to? Have they requested you pay it early?
Yes.
Okay, that's wrong.
And so I'm paying it early, but I don't have access
no way. You already paid the deposit.
But 15 days between that, like to me, that 15-day span after you get that final piece of money, it should be my spot. Now, I could see it if some people were already living there and they needed time to move out.
No.
But it's vacant.
No.
There's nobody there.
Where are all my realtors and lease specialists? Because that's 713-5724. The deposit should be all you need to keep that until the 1st.
Deposit and the rent. Yeah. So I'm coming off of, I'm not going to tell you the amount.
Yeah.
But let's call it thousands of dollars.
Yeah, no, come on.
Thousands of dollars, but there's a 15-day discrepancy before I can move. Now, I'm a big fan of the house. I'm excited about it.
Well, good, but
I feel like I'm getting punked here.
That you are.
I feel like I'm getting punked a little bit.
That's not right.
I kind of want to see somebody.
Yeah,
I do.
That's not right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I know we talked about this. I just want to, in case you missed it earlier, our mayor, John Whitmire, this is not a political statement. What are you doing? Like, this was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen a politician do. No organization, corporation, whatever, in this city has done more for Houstonians, especially after disasters, than the Houston Astros. They paid $5. They charged $5 to get in, and he's, throwing a fit about, they got power. Okay, they do. It happens to be downtown where power was restored. This is one of the dumbest things politically, like, you could have done.
And see, I couldn't understand.
Yeah.
I couldn't decide, I should say, whether he was being a pandering politician to people who do think like that.
Yeah.
Because there are until it was pandering to those people, or if this was just legitimately a part of his cranky demeanor. Because if you don't follow the mayor, that's a cranky son gun. He ain't seen a happy day or sunshine, not ever, never. I mean, this man just a couple of weeks ago was complaining about the zoo prices.
Yeah.
And the zoo prices are high, but
he's an angry man.
The mayor was making headlines for complaining about how that the zoo is too damn high. What?
Yes.
It's just weird. Like, the mayor cares about this?
Oh, man.
What is going on?
It might be that. It might be.
It's a cranky dude. Those are our lunchtime confessions on In the Loop. Coming up next, it's cap or no cap. Is it a lie or is it not? That's next on In the Loop.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
In the Loop with Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Rolling along, and this is cap or no cap. Is it a lie? Is it the truth? The OG John Lopez presents a statement or idea, cap or no cap, and we respond.
Yeah.
Is it a lie? Is it not? Cap or no cap?
All right, you tell me.
Take it away.
We were just talking about, all things going on in our city. We've been talking about that here and there, trying to keep people informed. So this one, all right? Centerpoint Vice President of Operations, Darren Carroll, but was asked some questions yesterday, and he was asked, and we've been getting a lot of this. We were talking about how Kingwood still looks like the hurricane just happened.
Yeah, it looks like a
power still out.
Third world country in some cases.
Somebody said some of those other neighborhoods up in the Northeast and all that. So he was asked, why are hundreds of work trucks sitting and waiting for work orders for hours on end? And we've seen pictures of that. Just trucks just sitting in a parking lot.
Yeah.
Doing nothing. And he said, quote, "That's a fair question. Totally empathize with customers thinking that. And I will tell you is that it's safety that's at the forefront of everything we do." Now, nobody here is saying safety is not at the forefront of everything everybody does.
And it has to be with what they do. They do a dangerous job.
But again, this is not the right answer. The right answer is you should be prepared for all of these things. There are rumors that there are some money issues in terms of what they're negotiating with these out-of-town workers that have been coming in, et cetera. So cap or no cap, only because of safety are these hundreds of work trucks sitting and doing nothing.
Listen to me. You bring me Centerpoint information, Centerpoint statements, I am going to lean toward cap. I don't even care what it's about, but specifically on this,
just automatically,
they are. What did the graffiti say? Centerpoint lists.
Yeah,
they are not deemed trustworthy. I do not see how I could give them the benefit of the doubt. If you're asking me cap or no cap, I am going to lean toward cap.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's all cap, man. They saying anything to not look bad.
Yeah.
And I do agree, like, to your earlier point of, like, safety. I think both things can be true, right? Like, safety is part of this. Like,
I think nobody's saying not. Yeah.
It is a half true.
Yeah.
And so
be prepared.
In that sense, to me, it is cap. Like, more than anything, more to the point, this does feel like a lack of preparation. And as the person that has to give the company line, as the person that has to speak on behalf of the company, come out and say that.
Yeah.
But we know what time it is. We not dumb.
That's kind of like Dusty saying, "Oh, HIPAA."
HIPAA.
Hey, this is HIPAA.
Yeah,
I can't
good.
go
Hey,
HIPAA.
that's a good pull.
I wish we were doing cap or no cap when Dusty was doing all that.
Hey, that's a good pull, Figgy. You right. That would have been good.
Yeah.
That would have been good.
All right, cap or no cap. Kevin Durant has been asked about what we talked about yesterday. We were all saying, look at that picture, man. He looks like he's 6'11", 7 foot.
Tell the truth, KD.
Yeah, well, did he?
Because I have to ask you how tall you are. How tall are you? Because there's some huge controversy about you being a lot taller than 6'10" with this Team USA photo shoot that happened.
I guess those guys might be shorter than what their numbers say. I'm 6'9", though. So it looks like Bam Adebayo's probably 6'8".
He's taking
instead of 6'10", and AD is probably 6'9", so they probably adding a little more on their height while I'm keeping mine at the same, I'm not lying about my height.
You look just as tall as Embiid, and he's listed at 7 feet. So you're saying those guys are all lying.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Embiid's not 7 feet.
I just thought maybe you're 7'2" and you've been lying this whole time.
Nah.
No.
KD's doubling down, man.
That is.
He's saying 5 dudes are lying.
Listen, that is my favorite piece of. I'm so glad we waited to this late in the show to play that. That is my favorite piece of audio that I have heard in a long time. Because KD is trolling there, by the way.
He said they're lying.
Oh, he's joking. He's trolling. KD, everybody knows. This is almost like the Stevie Wonder ain't blind joke.
Yeah. It is.
Type of thing.
That's exactly what it is.
Everybody know KD is at least 7 feet, maybe taller, maybe 7'1", and that he would double. What Joel Embiid ain't 7 feet tall. Joel Embiid is like if you just see Joel Embiid in person, you will think that, and he's obviously not, but you will think that is the largest human being to ever walk the earth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like he is that massive of a dude. And KD, I've seen him play in person, every bit as tall as Joel Embiid. He ain't no damn 6'9".
Yeah, this ain't even cap. He's just straight up lying. This is a lie, man. I want him to take a test. I want him to actually get his height weight.
Just put your socks on.
Yeah, just hey, let's stop all the conversation and just let's see how tall you really are.
This is cap, but I like it.
I know.
I am entertained by it. I am here for it. Let us keep this going.
I wonder how tall he thinks Shaq is.
6'7".
Oh, Shaq only about 6'10".
Could have been a guard.
All right.
Undersized.
Cap or no cap? Aaron Boone was asked about the Yankees' struggles. By the way, they've lost 17 of 23 games. He said, quote, "The World Series is right there in front of us. Cap or no cap?" Yankees.
Oh, this is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
This is uncomfortable because they are flailing. They are on
17 of 23
on a skid. I mean, you mentioned this, but it's a talented team. They started off really hot. They still have a really good run differential, one of the best in baseball. I'm a reluctantly Astros fan here, reluctantly giving them credit. I'm going to go no cap on this. I think it's wide open, and I think they're one of the better teams in baseball. I'm going to go no cap.
Yeah, I agree. I think no cap. I think he right now they're going through a little something right now, but I think once they get into the postseason, I think he'll probably feel a little more confident.
Now I'm rooting against it. Obviously, I don't want. I can't tell you how much it would annoy me if we backdoored a Rangers World Series with a Yankees World Series.
Yeah,
and y'all know I'm a basketball guy. You mix in the Mavericks going to. I know they got smoked in the finals, but like just rivals exceeding. I ain't no hater, but I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't feel great about it.
Yeah, reluctantly, I'm going to agree with both of you because no matter how much they've faded every year, and they have of late, last year especially, it is, if you're going to get technical about it, it is right there in front of them.
Who is it not right there in front of?
Well, but they're a contender, and they got a good record, and they got
When you think about it, if you are a contender, if you do have a good record, I know the Astros are slightly on the outside looking in, but we understand they're hawking the Mariners. But if you're right there in the mix, and even the Mariners themselves should view themselves this way, right there in the mix. The World Series, at least in your view, should be right there in front of you.
Yeah,
I think they should all view it that way.
All right, these next two are my Ryan Day, Ohio State coach. He's your favorite guy, Figgy. Ryan Day, Ohio State head football coach.
Your guy
was asked about Michigan's success, getting to the championship Final Four, getting to a championship. Beating Ohio State how many years in a row now? 3, 4?
All
that.
Don't do Figgy like this.
Ryan Day was asked if Michigan's huge success in the last few years puts added pressure on him or Ohio State, and he said, "No, we don't worry about it."
No, come on now.
That man is a liar, man. He is a liar, man. He should get fired just from that.
Fair to say that you think this is cap?
Dude,
tell us how you really feel, Figgy.
So they got Chip Kelly as a offensive coordinator. Yeah. He should take over as head coach.
Oh,
right
wow.
After that.
Hot take.
After that comment.
Flames.
Yes. No, I think he's going to be watching his back for real, though, man.
Dude, the swimming coach watches his back if he loses 3 years in a row to Michigan. You don't think the football coach does?
Bro, this is cap.
This is cap.
This is crazy.
This is so cap. We understand how much Michigan and Ohio State obsess over each other.
Yeah.
And over the last, half decade or however it is, it is going back and forth.
Yeah.
Where Ohio State was dominating, then Michigan was dominating it.
Yeah.
And on both fronts, when it was Ohio State, you better believe it was on the front of mind of Michigan and Harbaugh and them. And now that it's flipped, it is for sure front of mind.
Not a bigger deal is because one of those years Ohio State actually got into in the playoffs.
They did.
Yeah.
That year they still lost to Michigan
and had an epic performance, a la C.J. Stroud, or courtesy of C.J. Stroud. Even in defeat.
This is a huge Cap. Like I said, Cap, the tennis coach loses 3 years in a row to Michigan. He's obsessed with it. He's forget football. All right, how about this one? Cap or no cap? Britney Spears. We are all familiar with her work. Recently broke up with her latest boyfriend or whatever, and she had that divorce about a year and a half ago or whatever it is. She's out there a little bit. She said she is swearing off men for as long as I live. No more men for Britney Spears.
This one is tricky. Because, not to be insensitive, but this is just the real.
Yeah.
We all know Britney ain't right. The girl ain't right. How old is Britney Spears now? Because
40-something?
I do think you reach an age where certain things are like optional. Like you can live with them or without them.
Yeah, and certain things are not.
But I'm just saying, we got primal instincts. I get it. We got primal instincts.
Yeah.
But that's one of them that does start to wear after a while. Maybe she's done with relationships because she have situationships. I'm going to go ahead and go no cap with this.
Come on,
I'm going to go no cap with this. She's getting up to an age.
She's 42, by the way.
And she ain't right. Who want to put up with that to begin with?
Yeah.
Hey. And we see her seats that she got with relationships. I can see this. I'm going to go no cap.
Come on.
I'm going to say cap. I think right now she probably in the moment where she like, I'm done and all this other stuff. But I think a couple years later, she going to find somebody that.
You know what it is?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I went to Mexico a couple of months ago, got really, really drunk, had to go to a Mexican.
I ain't never drinking again.
I wasn't never drinking again.
Yes.
That lasted about 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
Then I drank again.
I mean, how many?
But in the moment, I promise to God I was never drinking again.
Yeah,
and I meant it. I meant it in the moment.
That's exactly what it is. Because I'm going to say women, but it applies to men too. How many women have said after a breakup, another breakup, maybe 3 or 4, like Britney Spears in the last couple of years, have said, "I'm never going to be with another man again." And then I think a lot of people would say at 42 years old, women are in their sexual prime. You know, they say 35 to 45 or something like that. I've read that, whatever. It may be true, maybe not true. She said, quote, I found the exact quote. "I will never be with another man for as long as I live."
I know I had fun with this and said that it was no cap, but let's just be honest.
It's cap.
Britney ain't right. I feel like almost anything she says is unreliable.
Well, that's true, too.
By default, if it's a Britney Spears quote, you got to lean toward cap anyway.
Yeah.
That is cap or no cap on In the Loop. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig. Coming up on In the Loop, Derrick Henry took a shot, but was he wrong? We'll go around the NFL next.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Derrick Henry. We know him well around here. He played for a heated rival. And if I'm honest, he was kind of the apple of my eye in free agency. I know a lot of people were against it. Derrick Henry's washed. We don't want Derrick Henry. You saw how we treated him when the Texans played him and all of that season. And so were, clearly, the Baltimore Ravens. They signed him to a contract. He took some shots, it sounded like. Y'all decide and tell me if you think Derrick Henry in this situation is wrong.
Definitely brings a different aspect because he's a dual threat quarterback, and he's dangerous with his legs, just as he is with his arm. And it's going to be fun and a breath of fresh air, not being the center of attention, knowing that eyes are going to be on him as well. But I'm just excited to get to work and put the work in out here and let it all come together when it's that time.
Is this a shot?
A breath of fresh air? How is that not a shot?
Yeah, it's kind of a shot.
How is that not a shot?
I feel like two things can be true. You tell me what you think about this.
Yeah.
This is, at the very least, a knock.
Yeah.
If not a shot, it is a knock on the other quarterbacks. But, the quarterbacks that he played with.
Marcus Mariota,
Ryan Tannehill. And
Blaine
I guess
Gabbert,
and I guess
Malik Willis.
And even Will Levis, Malik Willis, really.
That's right, he was. Three games.
Dude. Come on now.
Games.
I know you didn't. I know you did not. Hold on a second.
Oh, you want to get even better?
Wait a minute. Hold on.
You want to get even better?
Hey, wait a minute.
Joshua Dobbs.
Come on. I was being serious.
Starting 3 games in 2022.
See, that makes it not a shot though. When you bring up those names, it's like that ain't no shot, man.
It's a shot at all of them.
That's just keeping it real.
Facts.
That's just now. Because, look, Ryan Tannehill actually played well for them. He actually had a Pro Bowl.
They went to the AFC champion.
Levis had some moments for them
my
last
words,
year.
it was Derrick Henry's words.
Come on. Look, if you're Malik Willis and you hear that and you look at it as a shot.
You go like, oh, he might be right.
Yeah, to me, that you got some irrational confidence or you lack self-awareness if you feel a certain way about him saying
Joshua Dobbs
that.
started 3 games.
Oh, I'm Joshua Dobbs. I'm not Lamar Jackson. No, bleep Sherlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, but this was also, he's speaking to my point about him, though. I will say this, and a reason why I was intrigued by him, because of exactly what he said in that clip.
Yep.
Because I thought even coming here, and even more so, I'll give him credit, even more so with Lamar Jackson, because he's not obviously the center of the passing game as a running back, but he ain't even the center of the running game.
Yeah.
That's still, you could argue, is like Lamar Jackson is a better running back than he is at this point.
Yeah.
So that is just a different dynamic. But I thought even if Derrick Henry came to the Texans, that he would not have to be nearly close to the same type of center of attention that he was in Tennessee. So you wouldn't be asking him to be 2020 Derrick Henry. You would be asking a similar thing of him that you are Joe Mixon now. And I think it all worked out, don't get me wrong. But I was cool with that because you got C.J. Stroud. You were going to have this prolific passing attack. But when it get cold and when it get late in the season, you can just hand the ball off to Derrick Henry's big ass, who is still big and can still run. That was why I was intrigued by him coming here.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was intrigued. It wasn't my first choice. I'm not going to lie. But the fact that he's there, and my point is, and you brought this up, earlier, it wasn't a lie.
No.
It wasn't a lie.
No, he's not wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong, and I do think that most players can look at it and say, okay, if he's talking about Lamar Jackson, unless you're whoever that former Texans tight ends coach who compared Jeff Driscoll to Lamar Jackson, unless you're that guy, you're not comparing anybody else to Lamar Jackson. Having a situation like that is always going to be different. Playing with Lamar Jackson is always going to absolutely be different. Okay. Which quarterback or wide receiver gets his bag first? Listen to NFL Network talk about it here.
Tua made those comments a couple of weeks ago, and yes, I'm also as thrown as everybody else every time I see that video that is actually Tua Tagovailoa. But he made those comments, Judy, prior to Trevor Lawrence getting his new deal. Tua's due about $23 million on his fifth-year option this year. Miami, of course, has the leverage of a couple of franchise tags they could apply beyond that. But this was always a deal that when it gets done is going to be $50 million plus for Tua Tagovailoa. And you certainly can make an argument, Judy, that with the Trevor Lawrence deal, 55 is now the floor for Tua in Miami.
Lord.
55 for Tua.
Lord. Is CJ going to get a bag or what?
We've talked about this before.
Man.
55 for Tua. Jordan Love is the one to pay attention to because that's next. And also, if I'm not mistaken, that's also a David Mulugheta client.
Mm-hmm.
So the next David Mulugheta quarterback is going to be Jordan Love.
Mm-hmm.
I think he gets that $60 million. We talked about this.
Well, then what does CJ get?
That's gonna be the floor. See, I don't think he's gonna be the first $60 million.
Yeah.
He's gonna be perhaps the first or among the first to expect the $60 million. Like, that's the floor.
Yeah.
We're not 55, child's play. Child's play. $60 million. I think Jordan Love is going to get it. And because Jordan Love got it, CJ Stroud is going to not only get it, but exceed it. Be ready, Texans fans. You love CJ Stroud, and we love him rightfully so. My man, a couple of years from now, when it's time, getting a bag.
But here's the thing, when he might be, CJ Stroud might be the only one who would be deserving of that type of money. Let's see what happens in the next year or two. I think he will. But is it wrong that I'm still kind of pulling for the NFL to create a quarterback salary cap? Sort of, as has been rumored that they're going to be talking about. Because I'm thinking more about the team too, man. That is a enormous hit.
Yeah, no, but Lopez, it's all the more reason why right now matters as much as it does.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just because we're living in the moment.
For sure.
It's also because of what's around the corner.
Yeah.
And it's not just C.J. Stroud. Like, they got a lot of young, budding stars on this team.
Yeah.
That's why we love the Nico Collins deal.
And a lot of them that need to be paid.
Well, but it's also why we love the Nico Collins deal, because you're getting in early on that.
Yeah.
And, like, I thought it was a little too early, but I get it because it falls in line where we have to do these things that we know are around the corner with Derek Stingley Jr., Will Anderson Jr., Christian Harris is now emerging as a dude that, hey, like, he's not going to cost nearly as much as the rest of them because of his position, but he's absolutely a dude that you're probably going to want to keep around.
Hey, man, I'm old enough to remember when Nolan Ryan became the first $1 million a year player in baseball, and people were calling it stupid money.
Hey,
this is stupid.
Look at Lopez going boomer on us.
Yeah.
I remember when gas was 50 cents a gallon.
Nolan Ryan. It was the biggest story in sports. Nolan Ryan, $1 million a year. People calling it stupid. Nah, man. This is stupid money.
What you mean you paid $3 for a dozen eggs?
I remember it because
used to be $1.50.
I remember it because I rode my bike home that day. No, just kidding.
Yeah. We used to walk to school
uphill both ways.
In the snow barefoot.
It was 10 cents for a Snickers.
With dogs chasing us.
I actually kind of do remember that, but that's neither here nor there.
It's about $2 for one now.
I remember when gasoline was a quarter.
Get out of here. I do actually remember when it was like around $1.
I did when I was
a quarter, dog?
From the time when I was about 10 years old till about 13, 14, I did all the neighbors' yards, because that's the only way you could make money, man. Back in my hood, it was a quarter a gallon.
Dude, I got gas last night. It was one of my praise reports, celebrations.
Yeah,
like I was riding around checking on folks, checking on my house.
Yeah,
and when I was finished up, and I'm doing the Maryland thing because I ain't staying in that hot ass house. Not if I got access to a place that has electricity.
Yeah,
so I'm on my way back. And boy, I went to about 3 gas stations before I finally found one.
Great feeling,
where
man.
I could fill up. And the accomplishment.
Yeah.
Went to the girl's house and was like, "Hey, do you need gas too?" She was close to empty.
Yeah.
So I put some gas in her tank too.
Yeah.
And man, I just felt like somebody.
Oh, it's a little small victory that you don't even realize.
Speaking of money though.
Oh Lord.
And racking it up. I was shocked when I saw this. Like, even knowing how rich these people are. And how frivolous,
especially her, let's be
rich
honest.
people who print money, how frivolous with money they can be. Did you see this? Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Must be good to be rich, man. they spend $100,000 a day, 100 racks a day, and they've already spent $27 million to be together. I'm not pocket watching. I ain't no hater. Look, I want everybody to be a millionaire. I want everybody to make $1 million before they die. So good for them for being able to do this. But 100 racks a day to be together, and at already $27 million. That's a lot of love.
Look,
that's some expensive ass love right there, man.
I can't even
and a lot of this is on private jets, security, obviously, because he can get around. He's still even though he's more famous than he was before.
Yeah,
Travis most malls in America.
Yeah,
obviously Taylor Swift
cannot.
And then if she's gonna have him with her, together they cannot just go places. So they need expensive security.
Yeah, I mean, she had to hide in that popcorn machine thing just to get out of the stadium in Kansas City. But here's the thing, can you even fathom? Because I can't. I'm not trying to be a martyr here. I can't imagine being, even if I had that money, that Taylor Swift money, I can't imagine myself spending $100,000 a day, Figgy. Allowing myself to spend $100,000 a day. I can't even.
Especially if the relationship eventually ain't gonna work. Just imagine if they break. They call it quits.
Oh, hey,
I spent all this money on that.
Figgy looking at that ROI. Yeah, he looking at that return on investment. That's a businessman.
Like if this was my wife, then it is what it is. But
no, but what I'm saying is I guess just the way we were all brought up, not with a lot of money and all that stuff.
And we all are mindful of how much money we spend in a day.
And trust me, I will spend money on things that I want, but to know that I'm spending $100,000 a day, I don't think I could bring myself to do that.
Well, for one, I can't even wrap my head around it.
Yeah,
just because I don't have, and I'm doing okay. Everything's cool over here. I just told y'all I'm renting 2 houses, and one of them they ain't even letting me in, and I'm not missing a beat. It's all good. But this is the type of money that I cannot even wrap my head around. I could see maybe.
I'm talking about my conscience.
Yeah. And we're not talking about spending money on your business or on operations. I could see if I am a job creator or something like that. I own a business or I got employees and I spend $100,000 a day for operations. But we're talking about $100,000 a day.
A day.
So we can gaze in each other's eyes. So we can hold hands.
Yeah.
So we can do it for the gram. So we can do it for the paparazzi.
Yeah.
Or whatever else. Look, to each his own. And I'm happy for you if you can do it. This is just outside of what I could even comprehend.
Just think about all the money that she spent for them to be together, or they spent for them to be together, what they could have bought with that money.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Did you say 17 million? Yeah. How much was it? 17 million or something like
27
that?
27 million. That's the report. That's the report that they've spent 27 million. Let me ask y'all this. And most of this would be Taylor Swift, but Travis Kelce is who he is.
Yeah.
I'm curious of how financially beneficial this relationship might be. I doubt that they're making $27 million off the relationship. But I don't know. I wonder.
Doesn't matter to them.
I wonder how, how profitable of an investment it is just for them being together.
It's love.
As a power couple.
It's love, Brandon. So can you put a price on love?
That's where you're at now. Because I do know there has been skepticism on if this is real or not.
Yeah.
To me, this.
No, it's real. Well, no, this was a report that looked into whatever they're spending from Sports Illustrated. No, this is, by reports anyway, real. 100 grand.
I wonder if they might be making some money off of this relationship, to be honest. If they spending $27 million just to see each other, I know they got to be getting something back
Travis
from
Kelce jerseys, more whatever.
Maybe he might be getting more money, more endorsements, and all that stuff.
That's what I'm getting at.
I can't see them flushing out $27 million down the drain just for a relationship.
It's love, Figgy.
That's $27 million.
You can't put a price on.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. Lopez, and we understand he's trolling here, because Lopez, the most skeptical and pessimistic son gun on this show between the three of us, the highest eyebrow raiser of us all, is sitting up here talking about it's love. The one that won't even give Britney Spears the benefit of the doubt that after 40, she might not want a man in her life no more.
Yeah.
But he think that these two got to be in love, and there ain't no potential financial benefit to them being together.
Can't put a price on love.
I think it could be both. It could be both.
Yeah.
Maybe it's both.
They might be getting the NFL check from it, too.
Maybe it's both.
Yeah.
Hey, 10 more games.
Yeah.
We'll cut you a check under the table.
This is true.
I think at the very least there's a long-term benefit of it. Like if it is love, or if the relationship is going to be a thing, even if they're not making a whole bunch of money off of it now, or not purposefully making enough money off of it, there is a there, right? There's a window.
There is a series.
You got it.
Reality show.
Gear, paraphernalia.
Yeah.
All of that. Also around the NFL, got to get this in. Let me know if it scares you at all. Titans have agreed to terms with one Jamal Adams. AFC South adding an all-pro safety.
Yeah.
Does it sound like a familiar wish list item for
Yes, it
your
does.
local football team?
Yes,
What you
it
feel?
does.
What you feel? What you think?
I don't want Jamal Adams, but hey, I guess an AFC South team can sign a big-time safety. That's where I am with it. And the other part where I am with it is the Titans are one of the more fascinating teams in the league right now for me. They don't look like a team that is going to be all that good, but they are acting like it. They're adding players. They're doing all kinds.
They might be a team in the middle of the pack. They might be a nuisance to the teams in this division for sure.
Yeah,
they putting them on the table.
They are.
I don't know if what they actually putting on the table is impressive, but they putting it on the table nonetheless.
Yeah.
Got to give them credit for at least having a little heart, a little courage. Don't know if it's actually going to work out for them. That is around the NFL. On In the Loop coming up next. The internet is going nuts. Stay there.
The Countdown. conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop. Brandon Scott here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Got a little bit of news. Astros breaking news to reveal to the people. This from Chandler Rome. Saw this on X, formerly known as Twitter, from Chandler Rome, that Jose Altuve, we understand, Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez named starters to this year's All-Star game, but Jose Altuve will not participate in the All-Star game. Marcus Semien instead from the Texas Rangers is going to take his place as a starter, and Willie Castro will take his place on the American League roster with Jose Altuve's absence. The honor is just being named in it, but we understand Jose Altuve got hit on the hand not that long ago.
Yeah.
Julia Morales on Space City Home Network last night on the Astros broadcast, playfully but also like accurately, because I trust Julia Morales' reporting.
Yeah.
Said last night that it's purple. So, I understand him going out there and thugging it out against the Marlins and making sure that he does his thing for the Astros. But we've seen Jose Altuve over the years now back out of the All-Star game because...
Is this the fourth year in a row?
Ooh, in a row, I'm not sure. I remember, of course, the year after the sign stealing and all of that when they did it.
Yeah.
But I do think, like, beyond just the awkwardness of being there amongst the peers, if there's like some static or whatever, like I don't think that that's there. But he's just kind of above this now. Like he doesn't really need the pomp and circumstance. All he really needs is the nod to be named the All-Star. He doesn't get that taken away from him. That helps obviously with the Hall of Fame bid and the overall legacy after the fact. So he gets that, but he don't need to be in the All-Star game.
No, he doesn't. Look, it just. I've seen some fans already, commenting. The Houston Astros obviously tweeted as well that it would be because of his hand and saying it's an embarrassment. He needs to do this. No, man. I mean,
it's an embarrassment. Wait.
Because he's missed so many and he's not showing up at the All-Star game. It's an honor. That's bull crap. He doesn't need to go. It kind of stinks not to be able to see him, especially all these years in a row. But he doesn't need to go, and he's hurt. Don't go. It's not that difficult.
Maybe it's not the same people, so I don't want to do the thing. You'll see the straw man a lot of times.
No, I'm looking at the Houston Astros comments.
What I mean is you'll see a straw man a lot of times when you hear people say the same people in that. So I don't want to pretend like the same people who talk like the All-Star game is meaningless.
Yeah.
They don't even watch it. They don't care about it. Who cares about the All-Star game? I don't want to pretend like that's the same guy as the person that says, hey, it's an honor, he should be there.
Yeah.
But I would like for us to pick a struggle. I would like to kind of like decide, does it matter or does it not? And maybe these are different people and like reasonable minds can disagree. Maybe that's what we got here. But on the one hand, I hear a lot about how the All-Star game doesn't matter. And then on the other hand, I'm hearing
you need to go.
He's got to go.
It's an honor.
How dare he not show up? As if like the All-Star game is not going to live on and be whatever it is or was going to be without him.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It just you're going to have to get over it. Yeah, it'd be nice to see him out there, but he's got that hurt hand. I'd rather him rest. I'd rather Yordan rest. All that.
Did you ever get your Blanco confession off? Did we do that yesterday?
The one about yes, I did.
Okay, I was just making sure because it does feel like, and this is just my thought about Jose Altuve dropping out. This does feel like the way Blanco finally, eventually, at some point gets in.
Maybe.
Monitor and see which pitcher it is that does the same thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it's necessary for them to be a part of this. And Blanco, his schedule, the way it lines up, maybe it's not that great of an idea for him to participate in this thing either. But I do feel like maybe that's the way he gets in there.
Yeah, it would be, and maybe he will. But I would seriously doubt it. They usually don't do it that way with first time.
I got the internet going nuts.
You got to tell me about this, man.
This was awesome, and we use that word way too many times, too cavalierly. But this was awesome. So the Killers, we are familiar with their work. In fact, you'll hear one of their
Killers.
Was it the Killers?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Killers.
Yeah.
You just said the Killers.
They were, you're going to hear one of their most popular song here in a second. So they were playing a concert in London. At the same time, England was playing the Netherlands in the semifinals or quarterfinals, whatever it was, of the Euro Championship. And that doesn't necessarily resonate with a lot of our listeners. Maybe it does. But they stopped their concert. They went dark on their concert and put on the big screen the penalty shootout of England versus the Netherlands. And then when England won, spoiler alert, they kicked right into their best song. It sounded awesome.
Goal that looks like giving them a place in a European Championship final. That's exactly right. Extinguish the Dutch flaming
Dude, there were streamers flying. They waited. They shut down their. This is a feel.
This is finger on the pulse. This is feel. This is understanding.
They stopped their concert so you could watch the penalty shootout, and then as soon as England won, they kicked Mr. Brightside.
Yeah,
that's so badass.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you what I started feeling when you played that audio, Figgy?
What?
Guitar Hero days in college.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This put me in a place.
Yeah.
This put me in a place, man. But no, this is a cool thing.
That's awesome.
This is a very cool thing, and that is absolutely a feel thing.
Yeah.
Finger on the pulse. Something that I feel like this show prides itself on, like having a feel for the people.
Yeah.
This was that. For sure.
Figgy, you've heard Mr. Brightside a few times, haven't you?
Yeah. That's a very popular song at weddings.
For sure.
What Houston artist would do that? Texans are in the AFC Championship game Saturday night. They're in concert, already scheduled in Houston. Which Houston artist would shut down their concert, show the game-winning field goal or whatever, and then kick into their biggest song?
I mean, the number one candidate's got to be Paul. Like, I think Paul's doing that 100%.
Yeah.
I would throw Slim Thug in there as another one. Maybe Zero.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any other. Like, I don't think Meg does it.
I think one we probably missing is a country artist. Parker McCullum would do it.
Oh.
He's a big-time Texans fan.
That's the winner.
Parker McCullum.
He would probably have a bigger concert out of all of them. But he will absolutely put the Texans on the big screen.
I think Meg might.
Nah. That girl didn't even know who James Harden was or Mike D'Antoni.
Hey, she was at an Astros game.
She was.
I believe you were there.
Hey,
I was.
She was also on First Take.
Yeah.
And Stephen A. asked her about Mike D'Antoni. She said, who?
I think she would do it, though. Like, Meg's plugged in, though. I think if somebody told her and said, hey, we think this would be a good idea, like, she wouldn't think to do it on her own.
Yeah.
But if somebody told her and said, hey, Meg, you know what would be dope? You know what might even go viral, especially in the town, like in the H where you're from?
Yeah.
You know what would be really, really incredible? If you stop the concert while the Texans are in the, in a 2-minute drill in the AFC Championship
A game-winning field goal.
Or a game-winning field goal, something like that.
By the way, I saw her on Celebrity Family Feud last night.
Yeah, they had that.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Hey, look.
Except,
what's something that's curvy? She said, me?
Wow.
Yeah, and it took her a minute to realize like what they were getting at. And Steve Harvey is like, yeah, duh.
He starts clapping.
Hey, what?
Bro, that's another league right there.
What did Arsenio Hall's character that was the preacher in Coming to America say? He say, there's a God somewhere.
That was
100%.
Okay, I do have one more thing to say. Outstanding.
Yes.
Outstanding.
Very much outstanding.
I got the internet going nuts.
Out as well, Darren Ravel.
He got it. He had it going nuts a little bit this morning.
All right, so he started listing new foods at state fairs around the country.
Mm-hmm.
And let's go down this list real quick.
Say yes or no, Figgy.
Which are yes? So I'm gonna let you do the list, Lopez.
All right.
Which are yes and which are no? Me and Figgy will say yes or no.
Bacon cheeseburger egg roll.
That's a yes for me.
100%.
Yes.
I'm in.
100%.
I'm in.
Candied bacon gnocchi.
I'm
or
in.
as Travis Kelce would say, gnocchi.
I'm in.
I don't know about that.
Candied bacon gnocchi.
I
think I'm in.
I like candy bacon. I like gnocchi.
Yeah.
I feel like if you put them together, I'm gonna like it. I usually do chicken and gnocchi.
Yeah.
But candy bacon gnocchi, I could do. I could see it. I'm in.
I think I would be in on that one. How about this one? Figure you in on the gnocchi?
Nah.
Deep fried hot Cheetos pretzel. No thank you.
Nah, this will be for the
yeah, this is for the kids.
This for the
man.
kids. One of my kids definitely wants this. I'll get it for them, but it's a no for me.
I'm past my age to eat flaming hots, man.
Yeah.
No, I'm good on that.
Garlic ranch pickle pizza. What are we doing?
Nah, man.
What are we doing?
I don't know about pickles on the pizza, man.
Yeah, see, and this is one of those to say I like all of the elements. I don't like them together.
Yeah.
Man, I like my pepperonis the way we used to eat them back in the day before we got too creative.
Exactly.
I like pepperoni.
Yep.
I like sausage. I like a meat lovers. I like a supreme.
Yeah.
You can sell me on all of those.
Canadian bacon, I'll take.
Canadian bacon, I'll do. When we used to do the barbecue pieces at CC's, I grew up on those. I'm willing to get on pizza. I don't understand why we got to get so damn creative on pizza when it was already fine the way it was.
I'll do another couple here. This one might be from the Texas State Fair because it's deep fried. Deep fried bubble gum.
What the hell even is that?
Come on, man.
What does that mean?
What are we doing?
I don't understand. Okay, maybe I'm just a simpleton.
No, you're not a simpleton.
How do you deep fry the bubble gum?
Bubble gum.
I don't understand.
Two more. Tequila funnel cake.
That might be something right there.
I'm intrigued.
I might try that.
It's actually a couple funnel cake trucks around here, food trucks around here that do like Ciroc berry funnel cake and all this other stuff. So I can see that.
That's something you can play with a little.
Yeah, I can do with or without the funnel cake. I don't have a hot take on funnel cake. I like it just fine.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna add tequila to the mix, I am a little bit more intrigued by getting a little buzz off my funnel.
Last one, and you guys all know I am a blue cheese dressing. I'm not a big fan of ranch dressing, but I think I would try this. Deep fried ranch dressing.
Yes. I don't know. I don't fully understand
I might try it.
I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
But yes.
I don't know about this one, man.
I would at least try it, and if I don't like it, I don't have to I can just let it sit there.
But would you try like deep fried barbecue sauce or something?
If it's OG sauce
or deep fried mustard.
This freaking guy.
Yeah, deep fried ketchup.
Shout out to Baytown.
So I don't like mustard. I'm one of the few people I don't understand.
You're not a mustard guy?
I don't understand how it exists.
Yeah.
I don't understand it at all.
Real quick, since I'm already self-serving here, shout out to Baytown and T Mill and all the Clint's people. So the barbecue truck out there, very, very popular, Space City Barbecue, did a special today with OG sauce chicken. First customer stepped up and bought all the OG sauce barbecue chicken.
Man, look at you.
How about that?
Hey, you think that's hurricane stock, right? That's
got to be for first responders or somebody.
That's
or
a hurricane,
a big family
bulk purchase.
Yeah, I'll get it all, please.
But in this case, it sounds like the OG approves.
Yeah, I do approve. I'm taking him another couple cases today, probably.
That is Internet Going Nuts on In the Loop. Coming up next, we are a week inside Texans training camp. We will be broadcasted live from out there. We've got camp thoughts. Don't miss it next on In the Loop.
The countdown to training camp is...
Now at Napa locations nationwide.
Live from the Twin Peaks studio, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
B. Scott rolling along with John Lopez and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. We're going to get to these Texans training camp takes in just a second here, but I did want to add to our kind of food-focused internet going nuts segment that we just did. This is an addendum, if you will. I forgot to mention this. I did see this on social media earlier in the day. Bluebell, who I know you sworn off, Lopez.
Yeah.
And I understand. I get it. You and I just are on completely different sides of the aisle when it comes to Bluebell. And maybe it's a Stockholm syndrome or some kind of, influence that they got over me.
Exactly what it is.
That is existing. I will admit. And the first step in like solving a problem is acknowledging that one quit Bluebell, no matter how many folks they kill. But I noticed today, cookies and cream, cheesecake ice cream, a new flavor. Cookies and cream, cheesecake. I've never thought about combining cheesecake and cookies and cream, and I'm not entirely sure that it's a good idea. But when you talk about would you, or if you would at least try it, dip in it, I would get a spoonful just to see if this is one that I like.
It's got my curiosity.
It has piqued my curiosity. I am intrigued by this. It drops today.
I'll be around in the kitchen whenever they bring some ice cream up like usual. I'll be standing in line for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I usually don't, but I'll be standing in line for this one.
Yeah. The flavor combination.
Cookies and cream and cheesecake
sounds pretty damn good.
This one sounds legit. Other, they had some other ones before. Like I'm not a real big Dr. Pepper fan, so the Dr. Pepper ice cream wasn't really getting to me like that. But this one got me.
Yeah,
I actually thought even if you're not a Dr. Pepper fan that it was better than I was expecting.
It was.
Because I didn't like the combination at first, the thought of it.
Yeah, I actually tried it. It wasn't bad. But I wouldn't go back to it.
Yeah.
Very much intrigued by this. All right. Texans training camp thoughts, man. I got a few. Got to run them by you. Let's see what you think. First one here. I'm just going to start off with Kamari Lassiter. Let's not beat around the bush.
Yeah.
I'm calling my shot right here on In the Loop. Actually being out there for Texans training camp. Can't wait. Kamari Lassiter wins that job. What job am I talking about? Not slot corner, not the inside guy, not backup to Derek Stingley or backup to Jeff Okudah or CJ Henderson. He wins that job opposite of Derek Stingley. He is your number 2 corner, and we'll see why once we get to training camp.
I mean, I think if we were laying odds, if Vegas was laying odds on it, he would be the odds-on favorite to do it just based on...
You think so?
Yeah, just based on what the Texans think of him, clearly. Because I keep going back to the very first day of minicamp. They didn't mess around with Okudah. They didn't mess around with Henderson. Keep in mind, he had already been working out. They've already knew him, obviously, very, very well throughout the whole process. They'd seen what he had done on his own and certain things, and they said, yeah, put him out there. And then he performed. He locked up Stephon Diggs on a couple plays.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
So going along with that, Kamari Lassiter, Derek Stingley, whichever guy is on Stephon Diggs, those will be epic matchups, and they're going to make those guys better. They being Stephon Diggs, running plays for Stephon Diggs, matching up with such a precise route runner and just an obsessive competitor like Stephon Diggs is. I am intrigued by the Stephon Diggs versus Derek Stingley matchups and the Stephon Diggs versus Kamari. When we get them, I think that is going to be one of the most fun things to watch at Texans training camp, especially in the beginning, before they start hitting, before they really put the pads on, before it gets really physical. When it's a little bit more of a finesse type of game, I am intrigued by watching.
Well, and the reason is that's the truest thing to what you'll see when they do get the pads on or they do get into scrimmages and preseason games is DBs against receivers. Linemen on both sides, you can't really tell until they start hitting. Running backs, you can't really tell until they start having to break through some tackles. Quarterbacks even, with nobody pressuring them. The truest test early in minicamp before the pads is wide receivers and DBs. So you are tack on again, in my opinion.
100%. Also sticking with the wide receivers. I think that they steal the show. We understand it is a star-studded position group. Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, their whole pass-catching unit now. Bringing back Dalton Schultz. We'll see how Cade Stover factors in. Oh, I didn't even really mention Noah Brown, John Mechie. We'll see who survives, like at the back end of that group with Robert Woods and Xavier Hutchinson, all of that. I think that is going to be the star of camp, that receiver group.
And I'll just take you back to last year before they put on the pads. And we're wondering about Tank Dell. Just how much is it going to translate to the NFL? Dude, I was 2 days in, and I was sitting right here going, this guy's legit. You can tell just by the way he's running his routes, by the way he's getting open, et cetera.
And as star-studded a group that is, I still see it. Ben Skoranek being a camp favorite. Can't you see a guy like that? Yeah, I don't know exactly how they're going to use him or how prevalent he's going to be. I could see it being a thing. But can't you see a guy like that being somebody that makes a lot of plays at training camp, somebody that can do a lot of different things, and just being a very, very good practice player on top of the fact that he makes an impact on the game? I could see him being one of those not marquee names that becomes, oh, did you see the play that Skoranek made today? He made a really good play. I really want to see how they're going to use Ben Skoranek. Like, I could see him being a name that we talk a lot about at camp that we're not really expecting to talk a lot about.
And some of this is going to be kind of based in stereotypes, but he checks all the boxes.
Yep.
He's the hard worker.
This is what I'm going with.
He's the special teams guy.
Yes.
He's a wide receiver, if we're being honest. Like he checks all the boxes that he's going to be kind of the camp hero, so to speak. And by the way, I think he really will be a big contributor on this team.
The legitimate competition at left guard, and these aren't the only two guys, but I do think that they are two guys that have a great shot at getting this job, have essentially the same name.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's going to be confusing because we know the difference. We know who these guys are. But I do find it funny that Kenyon Green and Kendrick Green will be competing for the left guard position. It is a legitimate thing at camp. Now, part of me has just penciled in Kenyon Green because of the draft position and the fact that he had the year off. And to me, if he ain't right now, he never will be. So I feel like he's got a good shot at redemption, at winning that job. But I do think this is a legitimate competition because Kendrick Green might have found something in being a guard. Like, it's very possible that they misused him in Pittsburgh as a center and then later moving him to fullback in a similar fashion to how the Texans have at times misused Titus Howard and thinking that they should play him at guard when he's clearly a tackle. This guy is a guard, views himself as a guard, and I think that this is going to be a legitimate competition, and I hope we do not get confused in talking about them with their names being so damn similar.
Yeah, it's going to be a legitimate competition that you probably, if you're the Texans, especially Nick Caserio, want Kenyon Green to win. But Kendrick Green, I saw an interview with him this morning. I guess he was at Steven Sims' camp, and somebody was interviewing him, and it didn't sound like a guy that was saying, yeah, I'm just happy to be here. I mean, it sounded like a guy that thought the job was going to be his.
Which one? Kendrick. Yeah, and I've heard it was either Mark Vandermeer or John Harris, one of the two of them, talk about this on Texans All Access.
Yeah.
Him just feeling like it was, you talk about a breath of fresh air from Derrick Henry earlier in the show. A breath of fresh air to come to a place where he got to play the position that he always thought he should have been playing to begin with.
That's going to be a big battle.
Square peg, round hole as a center, and being awful at it with the Steelers. But he was not a bad guard for them up until he got hurt.
No, I agree.
And so maybe presumptuous of me to just pencil in Kenyon Green in that spot.
It's going to be bad all year long.
When Kendrick Green, like, especially if it's a real competition. It'd be one thing if they got damn near the same name, but we know which guy we're going to be talking about and which guy we're not.
Because you're just going to misspeak. I can guarantee I'll do it at least 25 times.
Since they both...
I'll be thinking Kendrick and say Kenyon and vice versa.
They both in the mix, and we're talking about a real legitimate competition.
Yeah.
You saw I just did it now. Like, wait a minute.
I still don't know which one I'm talking about.
Kenyon? Kendrick. It's too damn close.
Yeah.
Way too damn close. Another training camp thought for me. I don't know which one it is yet, but a linebacker, one of them has to do it. A linebacker that we don't discuss yet has to emerge the way Blake Cashman did last year.
That's a good one.
A linebacker that we don't talk about now, and rightfully so, because he ain't done nothing, will emerge, because he has to, will emerge the way Blake Cashman did last year. That is my training camp thought and prediction.
I'm looking at the depth chart right now as you're talking, and I would have no clue. The only one I could possibly say could quote-unquote emerge, played a lot last year and then didn't play real well at times, that would be Henry To'oTo'o. Behind that, I mean, it's anybody's guess, right?
Anybody's guess, Henry To'oTo'o?
Yeah.
At least at camp, the rookie, Jamal Hill.
Jamal Hill, 6th-round pick.
Hey, look, I could see. I'm talking about training camp.
Yeah.
I'm talking about training camp here. And Seth has talked a little bit about the things that are intriguing about him and the things that are not. I could see him making enough plays because we're going to have that conversation when we get to camp.
Yeah.
What about the linebacker there? Who else is going to play linebacker for this team?
And we will.
Somebody is going to emerge that we're not talking about now that we're going to at least sell ourselves on come training camp.
I mean, Jake Hansen played a lot last year.
Jake Hansen could be the guy.
I don't know if you can count on him.
I told you. I don't know which guy is going to be.
Training camp, right?
Don't know who it's going to be, but somebody's got to emerge amongst that linebacker group who we're not talking about today, and rightfully so, because they ain't done nothing, but it's there for the taking.
Yeah.
It's right there for the taking. As the drive, Ron Hughley.
I'm looking for those 2 linebacker sets is what I'm looking for.
It's like, man, it's slim pickings. It's slim pickings. It's a little bit of a bold prediction because it's like, where's it going to come from?
Yeah.
Hell, I've got no idea. But it's got to come from somewhere.
Y'all sound like y'all talk about some dudes. They got to do a few things to make me even learn their names.
Yeah.
Some of these guys.
Oh, well, come on.
About.
Well, I don't know if we're in a position to do that. We're going to be out there at training camp. We got to know people's names.
Oh, we are.
That's going to be the standard.
No, I do not have to.
We're going to know everybody's name. That's going to be part of it.
Listen, that's why we're a team. Some of y'all are. There's going to be a couple of guys that are going to make me know their name. Whoever that is that right now on that depth chart that's 3rd in that linebacking core, I don't need to know them until they make me.
That was my point, though.
That's true.
That was my point, though.
That's absolutely true.
It's a name that we are rightfully not discussing, somebody that we're not talking about because why would we be? Training camp's happening, right? That they'll be playing.
At least you're being honest because I'm in the same boat.
I'm telling you
who's
right
that
now.
guy again?
I'm telling you right now.
Ron's gonna walk over there. You got a roster sheet?
Yeah.
Who's number so and so?
No, I don't need it.
Who is that?
I know the numbers I need.
He's gonna do something.
7.
Oh damn! Ron's gonna be that guy.
Yeah, Ron's gonna be that guy. Ron has been that guy.
Yeah. If I need to know your name, I will know your name.
Yeah,
I am. Hey, that's it.
That's true. That's true.
It. Like I mean, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Now it could go the other way. Tavier Thomas allowed me to learn his name,
and then what happened? Yeah,
and he had a one-on-one in training camp. I knew it was over then, and then I just couldn't. I had some real concerns about D'Amico and some of the decision makers. Who was it? Isaiah Hutchinson, and Tyler put him on blast. Tyler videoed it. And I mean, this is Isaiah fresh out of Iowa State. He put Tavier Thomas in, a win song. It was just ridiculous. He got open 3 different times in the route. And I said, oh, my God.
On the same route.
On the same route. 3 different times. He almost made me say, this Isaiah Hutchinson fella.
Ron is not lying. It is also worth noting that man's name is Xavier, and he did not do enough for Ron to commit his name to memory.
That's Xavier.
That is Xavier Hutchinson, and Ron called him Isaiah 3 or 4 times because he did not do enough for Ron to commit his real government name to memory.
Isaiah, that sounded good.
Get your weight up,
that's
Xavier.
right.
Let's go with that.
That's
Get your
right,
weight up, dog, for sure.
I don't talk about backup linemen unless they make me have to.
Hey, but
George Fant made me have to talk about him.
Hey, but you ain't lying about that video.
Tyler was a damn shame for that. That was one of the meanest things.
It's
Tyler
not
did.
like when I was videoing, I knew what was gonna happen.
No, except for the laughter in the background of the video.
Oh my God, his ankles are broken.
Damn, dog. I was thinking. I said, man, I watched a lot of what I call him Isaiah Hutchinson at Iowa State. At least the times they played Kansas, I didn't know he had this in him.
Back when he had ankles.
Pointing and laughing at him. What are those? You were listening to KIOT HD2 in Odyssey Station in The Drive. Adam Spillane in for Clint Stoerner. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And as Brandon said, you were just listening in the loop, as Brandon said, Adam Spillane is in the building. And, I'm trying to be happy for you, but I learned that Adam Spillane has power.
Lucky son of a bitch.
You got power, Tyler?
Hell nah.
No, I don't either. But, man, congratulations. Happy for you for the most part.
Thank you. It's been 48 hours almost. So
Adam Spillane.
It's nice and cold.
Do you have any pets?
No.
No, Adam Spillane, no kids, no pets.
It's great.
Just sitting
So
there,
quiet.
there clean.
TV's working.
I got 3 kids under 10 and a puppy, and we just riding, baby. Tyler's got 3 kids that he calls kids that are listen to this show. His feelings among puppies and his dogs are a little stronger than maybe some.
Yeah, I care about dogs.
Yeah. Well, he cares, and even a step further. So good for you, man. Congratulations, man. I hope you feel good. Feel good about that, and hopefully we're soon behind.
Peanut butter and jelly, Spo.
It's been great. Hopefully these Astros games go quickly so I can get home to my air-conditioned home quickly after the game.
Yeah, from the text line, Ron is back. I've been here, messing up as usual. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Listen.
That person must not have AC either. They're cranky.
Xavier Hutchinson. I'm Xavier Isaiah. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe Isaiah or Xavier is upset. That's fine. I apologize.
It's not like you messed up Diggs' name.
Nah, man. I got Stefan's name.
It's not like you messed up Nico's name.
I got Tank and Nathaniel. I got his government and it. Hey, made me.
And you got the number too.
Yeah. I'm a fool around and forget John Mechie's name here in a second if he don't turn it around here.
You ain't lying.
No, I can't forget John's. But no, man.
Guy beat Cantor. Show some respect.
Okay. There you go. Here he goes. Always got
off and running.
You just can't have no little jokes, man. We can't have a little fun. You got to throw this cancer thing in. I was just kidding.
Almost died.
Damn, John. Man, I'm sorry, man. John Mechie, the guy, Alabama. There you go. Daniel, what's his name from Karate Kid? That was a celebration. Shout out to John.
And your son.
There you go. Man, I'm just kidding. Damn, man, you mad as hell. I always learn that. The guy be catch. We all know it's a joke. Damn, Adam Spillane catches.
Almost died.
Okay. Are you done?
He's still landing that plane, baby.
Man.
I love it.
Just kicking me in the nuts, man. You got air, man. Chill. I bet you somebody had your air. He probably had his stuff set on 77. You seem like somebody who sit up there old and hot.
What is your go-to thermostat setting, Spo?
It depends. At night, 73. I like it kind of cool when I sleep.
That's hot to be to sleep.
Right now, because I left, it's at 80 after I left.
Rod, you were right.
I almost punched him in the face. I did. At least in the arm.
I'm not paying for that electricity when I'm not there.
Damn, bro, I could not do it.
So you walk in. Just do you have it time to drop?
No.
So you walk in hot.
When I walk in, I'll turn it down.
I sleep on 67 degrees.
Oh no!
Yeah, you tripping? You tripping on that?
I'm very hot natured.
I worry that my AC isn't even powerful enough to get down to 67 in this state. In the city.
I'm a 71 type of fella. That's probably where we land.
72 to 74 during the day, 67 to sleep.
Dang, I feel bad for Megan. I think 67.
Shoot, she loves it too. Yeah, she needs it too.
That's crazy. All right, appreciate you jumping in with us from the text line. People being nasty. 69 24/7. Okay, thanks.
It's really about the 69.
We'll get to Shohei Ohtani. And just as a heads up. If you did not see the celebration that Shohei Ohtani had once he stole a base, we will have that for you a little bit later. And nobody can break that down quite like Adam Spillane. So he will break down.
I've been watching the film for the last 3-4 minutes. So I'm ready.
I know you are.
It's dedicated prep.
I can't wait. I'll be honest. I can't wait for that. That's coming up. That's coming up soon. That's coming up later on this hour. But I do want to get here as we have some fun. Just trying to, this feels like a moment where we try to release and let you guys take your mind off things. Unless you're one of the people like Adam and just fresh and cool and street lights and stuff, you can walk at night and everything. But I know there are still many struggling with things. Tyler, can you give us, still in this week as it is Thursday, the latest update we have from city officials, Centerpoint, what it is?
Yeah, let me grab it just real quick, Show.
To set it up, last time we spoke with you, or Tyler gave us that update last night, it was over 1 million. And they had made progress the last 2 days, made progress from the start of the show to the middle of the show, towards the end of the show. So the last time it was they had over 1 million that they had restored the power for. We want to continue to give you those updates, let you know different cooling stations, let you know things. Adam, are they still doing the $5 tickets? Is that
yes,
still
that's
tonight?
still tonight.
Still tonight.
Yes.
This series against the Marlins. 5 bet. That's $5 a ticket. You got a family in. That's a tough one to beat. Just to try to beat some of this air conditioning, try to beat some of this heat.
Get you a hot meal if you want it.
Hot meal,
cold drinks,
cold one, drinks. Get hammered. What's the latest update you got?
So literally, we got an update from the folks over at Centerpoint literally 2 minutes ago. So this is the absolute latest. The customers affected still without power in the city of Houston. That number is sitting still above 1 million, about 1,058,000 folks out there still without power. They have restored power to 1.2 million people in the greater Houston area, but that is the absolute latest from Centerpoint right there. Again, today, guys, we are under our 3rd straight heat advisory. The city of Houston, go to Alert Houston if you can get some sort of internet access or on your smartphone. Alert Houston to find those cooling centers because we are on day 3 of a heat advisory. You got to stay cool if you don't have AC, man.
And shout out to all the line workers who are braving the heat, and it looks like there might be some bad weather out there. So,
Adam, I'm going to warn you here. If you're going to start shouting out individual groups, you better make sure you shout out every last one of them. Because once you say line workers, there are going to be some people telling you the food service and the so like let's just speak for Adam and the drive. Everybody.
Shout out to everybody out there.
That was affected in every county. Okay, all right. Somebody got on me the other day, Adam, and said, hey, man, it's happening more than in just Houston and Harris County. There are other counties outside. So every last one, Montgomery, Fort Bend, all of them. Those of you in Kingwood, whatever county that is in College Station, I believe we got to reach there.
Brazos.
Yes, all of them.
The storm hit Chicago, too.
All of those counties. Every last one of them. I believe it hit St. Louis, so St. Louis County as well, Creighton, all of them. Every single one of them.
Parts of Mexico were affected.
First responders.
Jamaica, too.
Everybody. Lawn service people, everybody involved. Trash pickup, all of you. Just want to make sure no one's left out. Everybody, okay? Because I know some people don't. I'm going to tell you, don't start individual strippers, hookers.
Strippers out there. Yes, they're working hard.
Those of you are stepping out. Congratulations, great morning. Some of you are getting ready right now to really bring joy to people in a tough time. We thank you. All right. So everybody, all of you, we're not leaving anybody out. Okay, Target workers, Walmart workers, Aldi's, all of you. All right, every last one of you.
They're doing HEB curbside.
HEB curbside, Sonic, Home Depot, Lowe's, Kroger, everybody, all of you. You get everybody.
Are there still Albertsons out there?
Albertsons out there. Those of you at Randall's, we thank all of you out there.
What about Kroger?
Kroger, you've said Kroger.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, all right, everybody out there. All right, so Tyler, we've had this conversation. We've had these conversations before. Adam, you know this too, and I think yours may go. You would agree, Tyler. Adam has a don't give a rip factor that rolls through him.
Oh yeah, and I love that about
Adam. Yeah, Adam will say how he feels, really just nonchalant and just say it, and I do too. I'm probably a little louder with it, but I do too. And there are times where I think when you have a take or opinion or a thought that this is one where people are probably going to have a little problem with it, probably going to kill. I knew as soon as this came out, where my mind went, and I tell you this all the time. I don't just make up things to try to get under people's skin. You can ask Tyler, who works with me every day. I don't say things I don't believe in or feel, but this is just how I felt.
I can vouch for that 100%.
This announcement, this came from Chandler Rome. Jose Altuve is skipping the All-Star game, opting to rest a sore left hand, according to the Astros. By the way, with that,
really, really happy.
Jose Altuve hasn't attended an All-Star game since 2018 at Nationals Park. Fans have elected him to start the game both in 21, 22, and this year in 24. So 3 times he was voted by the fans. But Altuve opted out of both exhibitions, citing nagging injuries, like he is doing right now. Neither of which I don't think this one will either, required a trip to the IL, as he played all the way up into the All-Star game and played immediately after, which I believe he will do. And anybody, and I will just tell you how I feel when I see this and when I put it all together. Something about it, I just don't. Something about this, I just don't feel right about. I'm not saying it's a major deal. I'm not saying it's a huge deal. There is something, and I think it's still maybe the fan in me of the All-Star game and the fan of the league and a fan of a sport that probably could still have, more interest and more growth. That, man, you've been voted now 3 times by the fans to play in the All-Star game, and you have punted on it with nagging injury. You've punted on it, and you haven't played since 18, and you've been voted in 3 and then selected in 4 total, and you just keep skipping the All-Star game. And I can't also help but to think that there is maybe some avoidance of, what it's like on the big stage. Not to say he's afraid, but in the All-Star setting where this is the entire league probably going to give him the business, which he sees all around, but maybe not as big as an All-Star game setting. It's just something about this, Adam, kind of rubs me a bit of the wrong way, that I feel like fans are voting you in. Hey, go play 2 innings.
It's not just you go and you play 2 innings. Like, there's a whole lot of you have a whole lot of responsibilities when you go there Sunday night. You have all sorts of media obligations that you have to do on Monday. You have media obligations that you have to do on Tuesday. You're playing in the game. Honestly, I think he just wants to be home and be with the family. And it's no surprise that he pulled out of this thing. He was never going to play. I think the hand just kind of
I was going to say, you think you cover this team? He was never going to play. You think the hand is stopping him? You think if he didn't have the hand, he wouldn't?
So you mean he hurt his hand on Friday, didn't play Saturday, he played Sunday, he played Tuesday, he played last night. I imagine he'll play tonight. I imagine he'll play Friday. I imagine he'll play Saturday, and I imagine he'll play Sunday, and then he wants to rest the hand on Tuesday. I just don't think he wants to do it. I just don't think he wants to go.
Hand or not.
I think he wants the break. It's a nice 4-day break.
This isn't a coincidence of he hasn't played in 2018. He just happens to have an injury every year that prevents him, even though it doesn't put him on the.
He said in 21 his legs were sore.
That's right. Yeah. It was the leg sore. That's right. Because Presley, Correa had
Daniela had a doctor's appointment with the pregnancy.
That's yes, he had a doctor's appointment. Yes, and so the baby was delivered in November.
Yes, after the World Series.
That's July. So and I remember they all set that one out. I don't know, man. I
just don't think they want to go.
Clearly they don't. I don't think this is just Altuve is like. It's not a coincidence to me. This is 4 times in 2018. Oh man!
I think that if you're a player like Altuve and you've been through it as often as he has, I think he just wants the break. He's 33, 34 years old. I think that's a very long season. He's played a lot this season. It's not like he's been hurt for most of the year or anything like that. Like, he's played basically every single game. I think he just wants a couple days off.
Clearly,
and I don't blame him for that either. I think that when you played in as many All-Star games as he has over the course of his career, it's not that big a deal anymore.
Clearly to him or to the fans, clearly it isn't. To me, I just see it. I'm like, oh man, you've been voted in 3 years not in a row, but the last 3 times you've been in an All-Star, you've been voted in as a starter, you're like, nah, I'm good.
I mean, they do that in the Pro Bowl all the time.
I'm good. Yeah, but the Pro Bowl is different. The Pro Bowl this is after the year. It's different to me. Listen, I'm not saying your opinion is dead wrong or something on this. I'm just telling you, when I saw it, and I said to Tyler, I said, when's the last time he's played in the All-Star game? And played since 18. I'm like, damn, he's been voted in by the fans all those years, and he's just like, I'm good. From the text line, sorry, Ron, look at the big picture, and he does really need the BS from still bitter fans. Bill, yeah, so you think that, like, how much do you, because I do, because I'm with you, Bill, I do think that he is avoiding some of the fan stuff. Like, it's hard for me not to think that's a part of he just doesn't want to go. As you say that, he just doesn't want to go. I think there is something. And by the way, I will say this, and maybe this doesn't matter to any of you out there when you see the All-Star game. It is still a big deal to me to see, like, not a big deal, but something I know for my son, it's a big deal for him. He's going to see Bobby Witt. He's out there, right? Sal Perez, he's out there. He's going to see there. By the way, I ain't tell you this, Tyler, Nicholas is really pushing the boundaries here. Like, he's
with what?
He's trying to slip over to the Astros is what Nicholas is trying to do.
That's your youngest, right?
Yeah, he's really
tell him to jump on the big orange wagon.
Kyle Tucker. That's what. So
tell him King Tut.
He's trying to slide over there. Like he knows, like he can see and point out Jose Altuve. I think he's got him in the street clothes. So he's trying. I
wish
I
would have known this when you had him up here the other day. I would have chatted with him a bit.
But there's still something where it's like, oh, my guys are playing. By the way, I don't think there's a real strong possibility the Astros won't have anybody participate in this game. Now, some of you, I'm sure, may not. That doesn't do anything for you at all. Doesn't care at all. I think some it does. But now we see Alvarez, who has this tight hip. That could be a sign of him being out. We know he doesn't even want anything to do with the home run derby, so maybe that's a sign to it too. We know that Kyle Tucker is not going to play in it as he's a reserve, and I think Ronel Blanco has a great chance to make it, but he's going to pitch on Sunday. On Sunday. Hell, even worse. He's going to pitch on Sunday, so he's not going to be available to pitch on Tuesday. So I think the Astros may not have anybody there to represent them, which to you maybe it's nothing. I look at that, I'm like, damn, man, you didn't got voted in 3 times.
Yeah, if I were a fan, I do understand why fans would be frustrated about that. And we were talking, like, Tyler took the time to vote.
Tyler's
voted,
a 5 time a day voter.
Tyler voted, what, you said 10 times?
Probably, yeah, around 8-10 times. Yeah.
It's like it takes you 3 minutes to fill out the ballot. So that's 30 minutes of Tyler's life that was devoted to getting Jose Altuve into the All-Star game. And Jose Altuve just kind of thumbed his nose at Tyler.
He really did. Little punk.
I don't know, man.
I get it, though. I get why you don't want to do it. Like, it would be one thing
it's
if you
one time. One time I got you. This is 4 times, man. That he's just like, I'm good.
I think the only time Jose Altuve will ever play in the All-Star game again is if it's here.
If it's here.
That's the only time he would do it.
Somebody text in, you think Jose is avoiding Arlington?
I mean, two of the times that he missed, one was L.A. and the other was Arlington. So yeah, I think that maybe plays a part. I just don't think he wants to do it. Like, I don't think you got to do media for an hour on Monday.
I think he doesn't want to do it. I think I'll be honest with you. I think I'm also in like the 12-year-old run. If I were 12-year-old Tyler and I was an Astros fan through and through, and like Tyler, this is the truth, Altuve's his favorite player, I'd be pissed. I wouldn't be justifying myself to, hey, man, this is smart for the rest of the season. He doesn't want to be there. If I was 12, I'd be pissed. I want to see 2-7. I wouldn't say it like that, but I'd be hot. All right, coming up, we had to move some things around, so the turd list will be later on in this hour. And I was in a conversation from Patrick Creighton, our very own Tyler Milner, and Figgy Fig. We'll discuss that coming up next.
How do you grade the Astros' first half of the season?
The injuries are a curve for any team.
Pendergast, Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint is out. Adam Spolane is in with us. You can catch his work as he does a great job, especially covering, not especially, he covers it all. Covers the NFL as I sit up there with him at Texans games every Sunday, and nobody better than with the Rockets and the Houston Astros. You can catch his work, sportsradio610.com, and check out his podcast, him and Brandon Scott, H-Town Hoops. Those are dropped weekly, right?
Not quite out of season.
Out of season, not as much out of season. I know during the draft, if you want to get the best coverage and conversation about the draft and what the Rockets did,
and they haven't done anything in free agency, so there's nothing to talk about from that.
What is going on, man? I just expected something. So I just expected from what I heard reports that they were trying to make some move. I expected a little bit more than
that was all it was going to be.
Okay.
Come back to me in February.
Come back to me in February. Yeah, we'll see. Well, that Spo is in with us today, and Tyler, as I said to you, I knew this was going to be one that gets folks. But listen, as someone texted in and said, and I thought it was a good thing, like a very, very fair text about the World Baseball Classic. He shouldn't be playing in exhibition games. And listen, I'm going to tell you right now, you've listened to me here for 4 years, many of you even longer than that. And I'm a radio host that talks for 4 hours a day. I am going to contradict myself from time to time. I am. Just some things hit me different, right? Like, yes, I don't think anyone should be near the WBC, although I also believe the intensity level in the WBC is a lot.
That's not an exhibition.
Yeah, that's
a real competition.
That's real. That is real. That is on the level of postseason competition, especially for pitchers who are coming from spring training when they're just trying to slowly get themselves going into, hey, this is for it all. So I do think it's a little different, but I do think the comp is fair, and I don't want anybody near it. But yeah, to me, this feels different. Like I would say this, speaking of contradiction, like if Tyler, if Mike Trout just thumbed his nose up to the fans who voted him 3 years in a row to be the starting center fielder in the All-Star game, and he just said, no, man, not only am I show up to be an ambassador for the game, would you – I feel like your feelings for Mike Trout, you'll be like, what does this guy think he is?
Well, first of all, this is a giant hypothetical because Mike Trout would have to be healthy.
Okay. Good for you, Tyler.
No, yeah, that's an interesting thought.
No, just say like if he thumbed his nose up, if he thumbed his nose up, you would feel differently than you do right now because Tyler is like, oh, forget it, because you're in your mind you're thinking second half, that's what you're thinking.
Yes.
So I mean, like we all have little contradictions because I'm telling you right now, Mike Trout might make a turd list if he did this 3 years in a row.
I don't know. Because I don't care enough about a dude that only plays a quarter of every season.
Yes, you do, because you keep coming back to his stats. Do you know the excitement you get? And to your point, it has happened about 3 of the 4 years that we have done this show together.
Death, taxes, and Mike Trout injuries, baby.
How excited, the excitement in your voice and face when he goes down and you get to report.
Well, to be clear, though, it's not like I'm rooting for the guy's injury. I just hate this guy.
Sounds like.
Well, listen, though. The reasoning is he is the media's darling, and everyone just – and I get it. He is a great baseball player. But he ain't ever healthy, man.
The look is, hey, he don't even come in my ear and ask me.
Did you see
hit the sounder? Got it for you. Don't worry, I got it. Guess what, guys? You'll never believe it. Mike Trout's hurt.
Shocker.
Did you see the smile on Tyler's face when he just said that? Like
yes. Look at it right.
One of the greatest ball players ever when he's around.
Oh,
I mean,
but the All-Star game is also that's the biggest stage that Mike Trout gets all season because of how bad that team is.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve at least gets to play on bigger stages in postseason, whether it's the Division Series or Championship Series or World Series. So at least you get to see him when the games matter the most. And for Trout, he could. I mean, he's not in the All-Star game this year because he's hurt, but this would be the biggest stage that he would get, and then he'll go play the next 3 months of the season, and the Angels will lose 60% of those games, and then his season will end at game 162.
Yeah, I'll admit, and like I said, this is not going to be always the case. It is probably a contradiction. It probably is. I'll probably come back in something that you could push back. Oh, Ron, I bet you. What was you talking about with Altuve at the All-Star game? You're probably right. I'm just saying for some reason that fan's voting for that man 3 years, and him not just you made this point, and we didn't get to that. He's not playing the little 2 innings or inning. He's not even there. He don't even go to be an ambassador.
It's a long trip.
You're this idiot. It's a long trip.
It's a long trip.
All right, listen. We'll get to that because
gotta go to the airport, and you get on the plane, and you get to drive back to the airport, go to the hotel, and check in.
I will say our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out at. All right, I was inspired a bit by you guys' conversation the other day about the potential most overhyped Houston Texans. And I listened to it. You had Joe Mixon. I believe Patrick had Jimmy Ward, and Figgy had. Oh, I can't remember who Figgy had. I can't remember who Figgy had. But I thought it was a good, interesting conversation. And I heard Ian Rappaport talking about the rat poison thing, and then the midst of it, Adam, I then found my person. And, hey, man, we got to slow down a bit and pump the brakes. Here's Ian Rappaport, who I don't know if Ian misspoke or just got excited speaking here, but he just rolled this one out.
Yes, C.J. Stroud is awesome, and I really do believe Tank Dell. I mean, he really does have a chance to be among the greats in the game, certainly among the greats today.
Tank Dell among the greats in the game, like ever.
Hold on,
and then he said amongst the greats of the game today. Like, listen, I'm impressed with Tank Dell, and I'm telling you, when Tank Dell is your third receiver, woo, you got something. We'll talk about the skill positions here a little bit later, but we got to pump the brakes a tad. I found Tank Dell is the one where I think Tank Dell is a really, really good receiver and has a chance at some point to probably flirt with Pro Bowl level type. But amongst the greats of what? Like, let's slow down a little bit. I like Tank, and I was very impressed for what he did last year, and I thought he played better than I thought he did. But I think that's a guy. You had Joe Mixon. He had, PC had Jimmy Ward. I think Tank is one we got to pump the brakes just a tad on.
Yeah, I remember we had a conversation last year. It was right before the start of the season, and we were both kind of like, we basically said the same thing. Like, pump your brakes, lower the expectations that you have for Tank Dell. Probably more of a specialist slot guy, just a guy who makes plays, who you try and get the ball in his hands. And then lo and behold, he was one of the best receivers in the NFL last year. Like, he was.
No, I think that's aggressive. Again.
No, PFF had him top 15.
Okay, I know.
So I mean, I do think that sort of stuff matters. And now you have a full season under your belt, and you think he probably comes back healthy this year.
You think he's one of the top 15 receivers in football?
Yeah, he was production wise last year. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
You think he's one of the top? You think he's one of the top 15
yes.
wide receivers in football?
Yes.
Adam.
And
Spolane.
And he only gets better now because of the guys that he has around him.
I just want you through the break. Where is he at on this team? Is he the third best receiver on this team?
No, I have him 2. I have Nico 1, Dell 2.
You got Stephon Diggs as the third best receiver on this team?
Yes, I do.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
And good thing he's only going to be a 1 year then.
You're in it. You're in this aggressiveness.
It's a good combo, boys.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, you talk about overhype.
Oh my goodness! That's just a little. That's a little quick there. I'll run through receivers in the National Football League maybe during this break a little bit and tell me if 15 is a little aggressive.
He graded out better than Mike Evans last year.
Tyler,
hey, it's a hell of a stat.
He said Mike Evans. You got him above Mike Evans.
Gig him.
Wow. All right.
He was really good last year.
You got some homework to do. Tyler's turd list, we got to move it up because We got our guy Robert Flores will join us at 3:40. So Tyler's turd list coming up. I'm going to need more homework for Adam Spolane because Shohei Ohtani did something. I don't know what the hell it was, but I need Adam Spolane to explain it to me. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Tall Asian guy. Sagamore Rye Whiskey. If you're a whiskey drinker, man, you got to try this out. If you know somebody.
Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As the conversation continues through the break, Tyler's turd list coming up in just a second. All right, Tyler showed this to me this morning. Shohei Ohtani stole second against the Phillies yesterday. And he did a very odd celebration. The second baseman had to come over and cover the throw in Bryson Stott for the Phillies. You may remember him when the Astros played them in the World Series. In a very odd position based off of the celebration from Shohei Ohtani. So
very odd.
Like, to me, I could explain it. Tyler could explain it to our listening audience. But I think Indiana grad, correct? Am I right on that? Indiana Hoosier grad. And not during the Bobby Knight years, probably during the Pat Knight years.
No, it's Kelvin Sampson and Mike Davis.
Oh, God, you had rough years. No, Mike had a nice little run. Todd Coverdale and crew.
Got to the tournament a couple times.
Yeah, Todd Coverdale got to the Final Four with him. But
Kelvin was building something.
Yeah, till he wasn't.
But kind of got pulled out from under us.
But Indiana grad, yes. Give me your best description to our listening audience who can't see it. How would you describe? Because I know you've broken this down.
I'm breaking
it
down.
Let's watch
again.
it now. Let's hear it.
So, basically, what happens is that when Ohtani slides into second base, his left hand is on the ground, and as his left hand goes onto the ground,
this is better than I thought.
There appears to be dirt that gets into the glove that he's wearing. And so what he does after he slides in, he motions that he's safe.
Yeah,
he tells
safe.
the umpire, "Hey man, I'm safe."
Like Sandlot. Beat you.
He didn't tag me. I can't tell who the umpire is. Didn't have a great angle on it, so he's helping out on the angle. So what Ohtani does is because he's got the dirt in the glove, he takes off his glove and then he shakes it out.
He shakes it out.
He shakes out the
like
dirt in the glove.
How was this motion of the shaking?
Well, he's just shaking out the. He's shaking out the glove to get the dirt out of it, and then he puts the glove back on.
Okay, because see, like Tyler,
did you guys? I mean, you guys have both seen the video.
I've seen the video.
Did you see something different than what I saw?
Yeah, I mean, what you described is fine. I guess the best way I would say it, Tyler, is the shaking out motion that you described is a very familiar motion. To me, especially. A very familiar motion.
Especially when you don't have
was
power.
Just odd, and then it was odd to... Yes, when you don't have power. But it was odd to see the position that the second baseman was in while he was doing the shaking of the hand motion. I felt it was to a point, fellas, where if I was Bryson Stott, I would have to get up and get physical with Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, we'd have a problem.
But it's not. Ohtani's not even looking at him. So, like, Ohtani's
even more disrespectful.
No, look at me.
Look at me when you do that act.
If you're gonna look away from me, it's like you're
he's
nothing.
getting the dirt out of his glove.
I'm just gonna, yeah. I'm just saying, like, hey man, you wait to get the dirt out of your glove until I rise and I stand up. Like, you don't just.
He's got to get ready for the next pitch.
Well, I guess like it'd have been like.
What do you think is happening in this video that I'm missing?
I don't know what intent was. I'm just telling you what it looked like was something that I used to sell in high school. If you have followed this show.
Out of your truck.
Microwave, the second microwave in storage.
I thought it was a truck.
What'd you sell in high school?
Movies. But
what kind of movies?
The movies you're thinking of. The movies that movement
like
would have
Disney movies or
kind of.
There are hidden.
One of them was titled "Big Black and on Her Back." But
who's it starring?
Peter Thomas is the star of one of them. So.
Jacking his little wiener.
Peter Thomas is the star of Coffee, Tea, or Me. So I mean that was another very classic one for it. But I just like for me, man, we would have to fight because that motion that he did seeming to be more acceptable in that field of movies that I'm talking about than on the field in Lincoln Financial Park.
Jacking his little wiener.
That was
Out of the table, Carlos.
Get the dirt out of his glove. Well, he succeeded, I guess, and Bryson Stott had to be there for it. Tyler's turd list.
That was such a damn good conversation.
I'm still
Pro
watching.
athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's hear it, baby. Who got the bronze this week?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Full podium of turdish behavior around the sports world. Once again, the bronze medal this week is going to go to one of the inspirations of the turd list. Those dingoes up in the Bronx. Those Yankee turds up in New York.
They're struggling.
Yes.
Tough June.
And it is awesome.
The reverse of the Astros in June.
We need Juan Soto to hit some homers here, okay?
The Yankees, man.
In a rotisserie league or something?
Their performance
Over 36.5.
on the baseball diamond has been nothing short of extremely turdish. As Ron just mentioned, the Yankees have been sucking, and anytime the Yankees are sucking, that brings a giant smile to my face. You think I smile big when Mike Trout gets hurt? Oh, no.
So you're admitting it.
When the Yankees, whenever they screw up, whenever they suck, whenever they lose games, I am thrilled. They get the bronze this week. The Yankees are 6-16 since June 1st.
And
they have lost 17 of their last 24 games.
His hatred is deep. They made the turd list for struggling.
It's turdish baseball.
That bad.
Yeah, they look
the
like
Astros would have loved that to start the year.
Yes.
If they put them on the turd list for playing poker.
The damn Yankees are playing baseball like a bunch of turds.
Better than the Astros in April.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
That's true.
What's the silver?
Yankees are now 2 games back in the AL East. And if you're a Yankees fan, man, I see it on Twitter a lot. Like people, when they were doing good earlier this year, just like getting all hyped. These are not your great-great-grandfather's pinstripes, people. This is not the 1923 Yankees. Everyone calm the hell down. Yankees are sucking. They get the bronze. Silver medal this week.
1923.
Let me just say this. Particular thing, this was an easy gold medal. He's honestly lucky. But for the very first time in the history of Tyler's turd list,
oh no,
a member of the Drive, this very show, has landed on the podium, and he is getting a silver medal. That, of course, is Clint Stoerner.
He's not even here to defend himself.
Oh, well, you have that much PTO. It's nice.
Is Clint not here a lot?
Easy.
Easy. Well, wish I could figure out how to get that PTO. Stoerner, you are getting the silver medal this week, my friend. I love you, bro. But your take, and you doubled down on it yesterday. Adam Splain, I don't know if you heard this. I don't have any audio because I can't bear to listen to it again. It hurts my heart. Clint Stoerner just simply does not view dogs the way I and many others do.
Knew this was coming.
Clint Stoerner was emphatic that I should leave my 3 dogs in my house without electricity for hours at a time, and they'd be just fine.
I agree.
And as I told him, maybe they would be. But you don't do that if you're a dog owner. You don't put your pups out in the heat. You don't leave them in a hot house for an extended period of time. That is dangerous. I love my dogs. It's okay for people to view their dogs differently and treat them differently. I get some people have outside dogs. That's fine. They cannot be left, should not be left, in a powerless home for hours at a time.
You have 3 dogs?
I do. Got a whole pack.
That's a lot of dogs.
It is.
How big are they? Are they like small? Are they big?
I got like one medium, one small.
I like that. I like the diversity in types of dogs.
It really is. It really is. But yeah, I won't spend any more time on it.
We saw this one coming.
Yes, you should have. Clint Stoerner, silver medal, first member of the Drive to ever be on the podium. And the only reason that Clint Stoerner did not get the gold is because, obviously, we are feeling the effects still to this day, right now, this hour, of bitch-ass Beryl. Hurricane Beryl. Screw off, man. It is way too early in the hurricane season for us to be without power for days, if not a week or more on end.
Day 4 right here, baby.
Yes. So the gold medal was really easy.
Whatever the hell is rolling in right now, I'm guessing it's not going to help the cases for many of us who are out of power right now.
Yeah, we don't need no more water, man. But bitch-ass Beryl was an easy decision. Everyone out there, stay cool, stay calm. We're all struggling with this. We're all irritated. I've been seeing a lot of fights and stuff at the gas stations. We're going to get through it, people. It's going to be okay. Shout out to everybody working on getting us power back. But bitch-ass Beryl, Hurricane Beryl, easy gold turd medal winner this week on Tyler's turd list. That'll do it for the list, boys.
All right, I got a couple honorable mentions. At least
Yeah. Honorable mentions.
I would say Dylan Brooks.
No.
Yeah. Come on, man. I'm
off my
trying,
guy.
and I'm trying,
That's good,
man. Come on, man. What is and I said I got a couple. It's just Dylan. I mean, he just wakes up. He wakes up to be on the turd list. Come on, man. He wakes up with honest to God, I think he in this week. First all the ridiculous trash that he is talking that he cannot back up against that team. He cannot back up against that team of the United States. Nothing. He is the new, what Russ used to say about Patrick Beverly, just doing all these movements and staring down, and that stare down thing he does where he just stands there, that's the lamest thing I've seen in sports in a long time. And then you know my man Book is doing an interview and you're just gonna walk through it with your silly backpack.
Setting the tone for the season.
What season?
First of all, they might be teammates here in 6 months.
Setting the tone for what? Dylan just, I bet he walked out I got him with that one.
They're fighting it out for the play-in next year, those two.
God,
that's a good one.
Dylan gets on my nerves.
I love it. How can anybody be mad at Dylan Brooks?
How?
He's a joy.
He's a joy. Okay.
Just reel it in a little, bud. Reel it in a little.
That is my legs. He is hot to trot.
Dylan, you be you, okay?
That one right there.
Don't let them change you.
Dylan, you be you. You've been watching episodes of Jenny Jones or something.
Don't let them change you, Dylan.
All right, coming up a little big 3 at 3. We'll look at last night's game as the Astros take the series against the Marlins. They handled business yesterday. But the big news with Jose Altuve involving the All-Star game, we will let you know about that and dive a little deeper to last night's USA game against Canada. That is coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Turd Ferguson.
The Drive with
only thing right now for the Astros that would push me to hey man, the Astros have to be aggressive at the trade deadline is if they announce Verlander's got a more serious injury than they've led us to believe at this point.
If the Christian Javier thing didn't happen, I'd be
Come on, man. Jose Urquidy too. JP France too.
But it's so specific with the neck thing.
Ride Home with Clint and Ron, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Still a lot of activity going on the roadways. Low-lying areas still have some closures there because of high water. Tons and tons of signal malfunctions. We do have a hot spot, I-69 Southwest, southbound at Beechnut Street. Injury wreck, it looks like it was in that right lane, may now be on the right shoulder. Tiny delays there. Also reported along I-45 Gulf, southbound at I-610 South Loop. That wreck's on the shoulder. It's 87 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610. Live with Stoerner and Hughley with the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
And Joey hits this ball hard to center field. Back goes Jazz Chisholm Jr. He will not get the ball as it bounces off the fence. Joey's got a homer followed by a triple. He's going for the cycle in reverse.
It allowed Joey 3 bags.
Thanks, Jeff. That's Jeff Blum and NOTK, Space Home Network. As the Astros, they get a big W. As I said, hey, Joey, with Jake Bloss pitching tonight, you want to win this series, right? Like, you want to keep pace with the Mariners, who won again yesterday in San Diego, so they remain 2 games back. But you want to keep pace there. And when you got the Marlins, man, the worst thing is to lose the series, right? They've done enough to get to a space where they're 2 games back. Just win series now, as you know, you got the Mariners coming up as soon as the break ends. But a big one tonight to get behind Framber, and I think there are 2 major stories coming out of this. The first one is Framber and his up and down nature, really since a part of the second half last year has been up and down. We got good Framber last night, but against a poor team. The hope is, do we continue to see him string together starts where he is consistent and he could be somebody they can depend on with everything happening around him, including, the injury to Justin Verlander.
Yeah, poor team is putting it. They were really bad in last night's game. Framber's he's been fine in the first half. I think the way you put it is correct. We're really going back to the All-Star break last year. He hasn't been
a tid better than fine, because that's we put Jake Myers as fine.
Okay. Well, he's been acceptable for Framber Valdez,
but not to the level of.
He's not going to he's been an all-star the last 2 years. He's not an all-star this year. He has not pitched at that level, and I think that is what they are hoping for the second half. That he can start to string together quality start after quality start after quality start, eat up innings, and put them in position.
You cover this team, and you have for years. How does somebody go from the most consistent? You can't get more consistent than 25, 26 consecutive. Hey, man, every time he rolls out, you're getting at least 6 innings, 3 runs or less, if not better. How can that person, and it was that way, as you said, he was an all-star last year. The first half last year, he was pitching towards that.
He was the Cy Young frontrunner this time last year.
Yes. I distinctly remember a Saturday game in the first half going to the All-Star break against Seattle where he just sliced them up. And it seems like since then, man, that guy that was so consistent you're crossing your fingers on what the hell you're going to get. It is really interesting to me how that turned so quickly for him, a person so consistent.
Between years. Some of it, when things aren't going his way, he has trouble getting it back together. Some of it has just been command, where he's gotten way too much of the plate and he'll get hit hard. Some of it is just defensively, they aren't as good as they have been in the past, and he's the type of guy where you're going to put the ball in play against him, and when that happens, you have to have the 7 guys behind you making plays, and that hasn't always been the case the last year and a half. So there are little things, but I think overall the stuff has been been fine. When guys are struggling and when they're maybe inconsistent, maybe you start looking at the stuff. But his velocity has almost been up, which is not necessarily
almost too much.
Yeah, that's not what you want. Yeah, that's so you almost don't want the velocity to be there. But I think his ceiling is still higher than any other starting pitcher that they have, and he's the one starting pitcher that I think you really trust from now until the end of the season.
That's the part, when you say his ceiling, that's the part where he really frustrates me, and I know Tyler's heard me say it. It's as if he doesn't know that his stuff is as good as it is. Like, he will not attack guys. Like, when you go and watch Verlander when he's on, hell, Ronel Blanco. Hunter Brown here of late when he's on. They are attacking guys. And you said he can come anywhere from 92 to 97. He's got a devastating breaking ball when he is on. But a lot of times when you start to see him get in trouble and you say between the ears, he is nibbling. He is trying to hit the edges and not just attacking and aiming instead of just, I got this and come hit it and hit this. That's where he loses me, where we start to see him, I think, run into trouble.
I think sometimes he pitches for strikeouts. And I don't think that's
interesting.
And I don't think he needs to do that. Like, when his velocity is up, a lot of times he's trying to get strikeouts, and then so what happens? You lose your command once you're doing that, and then all of a sudden you're giving up homers or you're giving up line drives. Like, down in the zone, you can certainly pitch. You can pitch to contact to a certain degree and attack the zone that way, but get your ground balls, and that's what he did last night. Like, he got, I think, 3 or 4 double plays last night. Like, you can give up hits. But if you're getting double plays right after that, then who cares if you're giving up hits? So I sometimes when he starts worrying about strikeouts too much, that's when he gets in trouble.
Yeah, I guess someone on the text line to you, he doesn't have Maldonado in his ass this year too. You think there's anything to that?
I do think there is something to that, and if you remember, it was Yainer Diaz catching him early in the year, and then he had that one. He had that one start where all of a sudden he deviated off the game plan with Diaz, and then it was Caratini catching him for the most part, and then Caratini got hurt. Salazar caught him once, but it's been Diaz now these last couple of starts, and I think that for Framber to have good results with Diaz, I think that's an important step because obviously you want Diaz catching Framber as much as possible. So I do think there's something because Maldonado had a way of keeping guys in line. Maldonado had the respect of every pitcher on that staff. Losing him has hurt them to a certain degree, but I do think that you're starting to see Diaz start to figure it out.
Yeah. So that is the latest there as a big start from in last night's game. And to me, whenever your best player comes out of the game early, I think it's a big story, especially when your best player has had injury concerns and history, as Yordan Alvarez has had. I didn't even watch it because I don't have the ability to, but I saw it come across. I said, "Oh God, oh God." Here is how it sounded, play-by-play from Todd Callis and Jeff Blum last night.
We've got a report on Yordan.
How about it?
Unless Booz is just making it up on his own.
He can.
Hip tightness.
Okay.
So his hip.
All right.
A little tight, and he will be in there the rest of the way, but hopefully it's something that is, as you said, A, precautionary, and B, minor.
Well, we should be encouraged it's not discomfort.
Is tightness better than discomfort?
I'm guessing.
Those two guys.
I love them.
Listen, they have. I would have lost this bet, and hopefully it stays this way, Adam. But they've avoided having any kind of significant time missed by Yordan Alvarez, which you can almost always pencil. Hey, he's going to get a stint. He's going to get at least one IL stint, and he hasn't missed many games. Hopefully this is nothing but because he was starting, especially when they were leaving Toronto, that Toronto series, he was starting to look like, he's about to be that MVP type guy that we know is in there at the plate. But this is one to look around just based off you being and covering this team, Adam. Is this something that you think is minor, or is this something that is in any way concerning in terms of time missed?
So what they said last night, and this is Espada, and then we didn't talk to Alvarez, but Alvarez kind of gave a statement through a team spokesman where he didn't think that it was anything serious. They weren't even going to have him undergo tests or anything like that, at least as of last night. They didn't. That's how unserious they thought this was. And the fact that it is 3:08 and I have not seen a lineup posted means that it seems like there's a good chance that he's playing tonight. Like, if they would have put out a lineup at the normal time at 3 o'clock and he wasn't in there, okay, well, then maybe you start to think. But I think, obviously, they don't have a lineup out yet because I think they want to see how he feels.
I was going to say, does that mean they're waiting on him?
Yeah, I think 100% they are waiting on him just to see how he feels. We do have a little bit of Astro injury news. I don't know. I don't want to interrupt.
Kyle Tucker?
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah, go
Kyle
ahead.
Tucker is playing catch on the field right now at Minute Maid Park, and this is the first time.
Oh, look at God.
It's the first time that he has done anything on the field since he got hurt June 3rd.
Kyle Tucker.
Feels huge.
Is he playing catch with Justin Verlander, and is there more conviction behind the type of catch that Justin Verlander and Kyle Tucker are they playing?
What is that conviction level?
I want to know who he's playing catch. Gary Pettis, get away. Let's get JV in there 3 days in a row, and let's get a level of conviction on that. Wow. Okay. Well, that's good news. That's good
it's
news.
a step.
They
It's
feel,
a step.
I do think it's something where they feel comfortable with him being seen.
Yes. He's not like
that had to be a part of it. They didn't want him to be seen.
Everything that he has done since June 3rd has been away from the cameras, away from the media. It's been in the cage. It's been in the trainer's room. So this is the first time that he is out in the open. Now he's playing catch on the field. He's been throwing he's been throwing a lot since he's been hurt. I want to see him run on the field. That's what I need to see. I need to see him running on the field because I don't know if he's able to do that yet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the one thing. Are you surprised how long this is taking? I know for us on this it's hard to think there was, and we've discussed it, that there wasn't at least some sort of a hairline fracture, something. This has got to be the deepest bone bruise. We still haven't seen him run on the field.
I've seen him walk in the clubhouse.
How's that
quite
look?
a bit. It doesn't look great.
Even last night. Hold on. Bring the music down. Bring the damn music down right now. Hold on.
Doesn't look great.
I need to take my headphones down. I would hear this in my real ears. Like as late as how? like the last time that when you're saying doesn't look good, how long ago was this?
Last night.
Well, don't leave.
Last night.
Damn.
When you say, let me say this. When you say last night, by judging by his walk, because a part of me thought was, hey, All-Star break is coming up. Let's give him a half, and then we'll bring. Like, do you think he could play a game tomorrow?
No.
Like unequivocally, you're not like that. You don't think he could play a game?
No.
Did he look like somebody who could play a game next week?
Probably not.
What in the hell happened to him? Did he actually use? Was it a hammer? Did he actually
shattered his shin?
All I know is when it happened, I was there that night. When it happened, I thought he broke his leg. And
that Jermaine died?
Yes. He stayed down on the ground a long time after it happened, and then he got up and he wanted to stay in the game.
He wanted to stay in, I remember.
And so what happened was he walked to the on-deck circle, and he kind of, did whatever he did with his bat, and then he tried to jog to the batter's box to continue in the at-bat, and he shut it down right away. And seeing him in the clubhouse after the game on crutches, could barely walk with the crutches, like it was bad. Like, listen, I'm not saying that he broke his leg, but that's as deep a bone bruise as I think I've ever seen.
In history.
Yes.
By the way, Jordan is not in the lineup today. We'll see the rest of it according to Chandler Rome. Jordan is not in the Astros lineup after exiting yesterday's game.
It's not ideal.
With a hip issue.
Not a big surprise.
Yeah, probably nothing.
But this is a guy who he's only missed 4 games this season. He's only missed back-to-back games once this season. And so obviously they'll be careful with him, but it kind of goes have a lot of depth. And this is a long stretch without Kyle Tucker, and now whenever you have to lose 2 of those guys, 2 of those top 4, man, that lineup is not nearly as formidable.
Well, here's the lineup, and you say not nearly as formidable. Let's hear it. Spoiler alert: John Singleton is hitting cleanup.
Someone's got to.
Altuve leads off Bregman.
Solid top 2.
Moving in the 3 spot is Yainer Diaz. He is DHing tonight. So Salazar is somewhere in here. Singleton, as I said, is hitting cleanup. Pena is hitting 5th. Behind him, Joey Loperfido. And then in center field, Jake Myers, the defensive specialist. Jake Myers is in center field. In right field, Cabbage is in the game. And
You gotta stop.
Salazar is the catcher. And no one more pissed off with this lineup than making his second start and now throwing just under 67 innings, Jake Floss. He's got Jake Bloss never dreamed that his second start would have John Singleton hitting cleanup in it, and he's playing for the Houston Astros. So that is the lineup, and I'm sure they will go out here and beat the dog out of the Marlins because they're that bad. But you're right. That looks like a different lineup.
I've seen better Astros lineups.
Yes. Yep. I'm with you. I just thought Dubon might be able to sneak his way into
right-handed starter for them.
Yeah.
So stacking up with the lefties.
You're right. Why not?
A lot of lefties in there.
There it is. Yep.
All their lefties.
Gotta have them in there.
1, 2, 4 lefties in the lineup.
You're right. I got you, Cap. There you go, Captain Joe. Good to know. All right.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, USA basketball. This is one thing I was really hot. I was really pissed that I had no way to get to FS1 last night. Clearly you did. I had no way to get to FS1 last night. I couldn't see a highlight until really I got probably 15 minutes outside of my area where I live, and I got internet to come on my phone. But USA, they played Canada, and Canada, that's a really good team, potentially a team that I think has a great chance to medal.
Yes.
When you think about who they got, SGA over there, weird Dylan Brooks over there, Jamal Murray over there, R.J. Barrett's on that team. A lot of good role players. Walker from the Timberwolves is on that team. They've got Dart is on that team from OKC. They've got some players over there, and they started out really well. Looked like Team USA was filling out some things with each other in these lineups. They win 86-72. No Kevin Durant. Anthony Edwards led the team with 13 points, but Anthony Davis, all-around game, offensively and defensively, kind of carried the way. But they looked pretty good last night, 86-72.
And remember, Canada beat the.
They did.
So I do,
only Halliburton and
Edwards played that.
Edwards, Edwards and Halliburton were the only players that were still on that are on this team that were on that team.
Yeah, but I think when you look at the Olympics, it's the U.S., it's Canada, and it's probably France are probably the top three that are in this competition this year.
Yeah, so good one there. By the way, Joel Embiid, who was born in the Cameroon. Joel Embiid, who also could play for France as well.
Yes.
But Joel Embiid, who is playing for the United States, 5 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 12 minutes, and fouled out.
He's not used to playing.
Hold on, Doc. Hold on, Joel. Oh, man. Who fouls out of an exhibition game
hey, man.
in the third quarter?
FIBA refs.
Minutes.
You got NBA.
Trust the process, bro.
But you can hand check in FIBA.
But I'm telling you, because I think he even said during the game, I saw one highlight where he said, "I'm trying to be physical." You can listen. These NBA players are about to see it. You can complain about NBA refs all you want. You're going to be begging for Scott Foster after the second Olympics game. You're going to be begging for Tony Brothers. Bring me Tony B and Scott Frost and Scott Foster.
He fouled out in 12 minutes in the third quarter.
FIBA refs are rough.
By the way, you all right with Joel Embiid playing for the United States?
I'm okay with it. I understand. I wish
catches me off guard a little bit.
I wish they wouldn't have recruited him. It's like you either want to play for us or you don't.
Does Giannis have a dual citizenship? Does he want to? Does Luka have a dual citizenship now? Does he want to slide over here?
Djokovic doesn't.
No, he ain't going nowhere.
Jokic or Djokovic?
Oh, yeah.
Djokovic is a tennis player.
I got tennis on my mind.
You could have let him go with that. You knew what he was talking about.
I looked up at Wimbledon.
It was all Wimbledon, man. Come on. They're both jokers.
Actually, I was just thinking about the rom-com.
Come on, man. Why'd you let that man have that? All right, Bill Barnwell, becoming one of the better minds and people go to when it comes to football conversations. He does great rankings. And when I say great rankings, Bill Barnwell picked the playoffs to a T last year. Who would win the Super Bowl? He picked it all the way, damn near. He's also selected his top 32 skilled position players. So everybody around the quarterback. Wait till you hear where he has your Houston Texans rated. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, if you're out there and you're dealing with a hair loss issue, guys, gals, all ages, doesn't matter. If you've got a hair loss issue, receding hairline, thinning up,
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I honest to God, I really do want to get. I do want to get to this, and hopefully we do. But I just saw this, Tyler. The Pittsburgh Pirates and Paul Skeens is becoming one of the young stars in the league, and hopefully he doesn't start turning down all-star games so that he can be an ambassador for the league.
Oh my!
But he's 7 innings, 7 innings of no hit ball, 99 pitches, 11 strikeouts, 1 walk in a 1-0 game against the Brewers.
Those 11 are career high in Ks.
Yes, and like 11 starts now. And they didn't run him back out there for the 8th.
Oh, I hate this.
And we were talking, like, there was something like, now listen, there's somebody who I used to work with, shout out to Bob Fesco, who called it a disgraceful. I think now let's not get too crazy here. That's a little juice there. Well, I don't want him to throw it. What do you want him to throw? 130 pitches? Well, this is my thought though, Adam. He's at 99 pitches going to the 8th. Like, what is acceptable? Like, how many pitches? Because to me, in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, we got a no-hitter. This is a chance. You don't run into these a lot. Ask Justin Verlander, ask whoever has had him. Look, what would be the amount where you're like, all right, I can't let him throw more than this? Is it 115? Is it 120? Like, what would be your stopping point?
The most he has thrown in a game this season is 107. Okay. And I guarantee you that was like pushing it. And that got him.
They probably wanted to go. He had one more batter.
That probably got him. That got him through the 7th inning. Was at 107. So there is no way that they are going to have him start an inning at 99. There is no way that they're going to do that. So I don't think that he will ever, like, that 107.
So 107, like 107, you think that's pushing. So what do you think is his max? Even in a situation like this, where he is through 7 and he's having a magical game and they're up 1-0, right? You know yourself, I bet you would agree, and it almost played out that way, that there was nobody else, even him at 99 pitches, there was nobody else that was probably better to run back out there than him to win the game. So 90, like you not start with 99, like what do you think the max is? 100? You think that's where they
It's hard also because he has never thrown more than 7 innings in a start. So it's not just like, do you want him with going 8 up and down?
Well, how did they go though? How did these innings go? Like that's that's
also a big part of it.
Like, I wonder what the 7th looked like. I would like did he throw 25 pitches to get out of the 7th? I don't know. By the way, Tyler, in the 8th when they took him out, the Brewers loaded the bases. And they got 2 hits in the inning.
That really makes me like, for that fan, man, I hate that.
That's my thing.
Imagine if you're at that game.
Oh, I'd have.
That's on the bucket list. That's something I have not experienced.
I would have kicked Jim Leland's ass in that dugout.
It's in Milwaukee. Game was in Milwaukee. Would you rather him get the no-hitter? Or would
That's
you
it. For me, Jim
would you
Leland,
rather him not pitch the no-hitter, or would you rather him get the no-hitter and then get hurt? Like that's what you have to kind of think about.
But stop guaranteeing that he'll get hurt if he throws 100.
But you're also not guaranteeing that he finishes the no-hitter either.
No, I know, but it would have been fair, right? As soon as he gets a hit, let's go. Like I'll get you out.
You want to know how many pitches he threw in the 7th?
Don't tell. If it's under 15, I promise God, I'm gonna punch you right in the arm.
6.
He threw 6 pitches in the 7th.
I can't.
He didn't even work hard in the 7th.
I can't believe they let him go back out for the 7th.
I wouldn't. If he was at
he's at 93 pitches.
He's at 93 pitches, and you let him run out the 7th. He's got 11 strikeouts. He went out there and said, "Here, Skip. By the way, I know I said Jim Leland. Jim Leland is the last Pittsburgh Pirates manager that I believe existed. I don't care about the others. I don't care about any of the other ones out there.
You weren't a Gene Lamont guy?
I think Clint Hurdle had a run there when he was in the playoffs. But to me, and Belinda in the bullpen, that's the last of the Pittsburgh Pirates that I remember. But damn it, he's at 93 pitches in the 6th. He gets, beyond pitch efficient in the 7th.
I'm telling
you, gotta let him run out the 8th.
I can't believe they let him go back out.
Like Tyler, we gotta be on. All right. As soon as he gives up a hit, he's out. We gotta be on that mark. And if we get out here and he's at 110 through 8, I gotta give him a look.
Because there's so many different angles to this. Like you were saying, this might
everybody's not Steven Strasburg.
Well,
Strasburg.
So if you had to guess, how many starts you think this young kid's made?
I think he's at 11.
This was 11.
So that's kind of where my mind went, is like, man, this is a young dude just starting his career. If he's left in, he's possibly getting already his first career, no-hitter.
Yes.
And what kind of path does that maybe put him on for the rest of his career, Like, that'd be fun to watch as he gets older. Is he going to be an all-time great? How many no-hitters can he rack up? You know what I mean? But that's the original thought is just, man, if I'm a fan and I'm at that game, I am pissed. I am upset.
The Astros pulled Blanco after 7 no-hit innings in a start this season, too. So teams don't care. Teams don't care. These pitchers are dropping like flies, and teams aren't going to put themselves in positions to where you are leaving a guy out there for 120 pitches.
It's also the player, right? Like this could be one of the big stars of baseball moving forward. And as a fan, and when you get to the ballpark to see stuff you've never seen before, and this, just let it. If you're gonna send him out there 93 in the 6th. And he gets out in 6 pitches. Let's just see what the 8th looks like. Come on, baby. See what the 8th.
And then 2 days later, he has to shut down his bullpen because everybody's not
Lance McCullers.
Feels a little twinge in that elbow.
And to me, when you say that, I don't know. But
it also,
I just wonder how much 12 to 15 pitches does that.
It is also, though, how these pitchers are being developed now to where they're not going 100 pitches in the minor leagues.
Let's get you a lot of rest, baby. You're off to the All-Star break.
So, I don't think you want him in a position to where this guy has probably never threw 100 pitches in a minor league game. He did at LSU, I'm sure. But, man, that's all of a sudden, that's putting your arm in territory
I understand the thing. He's
in 3 years, I don't think that they would hesitate. They wouldn't hesitate in 3 years.
He's going to have time.
But right now, they're not going to.
The odds are he's going to have Tommy John.
Well, they all do.
Just what I'm saying. He's going to have it. So let's get it going.
You want to do it now?
Let's get it.
No,
Damn it, man.
you can't do it in July. You got to do it in after the season, so you don't have to miss 2 seasons after this.
Text line coming in. Show me the stat that says the next pitch after 100 causes significantly more damage.
I'm not telling. I'm just saying. I'm telling you how teams are approaching these guys.
All right, let's talk to our guy Roflo. We'll get his thoughts on this Skeens thing. If they did the right thing, if he would have done it, one of the real stars of the game. I wonder what he little celebration. We'll get to him, his thoughts, and everything with the Astros coming up next.
All right, selling a home is full of catch-22s, y'all. Questions like, do you pay for upgrades?
888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint is out. Adam Spolane is rolling with us today, as we said. You can catch him in a lot of spaces here on Sports Radio 610 as he covers all of the Houston area teams. Not only put you on, I don't know how often you're out at the Dash or Dynamo games, but I mean, you do your thing there. I don't know. I won't put you out there. But he
so many hours in the day here, Ron.
Only so many hours. He certainly is work with Texans. I'm sure he will be out there at training camp getting all the news and notes, obviously with the Astros as he was there last night. And the Rockets. Check out his H-Town Hoops podcast. Him and B. Scott do a great job there. By the way, they did win that game. They were able to win that game. The Pirates, as old Paul Skeens, who is becoming one of the kind of the sensations this year thus far, made the All-Star game as a rookie, 11 starts. He pitched 7 no-hit innings, 11 strikeouts, 1 walk. They pulled him after a 6-pitch 7th inning, and he was at 99 pitches. And but they did get the win. It was 1-0 too, so this was tight. It's one of those impressive tight games for everybody. They immediately loaded the bases and gave up 2 hits in the next inning, in the 8th inning, but they held it down for him. He's 6-0. Good for him. Good for him, Paulie.
He's got a good life.
Say Livy. That's where he's going home to. All right.
I was pitching to the Air Force 2 years ago.
Was he?
Yeah.
Good for him. Then he slides to LSU and does his thing. All right. Hopefully we'll hear from Robert Flores, our guy, MLB Network. We'll look to get with him. I did want to talk to him about this, but sure we can have this conversation because I am wondering this. Clearly, right? Dana Brown has spoken and made it clear starting pitching is a priority. Hell, everybody knows it, right? And now when you see the surprise of nobody, the setback to Lance McCullers, that is something that if that was a direction they were looking to go to, that's up in the air. But we know that he has talked about starting pitching. It's something that they're going to target. My question to you and to people, and you can jump in on this 713-572-4610. Adam, Tyler, Cheryl, anybody working on this, you can jump in on this. We know he's looking for starting pitching. And the question for me is, do you trust the Astros' top 4 starters? And that is when they're right, Justin Verlander, however you put it, Justin Verlander, Ronel Blanco, Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, those 4, each one of them. Justin Verlander, the best pitcher of this generation. I will argue anybody to the hills. If you want to put Clayton Kershaw in front of him, I will argue that one down. Justin Verlander, to me, the best pitcher of the generation.
Justin Verlander.
Ace, you know about Justin, even at his age. Framber Valdez, been up and down, but honestly, in his time, more times than not, he has been a big money postseason pitcher. Hunter Brown's the reigning AL pitcher of the month. Ronel Blanco has been the biggest surprise, the most important player in the first half, and has been their best pitcher in this first half. So he has been fantastic. 9.3 ERA and the 2.5s. Those 4, when you say it like that, my question to you, do you trust that those 4 starters can get them to the postseason and make a run to the postseason? Do you trust, and I mean everything that goes into those guys, do you trust those guys to get you there to the postseason and make a run in the playoffs in a space where you're like, hey, I don't need to add something over them. Maybe I need to add something, but not a top 4 level starter. Do you trust their 4 starters?
No. Yeah. Justin Verlander hadn't pitched in a month.
got this thing seasoned in the neck and whatever.
June 9th was the last time that he's pitched in a game, and it's not like he's right around the corner. I mean, he still hasn't thrown off a mound during this whole stretch. So I don't know when he's coming back. Framber Valdez, I trust. Hunter Brown, it's been a really good month, but I still need to see more than a really good month out of him. But he has shown signs that he is real, and he is the guy that they thought they were getting. And with Ronel Blanco, he is heading into uncharted territory for him. And he's over 100 innings. He has never thrown 125 innings in a season before. So the idea that he is going to be able to maintain this level through August and September and then maybe October, I don't know, just because he's never had to do it before. So they absolutely need to add starting. And then you're also trusting these guys to stay healthy. And guess what?
And that's why I said all of them.
Yes. And here's the thing. Starting pitchers don't stay healthy. And you've seen it with this team where they've had a lot of trouble keeping guys healthy time. Framber's been on the IL once this season already. And then again, Blanco heading into uncharted territory.
All right, let's bring Flo in this conversation. Robert Flores, MLB Network, can catch him every morning on MLB Central every morning on MLB Network. Flo, I posed this question to Adam. Adam is in for Clint as he covers the Astros here at Sports Radio 610. Do you trust the Astros' top 4 guys to get them to the postseason and to make a run in the postseason? Because to me, that determines what type of starter Dana Brown needs to go and get.
Well, trust is a very big word. First of all, as Adam mentioned, all the injuries, and I think a larger discussion needs to be had about how starting pitchers are being trained, how they're being developed. But that's a much larger conversation. That's an industry-wide conversation, obviously maybe for another show. But I believe they are a starter shy. I believe they're an arm shy in the bullpen. McCullers, Garcia coming back, that's great. That's a big boost. I view those 2 players as basically one guy. I think it's unfair to expect, for them to take on a regular workload, especially to a certain extent McCullers, who's dealt with so many injuries in recent years. So Tommy John, Hunter Brown, I think Hunter Brown's emergence has been a really big boost for this team. I think I would rank that one right below Ronel Blanco's emergence for the importance of what it has meant for this team's run, this recent run, the recent turnaround. But I still think they're an arm shy in the rotation. I just don't know. Here's my question. What do they have to offer other teams to get an impact starter? Because do you consider Eric Fetty an impact starter? Do you consider Jack Flaherty an impact starter? Because I think that's the level that the Astros are looking at, unless I'm reading the room wrong.
And they don't seem like guys that jump in front of the 4 guys that we're thinking of, right? Like Hunter Brown, Blanco, or especially where Jack Flaherty is, maybe a couple of years ago, but not at this point. So it seems like they need.
Would you put Eric Fetty over? Would you say start Eric Fetty over Spencer Arrighetti in Game 4 of a playoff series?
Yes, I probably would, just because it's been a long season for Arrighetti, a longer season than he's ever experienced before. I think
correct.
Their top 4, I think, is fine, but I think the big thing that they have to worry about is, are they overusing Blanco, especially just because he's never gone through this type of a season before. So if that's to the starting rotation, and then you can give Blanco a little bit of a spell to where maybe he gets a couple of extra days in between starts a few times this season, I think that helps kind of prolong his year. So I don't I don't think that they should be going after like the big fish when it comes to the trade market. Just give yourself some depth so that you have more than 4 starters basically on the roster, because they just went through 2 turns in the rotation going with a bullpen game. Like, you can't do that.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think you're right. I think that where the Astros are at, what the market looks like league-wide right now, it's a seller's market, right? There's so many teams that are A, in the hunt, and B, looking for pitching, that it is a seller's market. So with where the Astros are at in terms of both where their system is, I think the best that they can hope for, like I said, is an Eric Fetty, is a Jack Flaherty, is, give me another name, some other middle of the rotation, maybe a Chris Bassett from the Toronto Blue Jays, should the Blue Jays decide to sell at the deadline. I don't think they have the prospect capital to go get an impact starter, say a Kevin Gausman, if the Blue Jays decide to sell, or even a I'm drawing a blank off the top of my head.
Well, I can give you a name, and this is not a name that people will think about, but there are dumb teams. There are dumb teams in Major League Baseball, and I think teams know who the dumb teams are. And listen, Ryan Feltner is not a name but the Rockies are not one of the smart teams. And Ryan Feltner is a guy who has got a lot of ability. He's not used properly by the Rockies. And that's a guy that I think you can go pick off. And that's a guy that you can go who's got a lot of club control left. And he's got the ability to, you get him into your program, you can really start to see some results out of him. And he's not somebody who costs you a lot. So the big thing that I think they need to look at, go around, look at the dumb teams. And everybody knows who the dumb teams are. And look at guys that maybe aren't being used properly. Go look at the peripherals.
Yeah.
Go look at the peripherals for those types of teams, for pitchers that are on those rosters. And especially if they have club control, like that matters, because you look at this rotation going past 2024, it's unlikely Justin Verlander is back next season. You have multiple pitchers who are coming back from Tommy John surgery this year. So I mean, like, they need to start thinking about guys that can help them, not just the rest of this season,
100%.
but next season as well. So that's why
100%.
I've known Ryan Feltner for a long time. He's really starting to pitch well for the Rockies right now, and they've got some pitchers that are coming back off the IL with Marquez and with Senzatella, and Ryan Rollison might be getting healthy. But that's a guy who's probably undervalued in that organization that I'm going after right now.
And Show, I'm going to give you another one. He's not necessarily viewed as a starter. He was a starter at one point. Michael Kopech for the Chicago White Sox. I'm not sure what it's going to cost to get him. His numbers haven't been great, but I think a lot of the especially been inflated by maybe a couple of bad outings. He did just have I think he just had an immaculate inning a couple of nights ago, if not last night. So, Michael Kopech, Nick Martinez, they're going to have to be really creative.
Yes, resourceful.
They can't go after a Verlander this year like they did last year.
And I don't know that there is one. Garrett Crochet is a name that a lot of people have. Hey, what about him? He is unbelievable. He's excellent, but he's got kind of a similar situation. He's pitching it with innings that he's never pitched before, being a converted reliever. So I think with years of control left on his contract, I think it's going to cost too much for the Astros to get into that sweepstakes. So like what we're talking about, these are the kind of names: Feltner, Bassett, Fetty, Flaherty. Those are the kind of names you can kind of expect that I think the Astros will be on. As far as first base, I know Astros Twitter, a lot of them were, hey, what about Vlad Jr.? Forget it. It's not happening. One, we don't know if the Blue Jays are even sellers. Two, the Astros don't have the prospect capital to get that done.
Yeah, that's not happening. Before we get you out of here, Roflo, I knew as soon as I came forth with this take I was going to get crushed by people. But I'm just going to be honest, and I know you deal with this when you're looking at the entirety of the league.
Yeah,
I'm disappointed that it's been 2018, 2021, 22, and 24. In 3 of those years, Jose fans, and he has skipped all of those All-Star games. And he is one of the best players in baseball, an ambassador. Not just skip it, man. He don't even attend. I am disappointed that he is just skipping these All-Star games and not at least being an ambassador for the sport out there.
Now, forgive me. Has he said he's not playing in this year's game?
Yes. Yeah, he announced it a right hand that he will play all the games leading up to the All-Star game and all the games after, like he did last.
Now, I can see your point, However, in this most recent, we're talking this year, I did see Julia Morales, her tweet, it may have been a couple of nights ago, that his hand was visibly black and blue. That was something she tweeted a couple of days ago, and that he mentioned he was still dealing with some soreness. So if that's the case, I'm not going to fault him for that. As far as the other years, I can see your point. I don't recall what the circumstances were of his decision for those years, but for this year, I could definitely see him saying, "Hey, I want to chill at home for a few days," and especially if he's still dealing with some soreness and pain in that hand.
All right, RoFlo, man, we appreciate you, man, and get yourself to the All-Star break. That'll be fun, as well as we'll continue to watch you on MLB Central every week when you get to kind of chop it up with us.
Hey, I appreciate that. Two things. One, MLB Network, we're going to be wall-to-wall coverage from Arlington, starting on in earnest over the weekend. We got our Futures game Saturday in the afternoon, 3 o'clock Houston time. And then lastly, I know a lot of people are still dealing with the effects of the storm there. I know a lot of friends that are still dealing with it. So hang in there, guys. I'm thinking of you guys, and I hope everyone gets their power back on and gets back to normal very soon.
Appreciate it. That's Robert Flores, MLB Network. Coming up, Dirty's Daily. We will hold it down for him, and one of his favorite conversations last year, we got to discuss it because they are talking like they always do. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Cal is a kick-ass racquetball player.
Your home for Texans training camp is Sports. and presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
Party. No, you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, let's get it doing. Let's get it going. Dirty's Daily. He is out today, but we'll hold it down as Adam Spolane is in the building. Dirty's Daily. And I think and I shared this with Clint last year, Adam and Tyler, one of his favorite conversation points was the star and the darling of most of the college football season, and that was Deion Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes. They were They were the darling, baby. I mean, Fox, FS1, ESPN could not get enough of trying to get them jokers on TV early. And that run of it, I mean, they were rolling, and it was the story of the college football season. Now they're moving out of the Pac-12 and into the Big 12. Yesterday was Big 12 Media Days, and they got it going. They got it going early. Here is primetime son, Shedeur Sanders, a top quarterback returning in college football, had a big year last year. This is him addressing what this year will be moving into the Big 12 and the opponents they'll be playing this year.
I remember first media day when I was in HBCU, I said, we won't lose a game. I'm undefeated in the SWAC, so I already know what the expectation comes with. I know we're everybody's Super Bowl, so I'm really just, I always stay level-headed, stay grounded because I back and not being able to take advantage of the moment that we have right now.
That's kind of how I felt when I heard Ian Rappaport say that Tank Dell is going to be one of the best.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
Best in the game today.
Best?
Yeah, everybody's Super Bowl. That's aggressive.
Maybe that's why they were 1-8 in the Pac-12 last year.
4-8 season, everybody's Super Bowl. Now, I won't lie. Like, people are going to pick it up when they play Colorado. They see Prime. They're probably going to be on TV. It's probably going to be a high-quality game. I'm excited. They play my Kansas Jayhawks at Arrowhead this year, so I'll be excited about that. My question to you and the people is, like, how much are you into the Deion Sanders Colorado storyline this year? Like, I can't deny, like, to me, I don't know if there were three things in college football the whole season that was more interesting, more people talking about, more people into than the Deion Colorado story. I don't know very much. It can't be 5 things, can't be 4 things. It was one of the top things all year. I'm just wondering, as they return this year, we already hear him. Deion was talking yesterday. You heard Shedeur talking there. How into this? Are you intrigued, interested by this? Or has this honeymoon phase ended for you where, all right, you're not into the Colorado story?
Well, the honeymoon phase is certainly over. When you games, they weren't competitive really for most of those 6 games.
And a tight one against Stanford.
Yeah, they were 1-8 in the Pac-12. So, like, I want to see it because I want to see, like, is he going to actually start winning games? Like, can he actually start winning games? And if he doesn't, is there some heat that gets put on him if they don't win games this year? Because you can blame, I mean, the roster is his. Basically, he has completely rebuilt that roster in his image, and he's taken a lot of heat in doing so. And there have been a lot of negative headlines that have kind of been overlooked to a certain degree. But I think that there's some pressure on Deion this year for the first time. And if they don't win games this year, I think some questions start getting asked about him.
Oh, yeah. They can't go 4-8 again and still be a top story. I am still at least at the beginning into it.
Yeah, right? The first couple games. Oh yeah, I'll be watching.
In the beginning, I am at least into it to start. But yeah, they've got to. It's the talking because that's where it was. They talked and they backed up the talk early, right? That's where you're like, oh, okay, all right. Then they ran into like Oregon, and it was like, uh oh.
Then you realize this was a team that went 1-11 before Deion got there.
This was a team that did a lot of movement, but when they played TCU, and we're kind of tricked because TCU was in the college football playoff the year before, and they played Nebraska. Like, they were also playing against teams' names that we knew of.
Yes.
Like, it wasn't just like their schedule was weird where they played against TCU and Nebraska and even Colorado State early, like that you know of, and programs that you know of. But yeah, he's got to win a named game. Like, he's got to win a big named game in this thing. Like, to me, they got to be bowl eligible at least, because it is one thing when you talk, but you can't keep talking and get 3 and 4 wins. That's like, this is it. They've got to. But I'm intrigued. I'm into it. I am.
What happened last year was they shock everybody by beating TCU, and then they won that Nebraska game. And that Nebraska game kind of like said, okay, hey, these guys are actually real.
And they're off, but there's the way they were doing it, too, though. Like, their offense, but until they faced teams that had lines, their offense looked fun and explosive. And we're talking about, for a minute there, Shadir Sanders, man, is he going to come out to be a top 10
Travis
pick?
Hunter.
Yeah, Travis Hunter and all that, too. So, and then, like we saw, when they started to face physicality.
That Colorado State game is when people should have realized this team isn't quite. I think they needed double overtime to beat Colorado State. That was a bit of a problem. But you look at the schedule this year. All right, North Dakota State to start the season. They should win that one. Yes. And then you start getting into the real opponents. Then it's Nebraska at Nebraska. Then it's at Colorado State. Then it's Baylor. Then you start getting into Big 12 play. So this is that Nebraska game, September 7th, can be a really big game for Dion.
Yeah, and you know the FS1, ESPN, they're going to try to take advantage.
CBS too.
All of it early. Yeah, CBS trying to get all of it early to get them in. I bet that Nebraska, that's probably CBS in it. Big Ten.
The Nebraska game is NBC.
CBS.
Yeah, because they have the Mountain West Conference.
Yeah, because Dion, before the game, Shadur, they're selling it.
Yes.
They got you. They're going to bring you to the table. But I think it happened last year. Once they started just getting and they weren't just losing, boy, they were getting beat the hell down. I know we stopped talking about it as much, and it became less and less of a story, and that has a chance to happen early. Right? If they go and they lose that, like Nebraska, Colorado State's going to be waiting on them. They talked a lot last year after it. They're going to be waiting. Come on the text line. I wasn't interested in Colorado's story. I wasn't interested in the Colorado story to begin with. ESPN beat us over the head with it. I was happy to see them lose, so ESPN had to move on. Okay.
Fox did too. It wasn't just ESPN. It was also Fox.
But I mean, it was fair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was fair. I mean, it was one of the most charismatic athletes we've ever seen in the last 40 years in Deion Sanders. And flipping a program that won one game, doing it his way, a way we hadn't seen. Like, it was Muhammad Ali talking type before games. Hell, they did it when they lost. Like, get me now. So the Colorado thing, that's going to be interesting. They were at Big 12 Media Days already kind of doing their thing. All right, I've said this, and Tyler knows this. My favorite sport, and I know I am weird on this. And it is because the team that this is my favorite sport is college basketball. I love college basketball, and I understand sometimes when Virginia and NC State tussle and the score is 47-44.
Love it.
I don't love it. It's a tough watch at times. But I don't think that college basketball here of late has had really any meaning in the regular season, hasn't had any kind of a player that you would care about. Like, it's become a 3-week sport where you get to the tournament and there is nobody that you even give a rip about or you even know, right? The last player that I remember that I believe fits that was Zion Williamson. I think Zion Williamson, him at Duke, we started to get and hear about him and his dunking and all the stuff he did in high school at South Carolina. That he kind of had a bit of a reputation before he got there, and then he was a big, freakish athlete, and he's at Duke, so he's on TV all the time. And bam, that was the last time there was buzz in the regular season. We watched him. What did he run out of his shoe? It jumped out of his shoe or something? Like it was It was to me, the last time college basketball was interesting besides the 3-week tournament.
His shoe exploded,
right?
Yeah,
exploded. Yeah, the play was I think it was Paul George's shoe, and they had to go back and try to.
Nike had to put out statements.
Yes, had to put out. Hey, for flag. That it is the best chance that they have since Zion Williamson. And they were helped with a perfect storm where Team USA is practicing against the select team. And all you've been really hearing this week, and it has led many shows like ours, is did y'all see what Cooper Flagg did? Cooper Flagg had a pull-up fadeaway on Anthony Davis. He dunked over Bam Adebayo. He was the talk of the Team USA practice. He was already the number one prospect. He was already, as my guy Danny Parkin said, going to have teams be playing the capture the flag game, trying to tank for Cooper Flagg during the college or the NBA season to get the number one pick. He's going to Duke. White guy right in the line of the Duke players. You could think of it, this punchable face of J.J. Redick, who's just been hired as the coach of the Lakers. Like, you know that when Duke gets that guy, that white guy, oh, you can name him, Christian Laettner.
Everybody hates Laettner.
I mean, they've had a few of them, and this could be the next one. You know Duke's going to be on TV all the time. They got a chance to really take advantage of at least pushing, someone caring about the sport more than just March. Pushing a player, and I want to see if they can take advantage of this because, I'm intrigued. I know Duke plays Kansas the Champions Classic, and Cooper Flagg is going to be there. That, they got a chance to have some interest that college basketball just hasn't had lately.
Duke and Cooper Flagg will be on ESPN more than the Lakers and LeBron next year. Because you have to remember, the ACC is that's an ESPN conference. Every single ACC game that Duke plays will be on ESPN, at least one, or ESPN2. Maybe there's an ESPNU game here or there, but he is going to be all over the place.
He should. He should be.
And the one thing that has hurt college basketball really since Zion, and even going back before Zion, is that all the guys that have been taken number one in the draft really did not do a whole lot in college basketball.
Or didn't go.
Yeah, they played in Europe. They played in the G League. Anthony Edwards went number one. He played on a terrible Georgia team that didn't win any games. Yeah. Markelle Fultz that one year, he played on a terrible Pac-12 team.
Washington. Cade Cunningham didn't do much.
Oklahoma State in a season that nobody cared about. Paolo Banchero is kind of the one guy who goes against the grain there, but he wasn't really an odds-on favorite to be the number one pick. He wasn't supposed to be the number one pick until essentially the day of the draft. So this is the first time that you really have a college basketball superstar playing in college basketball and playing at Duke.
Yeah, Duke, but coming into it.
Yes.
Where he is getting known. This was the perfect storm for not just him and his draft status, but it's the perfect storm for college basketball. Yes. Seriously, Tyler is a casual fan that really probably follows the SEC more because A&M is in it. Zion, who has been the college basketball player that has gotten people to the table to watch during the regular season?
I think you're nailing on the head. There hadn't really been one.
And I know I watch it, but I'm
right.
Cade Cunningham didn't.
Nobody watched Cade Cunningham. Nobody cared about
Caitlin Clark.
State and Cade Cunningham.
Caitlin Clark is.
She's been the biggest star.
She is. Yeah. She is. They're you just, because it's hard to know these guys before they get in. They're not there long enough for you to give a rip about it. The sport doesn't even get you to a place where you feel like you want to walk in the door and care about it. Now, Cooper Flagg, that's the name you're hearing. You're hearing. He's coming in with buzz and interest, even more than Zion did.
The last two players of the year in college basketball were Zach Edey. And nobody was rushing to get to the TV
to watch tackle.
To watch Zach Edey. Look at this past NBA draft. The top two picks were international guys. The third pick was coming off the bench at Kentucky. The fourth pick was like the third or fourth option for UConn. So you just didn't have that sort of star power. You're going to have that this year with college basketball. Now here's the thing. can there be a second guy emerge in that group? Or is it just Cooper Flagg? Can we get another player to get into that mix?
Well, Cooper can bring you to the one, it enhances Carolina Duke.
Yes.
So that's going to rise, and they've got some cats over there. And then it brings you to the table. Like, to me, like, that Champions Classic is going to probably have more eyeballs to see Michigan State and Kentucky on one end. And then Kansas will be preseason number one in that game. You know, Hunter Dickerson is a guy that's kind of an a-hole that people may get into. Kansas has some guys there. Like, yeah, it can bring it to the table with how many games and how many times that people want to come see him, especially early, and especially if he, makes a punch. That was the thing with Zion. It was, oh my God, early, and you had to get there. So they got a chance here.
I will say, not having Coach K hurts because he was such a villain.
Yeah.
He was such a great villain to have, and Shire just doesn't have that same quite
Let's bring him back, Tyler.
tendency.
Like, he's got to do it for the good of the sport. Like Mike Krzyzewski's got to come back.
Just come back for 1 year.
Yeah, Jay Leno. Just come back right now and put him in for 1 year. I'm telling you, the punchable face, the Duke, the whole like you said, this would be
the loser fans at Cameron.
This would be different if he decided to go play at Iowa State,
or if he would have gone to play at Kentucky with Calipari, or if Calipari were still at Kentucky.
But Duke is
different.
Is perfect.
Yes,
Duke is perfect,
and everyone's gonna hate him.
I'm excited. All right, I got to address something that it's becoming an epidemic. It's really ridiculous. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, it's always truck season in Texas, and dang it, it's always truck season at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. And right now, they've got big-time deals, whether you're looking for a pickup or you're looking for a Malibu.
leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Yep, Connor Flagg. Just like Connor Flagg. Just like Christian Laettner. Just like Tyler Milner. Hold on, what?
Cooper.
I call it Connor?
Yeah.
Cooper. Now, that's wrong. I got Cooper's name. Cooper Flagg.
Got your white people names wrong?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, I wouldn't put Tyler as a punchable face. Tyler's not a Duke Blue Devil punchable face. Somebody threw you in there. There's a punchable face.
That's all right. You know what my face looks like, and I don't know what yours looks like, friend. Continue on.
But you bet they've got one?
Probably more a punchable personality.
They said LOL. They had a good time.
I'm just messing. Good joke.
I did. Here in a bit, I would like for Tyler to get an update, the latest update here on the power outages and where we are right now. As I just talked to some people. I talked to some people in the elevator. Said they had just gotten their power back last night, and they're rolling back. So hopefully, they, as of now, we don't have it, and my wife is probably getting home soon. So we'll see if it's there. We're still in that generator power. Changing lives out there, those generators. I'm telling you right now, go and get it. Tyler went ahead and slipped himself into one last night and changed the game. He was able to get going. But here, what's the latest numbers you're hearing, Tyler, at this point in terms of outages and what they're doing?
So once again, some very fresh updates here from Centerpoint. This was posted by Centerpoint just a couple of minutes ago. We are getting closer to getting under 1 million Centerpoint customers with outages. Right now, it's holding at about 1,053,000 customers still without power. They have restored power to 1.2 million in this greater city of Houston.
All right, getting closer.
Can I just give a couple of quick alerts here from the Astros?
Absolutely.
The Astros Foundation and Cheniere Energy are hosting a water and ice distribution drive. Tomorrow from 8 to 11, you can get a 16-pound bag of ice and a case of water. That's at Minute Maid tomorrow morning. And then the Rockets are also hosting a relief event outside Toyota Center tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Awesome.
So there you go. It's the Rockets event is conducting a drive-through food and water distribution center. So that's at Toyota Center tomorrow at 9. The Astros water and ice distribution is at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
And remember, this continues tonight, $5 tickets as they face them in tonight. Get under some air conditioning if you are one of those who have been without power. It's been in a heat advisory the last 2 days, especially because the fact that many people don't have power. So get on out there, and if you can, get a little air conditioning, go watch your Astros play. I've learned a lot. I learned a lot about myself, learned a lot about the family, learned a lot about generators, oil, gas, desperation of people. I've learned a lot here for this this hurricane and the reaction from it.
Are you having any second thoughts about your family members?
No, I'm proud of them.
Y'all are still good with
They're
them?
hanging in, man. They're hanging in. The kids are not complaining very much. They're hanging in there. But whenever this is over, fellas, you've lived here forever. I believe that's what you said earlier today. Tyler is H-Town through and through, has lived here forever.
Bury me in the H.
We need to have a sit down and conversation about driving in this city.
Hell yeah, we do.
We needed to do that a long time ago.
Oh, I know,
but
sometimes it is heightened. And I ain't gonna lie to you. This ain't to all of y'all, so don't take this if this does not
apply to you,
lend towards you, or apply to you. That was better. Apply to you. But I would imagine some of you may not know that this applies to you, but it does apply to you. y'all can't drive. And not only can y'all not drive, y'all don't know the rules when it comes to what the hell you're supposed to do when you ain't got no working lights.
Or some folks might know, and they're just asshats and decide to do their own thing.
I can't tell on some of those.
God, that pisses me off.
But I can tell some of you don't know because you get mad because somebody is directing towards you. A four-way stop. Whoever's first goes, and then you wait your turn. You don't just keep going because the cat in front of you went, you don't have a light. You got to wait.
What if I got someplace to be?
Okay, we all do. If you get there at the same time, the person to the right goes first. Like, calm down. Here, guys, we got to learn.
We're all getting affected by it, man. Like, where you need to be isn't more important than where anyone else needs to be.
How do you know? I don't. But it's
well, yeah, I guess you'd be a doctor.
It is happening. Well, put your sirens on. It is happening way too much. Where I'm convinced there are asshats, but some of y'all just don't know. Some of you legit don't know.
You treat it like a stop sign,
legit don't know. And then the other one for me is
6 lanes, and then this guy's got to turn left, and that guy's got to turn left. That place is
like I watch this Volvo. That
license plate number, please.
I don't have it, but I watched this Volvo, fellas. We pulled up at the light, and this one wasn't flashing just dead. We pulled up at that sucker at the same time, and as soon as we pulled up, we're the four-way. There are other people sitting there that got there before us. We pull up to that thing, she takes off immediately, and so then I leave when it's my turn. And I'm driving up. She goes over into the left lane to turn. And then, I kid you not, she just sits there for like 4 go around. She's there before 2 people have. I'm watching her. She's there before 2 people have arrived. And for some reason, this time, she just sits there and she just waits. And just waits. And then everybody else, like, she has no idea what she's supposed to be doing. None. And the other one, if you don't know the rules of your brights, that one, somebody's about to get me killed at night.
Yes.
Like I got to take these late night gas rides to go get gas late night to fill up the generator to get us through the night. And it is pitch dark. We're driving around. So yes, all right, coming down a road, putting your brights on. You turn your brights off when you see other people driving with lights. As soon as you see the car lights, you turn them off.
It'd be nice to see.
No, baby. I had 3 and a wheel to turn, and I'm just hoping. I can't see nothing. And I'm just like, man, what happened in driver's ed?
Inconsiderate.
What happened we need to stop once this thing is over. And some people need to just run through, just maybe on Westheimer, wherever, somewhere. Just the police officer say, "Stop, man! Pull this parking lot real quick. Let's go through Brights.
Student driver,
and let's go through just real quick. Maybe all I need 5 minutes. Let's go through it because it is. It is ridiculous. People just don't know any of the rules.
Westlake Houston Parkway, the amount of folks, and I think a lot of them are just doing it because they just got to be somewhere. But the amount of folks I've seen the last 2 days on Westlake Houston Parkway as I'm approaching a 4-way, lit up intersection that is not lit up. As I'm approaching, I'm braking, treating it like the 4-way stop like you should. I have seen countless amounts of vehicles just blowing through these intersections doing 60. You got to look both ways because they're not going to see someone pulling out once they've stopped. And they're going to nail them.
Some people, quit crying, Kansas City, whatever. I'm telling you,
Shut the hell up.
Give me that Kansas City. No, I'm living in Houston. I'm living through these bad drivers. People just ain't got no idea. It's gotten so bad. Tyler, I'm driving down 6th Highway in Sugar Land. They have put cones up to they just took away the 4-way stop from you.
Oh,
wow. You can't turn left.
Sorry. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
You can't
turn left.
You go to the code. I'm bet he wouldn't drive through. I bet Adam would pull up to it, get out of his car, and move that cone over.
You just run it over.
Oh, you run it over.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a cone. It's not going to hurt the car.
I'm telling you, man. Hey, Tyler, I get in this car, and
buckle up.
The level of focus that I am driving with is like the fourth quarter. I am like
10-2.
I am because I'm driving for everybody else. Every time we get to these bad boys, I'm trying to read eyes. What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
See, I'm all the lights are always out in this city, so I'm kind of used to that at this point. The thing with the brights is bad though. And so what I'll do, if you're driving at me with your brights on, I'm turning my brights on.
Oh, I do that every time.
I try to hit them. I'm flashing my suckers.
Oh, no,
like, hey, man,
I turn them on and I turn the horn on.
This is a curved road. Like, hey, boss.
I can't see, now you can't see.
Nah, hell. We're going to see together.
We're both in trouble.
Someone texted and said, my wife drives a Volvo. I'm just saying, man.
Teach your wife, man.
I said, it is, like I sat and watched her. I said, oh, she thinks it's her turn. And now her silly ass over here just waiting. Just wait. No, go.
You silly goose.
They got me. Oh, I'm yelling. It's not your turn.
I actually can't imagine you yelling. You rolled the car. You rolled the window down.
No, I'm not rolling the window down because everybody's carrying. But it's not your turn. Damn it. We got
Texas hurricanes and everybody's carrying.
Let's have parking lots, randoms, and just usher and just force people into the parking lot. Here they go. Let's practice 4-way stop. Let's go. What you got? Give me some rules. Talk it through it.
It's a good way to alleviate traffic in this city.
I'm just saying, man, let's get through it because this is ridiculous. All right, we've got an update on Kyle Tucker. We'll give that to you, and not just an update. Adam Spillane has a visual update. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All hail King Tuck!
The countdown to training camp is on.
It's the final countdown!
We're just one.
Amount of discounts and savings and eligibility vary by state.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. People are really rolling in on the text line. I'm sorry, man. What I would say before this hurricane situation, I would have just said Houston drivers are aggressive. Like you can't be soft in here. Like you got to come in here and let's rock and roll. We got people out here just like there are many. I like to make analogies to sports. There are many people coming up to them four-way stops, guessing fastball, or guessing change up, and it doesn't matter what comes.
Well, this is not good.
It's coming up here, and if it's a fastball, I'm guessing fastball, bam, I made it. If I'm guessing change up, I'm gonna be so out in front of that thing. Or if I'm guessing fastball and it's a change up, I'm gonna be so out in front of that thing. I mean, they're just coming up to that thing guessing. My turn? Your turn? Hell, I'll just go here.
Yeah. If you're not gonna go, I'm gonna go. Got places to be here. Come on.
Got places to be here. Somebody said, I really hate people who leave their fog lights on the whole time. Yeah, man, it's a thing, boy. Them four-way stops and the usage of those damn.
Hey, man, if you're not ready for it, get an Uber.
You ain't lying. But you're in the same spot there,
Ride your bike.
Tyler Ubers. In that same spot there, baby. All right, a little update on Kyle Tucker, fellas. Kyle Tucker is playing catch at
on the field.
At Minute Maid Park on the field, baby. First time he's done any on-field baseball activities since the injury on June 3rd.
It feels huge.
So we're getting close, baby.
Sure.
Getting close.
Yeah.
You cover this team. You are in the locker room. You see the hairy chest. You see it. The hairy chest.
Threw me off. I'm not even going to lie. I just started busting out.
I just assume that many of these guys have hairy chests. Like baseball.
Like mine?
Baseball players, I get the feel they're not chest shavers. I just, like bullpen guys, I feel like just let it go. Like Ryan Stanek, I know he's not with the Astros anymore. I feel like he's got double what Tyler has. Like it's yes. To me, I feel like Tom Selleck's. Hockey players, baseball players, they're Tom Selleck. None of them just. There may be some exceptions. Some others, like maybe I feel like Alex Bregman's the guy who likes it, like his clean.
Yes, you were nailing it.
Keep going. There's 26 guys.
Kyle Tucker probably one who likes his clean.
We've seen Altuve's chest. It's pretty clean.
Well, he doesn't seem like he can grow hair on his chest.
Yeah, that's true.
Keep going. That's like 6. We got 20 more.
All right. We can play this game.
I bet Josh Hader has a pretty hairy chest.
Oh, no. He wears J's. He cleans his.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that detail. You're right.
He goes gets J's cleats specialized. Framber don't touch it. Framber's hairy as all get out.
Gets his salt, off his beer, falls in that hair.
Framber. Ryan Presley doesn't touch it. He is hairy chested.
Yeah.
Gotta be. What? Am I wrong here? I know I'm right.
I'm not saying.
I know I'm right. Damn it. Hairy chested guys. I'm telling you, they do. Football players, you go in there, you go inside of the locker room at NRG, that's some chest shavers. Right there, chest shavers. These fellas, no. They growing it out. But Kyle Tucker, a guy who I believe does shave his. Kyle Tucker, who wears his chest there like he's heading to the beach. First time. I would say this. You cover these guys. You're out there. You see the hairy chest. Are you 100% positive that Kyle Tucker will be ready to go against the Seattle Mariners after the All-Star break? Do you feel that good about?
No. I would almost say it's 100% he's not ready to go for Seattle.
You would like if you had to bet money, like I know you do, Your bet would be more that he is not able to return. When is that?
It's a week from either today or tomorrow.
Really?
Well, this is not good.
What? So you've seen him in the locker room. Is his gait improving? I mean, they said he's been running on the treadmill. He's
jogging.
Check that. Jogging on the treadmill. See, Tyler, I'm telling you, the way that he's talking about he was walking, I think I could get him in the 40. Just the way that he's talking about he's walking. He's jogging.
I mean,
You could not.
I saw him walk last night, and it did not look great.
It's more of a hobble.
There was a bit of a hobble to it, yeah.
So he is not walking with a straight gait.
I didn't believe so, no.
Wow.
And again, he threw today on the field. He did not run today on the field. Like, you got to be able to run at some point.
It's not ideal.
And he's not doing that yet. And so the idea that he can be where he's at now, like he's going to need a rehab assignment. So he's going to need at least 3-4 games probably in AA or AAA, whoever's at home next week or whenever he is ready. So, I mean, they're still, to me,
you're right. He probably will have 3. But, I mean, over the All-Star break, will the Miners, they'll be playing, right? Weren't they?
I believe everybody's off the day of the All-Star game, but I don't know. Some of these leagues might have their All-Star breaks at the same time.
But no matter what.
He can go to West Palm. He can go to West Palm Beach and play if he wants.
Yes, the Jose Abreu.
You can take it. There's been locker.
The Jose Abreu League. You're right. But even if that's the case, though, from what you saw, you would be shocked that he would be ready over this next weekend to play a game where he is running, he is out in the outfield, he is doing it. You'd be surprised if he's gotten to that based off what you saw yesterday.
Based off of that and based off of he still isn't running in the outfield. Yeah. Like, this is the first time that he has done anything on the field, and it did not involve running. Like, you've got to be able to run at some point, and he's not there.
And clearly, they have not wanted anybody to see this gate.
This is everything that he has done has been away from the public. It's all been in the batting cage. It's all been in the trainer's room. So this is the first time that anybody has seen him do any sort of baseball activity since June 3rd. And again, it was just throwing which he could have thrown on June 4th.
Yeah,
he didn't foul the ball off his arm. He fouled the ball off of his leg.
And Tyler, we've talked about it. That video in which he got in the handshake line and he had to walk over.
Man.
He looked like he needed a cane.
Yeah.
Like he looked like he legit needed some sort of assistance, like to really get over there. So that doesn't make me feel better.
Until he starts running, we're nowhere near.
When they said it, I'll be honest with you. When they said before talking to you, I thought, all right, I understand there could be a rehab thing. I thought he'd be ready for the second half.
I mean, they thought that.
Oh, they're surprised.
Oh, yeah, they have said really? That it has progressed slower than they had expected because they didn't. They waited to put him on the IL. They waited to put him on the IL. They did not put him on the IL right away. They waited longer than the 3 days to put him on the IL. Like, they thought that he might be able to play that next series in Anaheim just days after it happened. So this thing has gone. It's been slow. The progress has been slow, and again, he's still not running.
Bite the kneecap off.
There you go. Text line coming in. Verlander, absolutely. Well, we've seen his work. Verlander is not a chest shaver.
Where'd you see it?
There were some photos leaked.
Yeah, there were.
Not on him. There were some photos leaked. So I've seen he's more close to the Tom Selleck. Someone said Joe Espada.
I don't have a good read on that one.
I don't either. His head's clean shaven. And to me, it's like, why stop there? Get it all.
Hey.
Take it all.
Head down, shave.
There you go. So I don't know. I'm with you on that, Joe Espada. That's a good thought. Is he a chest? I would say no. Head shave.
It could be either. I feel like I can't get a good read on
there is a thought of, all right, I don't have it up here, but I'll be damned if you take it.
Yep.
Take it down here or even further. Like I'll be damned if you take it all from me. If I had to guess, I'm going. He is no shave even.
Yeah, that's probably where I'd lean. Yeah.
Chest down. But Verlander, absolutely.
Can I bring up one other thing? Because we were talking about pitchers that were coming back.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the good stuff.
No.
Sure, go ahead. Luis Garcia, chest shaver. Every bit of it.
We all know McCullers was shut down.
Clean shaven.
And I'm wondering now because Luis Garcia did not throw a bullpen today. And he was supposed to throw a bullpen Monday. Or
I'm just trusting them. They said yesterday that, hey, he's just gonna make his next rehab start.
He was supposed to throw a bullpen on Tuesday. He did not throw the bullpen on Tuesday, and the reason that was given was that they wanted him to play catch. They wanted him to play catch on Monday and then throw the bullpen Tuesday. But because of the hurricane, he could not play catch Monday. So they were going to move the bullpen back. He was going to play catch Tuesday, throw the bullpen Wednesday. He did not throw the bullpen Wednesday. He's not throwing the bullpen today. And so I'm wondering what's going on there.
Did you get a word on what kind of catch it was going to be? Was it going to be regular catch? Or
just regular flat ground?
Or was it going to be conviction catch?
Just regular flat ground, getting ready.
Because they got two different
How much conviction?
They got two different catches.
To what degree?
They've got just catch, which I think Kyle Tucker was playing. Then they have conviction catch.
Shout out Verlander.
Shout out to Justin Verlander, who had the conviction catch.
That's good.
And
man, stop doing. Don't do this to yourself. And
Joe Espada just said he's being cautious by not starting Gordon Alvarez available off the bench per Chandler Rowe and Matt Kawahara.
Adam Spolane blowing through the big the 5 o'clock fire right there.
Oh, my bad.
With your Jordan Alvarez.
It's big news. I've been waiting for it.
So here we go.
Tease ready, Ron.
5 o'clock fire. Here we go, guys.
We got an update on Jordan Alvarez.
Not only are we going to catch you up and get you ready for tonight's game as the Astros go for the sweep, but we got some news. Yes, Jordan is out of the lineup today, but there is some news you need to know, not just concerning tonight, but the future of the next week for Jordan Alvarez. You don't want to miss that. That's coming up next. And Hurricane, I would think Florida.
How do you grade the Astros' first half of the season?
The injuries are a curve for any team, and the Astros have certainly had that. But it's hard for me to look past just how horrendous that start was. You can't use injuries as an excuse for those guys. And as excited as I am about what they've been able to do over this last month, I would give them a C+, I think.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Detailer in the bundle can help with that too.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Welcome to 5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you. Oh, well, Clint is out today. He is off today. But Spo is in the building, and me, the big dilf.
The big dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. And I know Moneybags had a nice night if the Astros did last night. We got another Moneybags here, too. This guy over here who's up here sneaking in 30, we got the over on 36 home runs for Soto.
Yeah, Spo's degenerate gambler like me.
Yeah, I was going to say Spo's degenerate.
We need some homers right now because we're starting to fall below the pace here, fellas.
Tyler, how'd you do last night? The Moneybags come through?
Did well, man.
I saw the strikeout total for Framberg. You ran that. Obviously, you got the run total.
Yeah, strikeout totals in games. Come on.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
Hey, I hit that one.
Problem. Listen to it. What all did you bet on last night?
I don't have it pulled up. Let me think. I had over 4.5. I mean, I normally bet on anywhere between 15 and 30 things any given evening.
Well, at least on the Astros game.
No, that's pretty much nightly.
Look at, I mean, at least
how many?
You remember what you did on the
10
Astros
15
game.
to 30.
Yeah, I mean, he comes out, man.
I got green numbers.
He's lost a couple. I'll say that, but
yeah, last night was good. I had a green number on my betting. It could have been really good, but I lost that Jordan over total bases.
Yeah, total bases on Jordan and on Altuve, right? But Walker either.
Oh, I did not. But ended up winning somewhere around 2 binges on the Framber strikeout prop, the over 4.5. I had the Astros minus 1.5 for the game. I was on the under strikeouts for the Marlins pitcher that hit. Hoeing! Yeah.
Hoeing.
And I can't remember what else, but it was a good night. About 2 binges.
Good for you. What you on tonight?
I am on 4.5 again. Over 4.5 for the Stros. I am running back the Altuve bases. I think he gets it tonight. I think that hand feels a little better.
Of course. Now that he ducked out of
the... Doesn't feel that great.
Now he's going to
play the All-Star game.
Now he slid out of the All-Star game. Now he's going to really let it hang loose.
And I can't really remember what else
You're not touching nothing with Jake. I bet they don't even have Jake's strikeout totals, do they?
Oh, no. Last I looked, they had not listed any pitching props. Yeah.
Not for Jake. Not for Jake Blossom. So,
yeah.
15 to 30?
Yep.
Night?
He lets it go. But all of them aren't. Now sometimes he lets it go for big amounts, but all of them aren't big amounts.
Well, what's a big amount? What's the average?
Average, I'd say an average bet for me is anywhere between $30 and $80. The heavy ones I'll throw
15, 30,
200, 250 at.
Let's say your average is 50 and you're making 30. What's 30 times 50? 1,500?
Sounds right.
So you got 1,500 on the table on average every night.
And I keep a spreadsheet. If you had to guess how many bets I've just placed on baseball so far in July, what is it, July 11th?
300.
No, not that many.
I was going to go more.
No, it's
180. Because there was the hurricane, so you probably missed a day with the hurricane.
That is actually true.
I was going to say, I didn't think he did.
I did miss a day, but I didn't have a full slate of bets. I've placed 120 bets so far in July. Yep.
I thought it'd be more.
Pulling back.
Yeah. That hurricane kind of sunk.
But you're putting 1,500 basically on the table on a given night.
Yes.
That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Better avoid those. Avoid those cold streaks.
That man. I'm telling you. He had one. He had one where I said I tried to level with him on the air. Let's just take the night off, and he didn't. And then I think he won like 900 that night.
My pending wagers for tonight, I am risking in total about $1,300.
Oh my God! That's with Prime coming up. That's a generator. All right, give us the latest. That man,
it's $10,000 a week.
That man ain't got.
Lane's blown away. I love it.
That man ain't got no heat.
$10,000 a week.
I mean, that man ain't got no air. That man was playing Yahtzee with a candle earlier this week, but he's got.
That's true. Actually, we were playing Yahtzee back
All
then.
right, what's the latest in terms of outages? What we're hearing from Center Point city officials?
Well, if anybody cares, my house still doesn't have power.
Mine either.
Sucks. But anyway, the latest here from Center Point, they posted at 4:59 p.m. just a few minutes ago. Customers affected still having no electricity at their homes is still over 1 million, about 1,042,000. They have restored power to about 1.2 million people in the greater Houston area.
Yeah. All right. So we're still many, over 1 million, still without power as they're trying to get closer and closer. I know, Adam, we want to run this for people here. A lot of people getting in their cars around 5 o'clock this time. So that's the latest there from Tyler in terms of outages. But I know the Astros and the Rockets are doing things to try to help.
Yeah, so the Astros Foundation and Cheniere Energy, I apologize if I'm saying that incorrectly, but they will provide free water and ice to people tomorrow at Minute Maid Park starting at 8. So 8 to 11 a.m. tomorrow at Minute Maid Park. You can get a 16-pound bag of ice and a case of water from the Astros. And then the Rockets are hosting a relief event outside of Toyota Center tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And they will be conducting a drive-through food and water distribution outside Toyota Center. So that's starting at 9 with the Rockets over at Toyota Center, and then the Astros 8 to 11. They'll be distributing water and ice outside Minute Maid Park.
All right, so there are a few things there. Let's get a couple of things out of the way. Injury-wise, Yordan Alvarez, he is not in the lineup tonight. We'll get to that as we get you ready for the game tonight. But he is not in the lineup, but he is available to pinch hit tonight, Joe Espada said. And Espada also said that Yordan Alvarez does plan on participating in the All-Star game as he is the vote getter, leading vote getter at DH, should start at that. That is good news in terms of the injury, which means if he still plans on participating in the All-Star game, we should see him in that Ranger series if we don't also see him tonight. So that is big news for the Astros. We'll get to another person who has decided to go in a different direction when it comes to the All-Star game. Also, this has been reported as well. Will Conkle of Fox, Luis Garcia did not throw a bullpen today, just played catch. He might throw his bullpen tomorrow. You talked about that yesterday. It seems like, and I understand it, with the Astros, the arms, and what they've gone through, it seems like you got a little bit of concern about something don't smell right about this one.
So Garcia was supposed to throw a bullpen on Tuesday. The reason why he did not throw the bullpen Tuesday, according to Espada, was that he didn't get to throw. They wanted him to throw Monday, throw the bullpen on Tuesday, but because of the hurricane, he did not get to throw Monday. So he played catch Tuesday. He was supposed to throw the bullpen Wednesday. He did not throw the bullpen Wednesday. He did not throw the bullpen today. So, there's there are always things that kind of start, you start thinking about now when this sort of stuff happens, especially when you're dealing with rehabs and arm stuff. So,
all right, well,
something to think about.
He's somebody they're going to need, and it was a positive feel of, hey, all right, here he goes. He goes, he'll get back, and he's going to have some kind of role, whether that's a fifth starter or what. He'll have some kind of role, and hopefully this is just a precaution, because yesterday they did say, hey, we'll see what happens there. And obviously, I think they need to take their time with Luis Garcia. He's coming off of Tommy John surgery. So,
and Espada said, he told reporters today, quote, he's been hurt for 2 years, and we want to make sure every step we take is at the right pace.
Yep. So that is. Has it been 2 years?
Been a year. Whatever. It's counting.
I was going to say. I mean, you threw an extra. That's an extra year. I was going to say he got hurt last year, didn't he?
Rounded that 2 months up to a year.
You know what? He was thinking about Lance.
Oh God, you ain't kidding.
I mean, Lance has been 2 years. Maybe a little bit more.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, tonight, Jake Bloss makes his second start in his career. His first start, he go around 3 innings before he had the injury and had to come out in his first start against the Orioles. And I tell you, I was impressed I remember him kicking that thing off with 2 runners on, and that is a high-scoring offense, and it was like, oh, boy, here we go. But he held it down and gave him a chance, and it was like, all right, this it wasn't like, oh Blair Henley. It wasn't like some of the starts we've seen where guys have let it loose. So I'm intrigued to see how Jake goes tonight, and this is not a very good offense against the Marlins, but he's got 67 innings this year in his career, and he's going to make his second start here. So I'm intrigued to see what we get from Jake Bloss.
Yeah, that first inning was impressive because that's a position where the first 2 guys get on base, and the game can really start to speed up on Poj by getting out of
what
that.
was going through his mind?
Yeah, there are a lot of nerves. There's a lot of butterflies when you're making your major league debut against that sort of a team. So that was impressive to see him get through that. I mean, this was a guy who 14 months ago was facing the Big East, and now all of a sudden you're facing the Baltimore Orioles. There's a bit of a difference just in level of competition there.
Absolutely.
But he's a big part of their future, and this is a guy who was part of last year's draft, the first draft for Dana Brown as Astros general manager. For him to be in the big leagues this quick, it says a lot, and he has really kind of burst onto the scene just as a prospect.
You've watched. Does he... Because I found it interesting. They just said, we're going to jump over anybody at Sugar Land. Hell, we're going to DFA Blaine Henley, or Blair Henley, excuse me. Is this a position where he is the best option of anybody in the market? Like, did that make sense to you where he is, of all the guys, that's the guy that they should bring up?
Well, it certainly shows you what they think about the options at AAA. And also, it's kind of a bit of a flex moment for Dana Brown where he can say, hey, you see this guy? I drafted him. He's in the big leagues in less than a year. How about that? So I think it's a good little flex moment for Dana Brown also, along with the fact that they don't have great options in AAA.
Yeah. The lineup tonight, Altuve, he's going to lead off. This is going to be a funky lineup. There's no Jordan. There's no Kyle Tucker in it. Altuve leads off, nursing that hand injury. Bregman, he is batting second. Diaz moves up from cleanup to the 3 spot. Singleton at first base. He is hitting cleanup tonight. Behind Joey Loperfido is in left. Jake Myers is in center. Cabbage in right. And Salazar is catching tonight for Jake Bloss. So this is, short of Gray Kessinger being in this puppy boy, this is a tough one if I'm Jake. Damn.
Playing the Marlins, so
playing the Marlins.
They still have the better of the 2 lineups on the field today.
Playing the Marlins. So, listen, I think they have done what it is they needed to do, and that was, hey, can you get a sweep in? Can you sweep this team, or can you take 2 of 3 from this team because you've made up so much ground on the Mariners? Just winning the series against the Marlins, just winning the series against the Ranger will put you in good shape to go into that 3-game set against the Mariners coming up. The Mariners, they have won the last 2 against the Padres, so they maintain a 2-game lead. Smell a sweep, go for it. That's why I thought yesterday was so important with Jake Bloss, and now even more when you see this lineup they're putting together.
Oh, and they have a chance to get to 5 games over 500 for the first time too tonight. And so, when you look at, they were 7-19, at one point in April, to be in a position to where they will. If they win tonight, they are guaranteed to be over 500 at the All-Star break. That's a pretty remarkable turnaround.
No, it is. It is. They have done a ton to get there. By the way, the Astros rotation plan for the Ranger series to end the first half: Hunter Brown Friday, Spencer Arrighetti on Saturday, and Ron is important on Sunday, because I think he would be one of the first guys that would be selected to make it to the All-Star game, with pitchers who have just pitched on Saturday or Sunday. With him pitching on Sunday, that probably takes him out to be able to be in the All-Star game. So that's the latest there with the Astros.
5 o'clock fire.
I found this move interesting, not because of the player and that the Texans would be looking at this player, but I do find it interesting of the position. The Titans, they have agreed to a deal with former Seahawks safety, former New York Jets safety, Jamal Adams. And that is interesting to me because the position. It feels like there are some people in the camp that the Texans need to add somebody at that position. that the Texans need to bring in somebody at the safety position. There's been talk of Jamal Adams. There have been a couple of guys. Justin Simmons is the big one that is still out there that people have kind of talked about. I know In the Loop has discussed it a lot. Lopez really is one that likes Justin Simmons. I don't know, though. Yes, if you add him, you become a better team, I think. And if he's still the guy from Denver who was a Pro Bowl, All-Pro level player, it's not as dire to me. Like, for me, I have more concern with what they're rolling with at the defensive tackle position. I got more concern to me even at the corner position, potentially, with what they have there. It's not as big a deal there. I know I'm higher on Jalen Petrie and him being in a position where I think they will play him and utilize his skills more. But I'd like to see the young kid they moved up to go get in the draft against, from USC. I'd like to see him first because he seems like the guy that could play that center field role that they're looking at.
And you also, if you use a draft asset on him, you might as well see what he can do.
Yes.
And the same thing with Petrie. Like, they need to know what Jalen Petrie is, and they need to know if a second year with D'Amico and in that system, like, is he a little bit better acclimated now to produce than he was last year? And if for Jeffrey Simmons, if he's available at this point, there's probably a reason why he's available at this point. And guys,
it is odd though, right?
Yeah, but I think that probably shows you what the rest of the league thinks about him.
Yeah, or they don't want to pay the price that it would cost to bring him in. So yeah, I'm with that. I don't sense that the safety position is that dire that the Texans need to roll with. Jimmy Ward, I understand his injury concerns. Those were very fair. Jalen Petrie took a step back last year, but I mean they really like Eric Murray. Bullock, as I said, the kid from USC, they draft him in the third round. They like his size and his center field ability. I think they've got guys that allow Jalen Petrie to play closer to the line of scrimmage, which I think is his strength and what they want to do. All right, as we sit there, continue. There are events tonight. Astros play tonight. Remember, you can still use those $5 tickets tonight. You can get in to the game. Those tickets, just get in the spot. It's select seats, not front row. Not getting into wherever you want to see.
Move down if you want. Try to move down.
You would. Is there a lot of movement? Is there a lot of moving down at Minute Maid?
It's felt like to me in recent years that they've done a pretty, as the Astros have been dominating, it feels like they really have ushers in that lower bowl for at least the first half of the game.
Hey,
but after that,
there's always a weak link when it comes to
that's true. Now that is true. You can find a weak section.
Nut praise on the weak link.
My wife said that to me yesterday. She said, "Hey, should we go to the Astros game and just buy those $5 tickets and sneak down?"
Hey, when that team get good, and them ushers start coming out, be a little bit more aggressive. Now all of a sudden people want to see your ticket. Like, hold on, man. Like, what are we doing here?
I'd love the ticket in the seat.
What are we doing here, man?
I left the ticket in the seat. My bad.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yo, why don't you go down there and get it? Bring it back. You bet.
Sure.
All right. We'll see if you come down there.
See you in an hour.
See you in an hour. All right. Jose Altuve has made a decision with the All-Star game, and I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Several things that I love about Our Vision Homes. Been to the rodeo with these guys. Been out to one of their model homes. I'm telling you, it's absolutely.
Pendergast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They're going to get mad at me, ain't they?
Oh well,
you know them.
Screw it.
You know them. They're gonna get mad at me.
Nah.
I just want to throw this out to you and the people. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Clint Stoerner is out today. You hear the lovely vocals of one Adam Spillane. That's who you hear. And I'm just throwing it out. And listen, I got my feels on it. You can text yours in 713-572-4610. When you hear this news, Jose Altuve is skipping the All-Star game, opting to rest his sore left hand, according to the Astros. Altuve hasn't attended an All-Star game since 2018 in Nationals Park. Fans elected him to start the game in both 2021, 2022, and this year. He was elected as a starter at second base. Altuve opted out of both exhibition, citing nagging injuries, neither of which required him any trips on the injured list. So that is kind of the history. He has not participated in them. It's not just he doesn't play in the game. He doesn't, like, he's not down there on the field during the home run derby. He's not, like, he doesn't even show up to the week, right?
Correct. He is not doing the media stuff on Monday or anything like that.
None of that.
He is staying in Houston.
And I gotta be honest. Now, I understand that many of you are going to come at me for certain ways. And listen, man, it's fair, man. It's a sports, baby. We sit down at the barbershop. We sit down at the bar. We chop it up right here, and we do that. That's cool. I'm just telling you because I would thoroughly love to hear it. And I think this is, fellas, I'm coming to you and honestly, I will probably at some point in this time, this will probably contradict a statement that I have made. And I understand that. I've done that before. Just certain things, I can't help how it hit me. And I think that maybe the 12, 13-year-old fan in me who at the time, Tyler wrote his 5 times on his phone. Me, I used to go to the stadium.
Do the punch card.
And I do the punch card. That's what
I didn't even know about that.
Oh, you'd buy
Tyler,
a pencil.
You're not that young.
I mean, I may have just been unaware.
You don't remember going to the stadium? Oh my God, I
love doing
them.
that. Yeah.
I would steal them. And
No,
just
I
keep
never
turning
knew
them in.
that used to be the way. Yeah.
It's like hanging chads.
You're 30.
All over the...
What are you, 34?
33.
You're 33. By my math, you're only 4 years older than me.
Younger.
You'd buy a pencil at the team shop, and you'd punch the.
I mean, I'm 40.
The hole in the.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah,
You're how old?
You're a man. You're 40.
That's tough.
Oh,
okay, we'll have to. Well, at some point this week, we're going to have to discuss.
Yeah, you and Clint are pretty damn old.
Mike Gundy. When you keep going with, I'm a man, I'm 40. Well, at some point discuss Mike Gundy. But
that dingo.
But no, I mean, I used to love to do that. Maybe that is the 12, 13-year-old kid in me. But I'm disappointed that Jose Altuve appears to not give a damn about participating in the All-Star game. And I know we're gonna roll with the hand. And we had Roflo on. If you missed it, he was on with us at 3:45. We had Roflo on, and he talked about the hand, and Julia Morales reported it. And I'm not saying that it's not. But I want to ask somebody I know who covers this team, has covered this team for a very long time. Do you think that Jose Altuve would be playing in this All-Star game if he didn't have the hand injury?
No. He was never going to play in the game.
And I mean,
this is just
the confidence that you say that with kind of makes me kind of stay with my initial feeling of, yeah, I know he's got the convenient hand injury.
Really, really happy.
But it just, to me, 2018, 2021, 22, 20, like something about it is like he's just like, I'm avoiding. I don't want to do it. That's what it seems like.
No,
for whatever reason.
That's what it is. Like he was never, like, as soon as he was voted into the game and they announced that, I guess it was last Sunday, he was never going to play. That's just he's just not interested in it, and that's just kind of his personality. personality to win spotlight. He doesn't want the attention.
But when did that personality happen? Because he was participating. What has he been in the 9 All-Stars? He participated in a good 5 of them.
But at some point you get over it. Like at some point it becomes old and it's like whatever. You know, I've done this before. I've gotten plenty of recognition in my career, and I would rather spend 4 days with the family as opposed to taking the long trip to Arlington and dealing with all the media obligations that you have to do Monday and Tuesday, and then you play in the game, and then you come home. Like, you want a break. You want an actual All-Star break, especially when you're in your 30s. So I get it. I get why you would be disappointed. I get why fans would be disappointed, but I also get why he just doesn't want to do it.
Oh, I can understand maybe why he doesn't want to do it. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure that it's just because, he doesn't want to mess with the week. It feels like he's avoiding something. Maybe that is what it is. He just doesn't want to deal with the media obligations. I don't know. It does seem like this has really started since all of the scandal stuff has happened and people have come at him. Someone texted him, "What are you trying to say, Ron?" I'm trying to tell you, I am disappointed that Jose Altuve does not give a damn about the All-Star game, whether he is voted in by fans like many of you who have voted him in, or not. And that this is, and especially the way you say it, like this honor has become not an honor to him. And he doesn't give a damn. And feel any kind of responsibility as someone to be an ambassador of the game or anything. Because we talked about it during the break once, and I know Tyler hates this guy. But if Steph Curry turned his ankle the weekend before the All-Star game, he may not play in it, but he would at least, I think, show up and be an ambassador of the game. He would show up and be a part of the weekend. It's like it's just, and I'm not lying. The fan part of it is a part that is kind of sticking to me. Like, fans have repeatedly voted you to want to be there, and many of your fans, I would imagine many of these 1.2 million people are out of power. Many of them were fans. How many times do you think you voted for Altuve during this cycle, Tyler?
Somewhere between 8 and 10 times, probably.
I mean, and that's probably low for some people. Someone texted in, too many people calling him a cheater. I don't know, man.
That doesn't bother him. I don't. He gets booed louder than anywhere for that in New York, and he immediately follows that with a home run.
Only thing is with that, and I hear you. It's been a long time. Only thing is that, as you know, have you ever covered the All-Star game? You ever been? I went
to the one here in 2004.
This is everybody. This will be a booing and a reaction that is different than and
I think I know what you're saying. That makes sense.
And televised.
Yeah.
Right? Like when
that makes sense.
They do the starting lineups. This would be that is different. Now, I don't think he's scared of it.
But that's just because they're playing in Arlington, though. A lot of that is just because of where they're playing.
Arlington that is another part of it. But I think it would happen anywhere.
Minute Maid Park North.
I think especially how as close it was.
But there are guys that get booed in the introductions of the All-Star game every year. There's always a rival to a team, whether it's the Giants guys when they were playing in L.A. a couple years ago or the Dodgers guys when they were playing in Denver in 2021. Like, there are always guys that are going to get booed during introductions of an All-Star game. I don't think that's reason enough for a guy to not go. I just don't think he wants to. I just don't think I think that he would rather be at home for 3 days as opposed to having to go to the All-Star game and deal with everything that comes with going to the All-Star game.
Next line, tell Show to shut the F up. Shut up! Shut the F up!
Show, shut the F up!
It's Ron. I'm sorry. Honest to God, I'll be honest with you. I'll say this right now. I think it's because it's your beloved Jose Altuve that many of you are doing.
That's the GOAT.
And I completely understand it. But I would hope for the future of baseball that guys like Shohei Ohtani don't do this.
Great. Too busy doing you know what.
Yeah, with dirt. Guys like Skeens down the line doesn't do this. Like the young stars of the game, the stars that are going to carry this, the Mookie Betts, the stars that have a chance to be an ambassador and to be there. I hope they aren't.
I don't think he wants to be that, though.
Clearly. Whether the fans vote for him or not.
Do you think that that's his responsibility to be an ambassador to Major League Baseball? I don't think it is.
I think for me personally, I do think players, it is a responsibility for players to further the game. And I think there is a responsibility. Me personally, I think there is a responsibility to fans.
Okay.
I think there's a responsibility for us here to talk about things that I think people are interested in. Now, do we always 100% nail that? Maybe the dog issue was a little too much earlier this week. In fact, I think people probably enjoyed it.
How did that Clint Stoerner stubborn ass
sometimes? But I do. I think so.
What happened? I wasn't here.
Because there are some 11 and 12-year-olds. There's some 8-year-old kids that hell, I'm gonna tell you right now. My youngest son Nicholas is he. I think Jose Altuve is maybe. There's an argument. Jose Altuve and Bobby Witt are his two favorite players.
Hero, they're similar in stature.
And I would that's a big game that people are going to be. It's similar. He towers over everybody else on the soccer team. I think there are people who really juiced up to go watch their player, their favorite guy. And I'm disappointed that Jose Altuve is not important to me. Disappointed in that. Not a bad guy. Doesn't mean it changes him as being the best player in the history of the franchise. Just disappointed at it. I am. All right, coming up next as we roll through this thing, I'm really surprised by the angle and the response from Adam Spillane in this conversation about Tank Dell. I really am. I'll be honest with you, I am flat shocked. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The only thing right now for the Astros that would push me to the Astros have to be aggressive at the trade deadline is if they announce Verlander's got a more serious injury than they've led us to believe at this point.
If the Christian Javier thing didn't happen, I'd be
Come on, man. Jose Urquidy too. JP France too.
But it's so specific with the neck thing.
Ride home with Clint and Ron, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
This report is brought to you by Aces AC Supply. So a lot of activity going on. A lot of power lines are still down. We've got some low-lying areas that have high water. Also, a ton of signal malfunctions. We do have a crash on I-10 Katy Freeway at Gesner Drive. At least one lane blocked there. I-69 Southwest northbound at Chimney Rock Road, the right lane blocked. It's 87 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Summer's back and it's hot. Nolan Ryan for American Standard. Feel the performance. Know the value. Summer in Texas, we're ready. Are you? Why fry? Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
John Lopez here for the Loken Group. That's the Loken Group at Keller Williams Platinum. I get to brag a little more about Lance and Karina Loken and all the success stories that come in literally every week. How about Natalie? Now experience the Loken Group to be, in a word, effortless. Their hard work and attention to detail made all the difference in the world, and the end result spoke volumes. The property sold in record time, and that's why Natalie believes the Loken Group is the gold standard when it comes to any and all real estate transactions. You got to do it too. We sold our last home with the Loken Group, and it was just like Natalie, a fantastic experience. If you're looking to sell your home on a strict timeline, the Loken Group's all-cash offer just might be for you. In fact, they will guarantee to sell your home at a price and a date that you agree upon, or else they'll just buy it. They are the best. Call the Loken Group today, 281-861-4624. That's 281-861-4624. I say it all the time. Go with the Loken Group and start packing.
This is Seth Payne sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth. Jeff, you've helped a lot of people determine how much to put into their 401k, which investments to put it into, but you mentioned a big mistake that most people make. What is that mistake?
One of the biggest mistakes people make is leaving their 401k behind when they leave their job. And another big mistake is rolling it into your new 401k.
And why is that?
By leaving it behind, you completely lose control. You never want to leave your money with an old employer. And if you roll it into a new 401k, you'll often have limited investment options and may incur costs to do so. Trajan Wealth can help complete the paperwork free of charge and do a tax-free rollover. We can then help invest it according to your exact retirement goals and not just what the employer is offering.
If you've got an old 401k or one that you rolled to a new employer, call Trajan Wealth today at 340 4630. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks is always adding exciting cocktails to the menu, like the expertly balanced Sincoro Hall of Fame Margarita. Try it at your local lodge today.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Some thoughts here on the Altuve thing. That's what I said. I want to go around to you two before we roll through here, because I see some people on the text line had some responses. For me, Altuve is already decided. He is in the lineup today, and Adam Spolane, as he so eloquently said, will be in the lineup for all of the games against the Rangers the rest of the way. When was his last day off?
He missed the game Saturday. He got hit Friday, didn't play Saturday, played Sunday, played Tuesday, played yesterday. Playing tonight, will probably play all 3 games against the Rangers. But not Tuesday. Not next Tuesday.
Not next Tuesday. Or won't attend Monday either. The home run derby will be on the ground or anything like the other players.
No media.
And for me, I said I'm disappointed that he has not participated in the All-Star game since 2018. This is one of the greatest players in the history of this generation. One of the most unique players. A lovable player, especially here in this city. Somebody that fans love. Maybe the baseball player that is most relatable to some people because of his size and stature. And I think it could be a great ambassador for Major League Baseball. Has been voted 3 times in a row, or the last 3 years, and voted in as the starter 3 years. And he has skipped them. He skipped them from 2018, 2021. They didn't have one in 2022. He probably would have been an all-star last year had he not been injured the first month and a half. And then he skips this year. I'm disappointed. Fans have voted him in 3 times here since 2022, and he has refused to even attend, not even to even be there, to sign autographs, to show his face. And to me, I'm disappointed. You two, what's your feeling on it?
I don't really care.
Don't really care.
Yeah, I get where he's coming from, and I get where you're coming from also. Like, I get that you would probably want to see one of the game's best players at a showcase event like that, but I also understand him wanting a few days off. So I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to this.
Yeah. Tyler, where are you at? You are as big an Astros fan at this.
Tyler votes.
At this. Tyler voted.
Tyler spent time to put him in the All-Star game.
Potentially 10 times for Jose Altuve to get in the All-Star game.
Yeah, I'm somewhere between I just don't care and I actually kind of like it. Because any action on a baseball diamond for any Astro not wearing an Astros uniform, I mean, I really don't need to see it.
Why do you vote?
Because, I mean, he's still going to get this acknowledgement, even though he's not going. I mean, it's still going to be on
the Baseball Reference.
It does
thing.
go on.
Yeah. 9-time All-Star or whatever it is.
I'm not voting to see him play. I'm voting because he deserves to be an All-Star because he's one of the best second
line rolls through after 2017 and since. MLB has done more to damage the game than Altuve's no-show to the All-Star game. I would rather watch Altuve in the postseason for the Astros than in an All-Star game that I probably am not watching anyway. And what I would say to that is, well, of course you'd like to watch him in the World Series. But since when did people stop wanting to watch him in the All-Star game?
You can do both, too.
Since that All-Star game had to end without actually ending, I have not really cared much about the All-Star festivities since then. I'm not saying I haven't watched any of it.
The one in Milwaukee? That's a long time.
That was 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
No, that's what I'm saying. When I was a little kid, I loved it. I loved All-Star Weekend. I loved the Home Run Derby. I loved the celebrity softball thing. Since then, if I'm in the house, I might have it on the TV. But
it's the only thing. I don't know. For me, it's
the Derby sucks.
Yeah, it's still
not bad.
But
the
to
game,
me,
the game is really fun though. I enjoy the baseball All-Star game a whole lot more than any other All-Star game because it's a nice little one-on-one competition and guys who actually try.
Yeah, they try, but it's not. Now it's not like World Baseball Classic intense.
No, it's not that level of competition.
Right, like that. That is.
Nobody's diving in the All-Star game.
No, and I agree with that, and that's an important point to make.
It's a difference between because I'm like someone texted in, aren't you the guy that didn't want him playing in games? Like, yeah, I don't. This one is.
It's different, but all it takes is one moment. I mean, we've seen it in regular games this year. Kyle Tucker, a foul off the shin, like Jordan, he did to it. Like it takes one moment. So that's why I'm okay with it.
But they're not busting Jose Altuve inside in the All-Star
No, you're
game.
right. No, that's fair too. That's a good point.
And he's going to play an inning or two.
And whoever's coaching third base isn't sending Jose Altuve on a questionable send at
Also
third base.
fair,
Yeah, so
but still just takes one moment.
Oh, it does.
I mean, baseball players get hurt like clipping their nails and stuff. Like the baseball players have the weirdest injuries out there.
I just think I think a lot of people are making I'm good. All right, I'm good. I don't want to see, I don't want to see him, don't do it. I think that's a lot of people saying that because it's Altuve and it's your guy. Just like those are the things you say when Altuve says, I don't want to participate, because I think you're lying. I think you would enjoy seeing Jose Altuve playing and going up to the plate and playing in the All-Star game. I think you would, just like I think you will be. There will be excitement and appointment for you to go watch Yordan Alvarez get up there. Just like that's what you say. Like when people say, when you hear Yordan Alvarez say he doesn't want to participate in the home run derby, I think the mindset is, oh well, yeah, man, we got guys that have guys generally have bad swings anyway after they do it. Or Ken Griffey Jr., who participated in it and just was fine in the second halves of his seasons, or Mark McGwire, or whoever else. And these are things we say because they don't want to participate in it. But you would love to see you tell me right now, you would love to see Yordan in the home run derby.
Oh, I'd be
would
glued.
love to see. I'd love to see your guys in the All-Star game. Of course.
It would be fun to see Jose Altuve bat against Paul Skeens in the All-Star game. And
Wouldn't
the same
it?
thing
Yes.
against Yordan Alvarez.
Wouldn't that to potentially lead off home run off of Paul and do his thing? It would be. It'd be great. All right. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. They will have the Hall of Famer, the General John McClain will join the show. That's coming up at 6. And then behind us, the return. As Patrick Creighton, I believe, is going solo tonight, Area 45. Patrick Creighton and Chris Santiago, they will follow Texans All Access, so stay tuned with that. I was inspired, and then it took a left turn because I was really surprised by Adam Spolene's thoughts here. I was inspired by a conversation that I heard during that crazy day the hurricane hit on Monday, when Patrick Creighton and Figgy did like 8 hours of radio, and Tyler risked it to come on in, and Brandon Scott decided to drive at 3 a.m.
Wait, Brandon was driving in the hurricane?
Dude, like as it was making landfall.
I will never understand it.
He fell asleep at his house.
I will never understand it. It was the craziest thing that I've ever heard. I said, you were driving at 3. I said, man, we got hit with the call to shelter at 4. We were in the closet, including Bear, for 4 to 4:30. You in here driving in
the news. Hey, don't be like these people and drive in this storm. They were talking about Brandon. Brandon was the one driving.
Anyway, but anyhow, but that day they had a spirited conversation of who was the most overhyped Texan. And I've heard it, and Ian Rappaport talked about Tank Dell being potentially one of the game's greats. Then he said even it definitely in the game today greats, which I said, hold on, maybe that got away from him. As he was still talking about C.J. Stroud when he said that. But no, he was talking about Tank Dell. And to me, I feel like we got to pump the brakes on Tank Dell. I think Tank Dell has a chance in the future, especially when Stephon Diggs moves on, has a chance in the future to be a Pro Bowl level receiver. Surprised the hell out of me that he was able to be as productive as quickly as he was. But we gotta slow down. We're talking about games greats. And to me, I think there's an excitement level, Adam, when he is your third receiver. And there is focus on guys like Stephon Diggs and Nico Collins, and he has C.J. Stroud to throw the ball to him, and he's going to get matched up with, I think, a lot of second and third type corners. I think that is something that you get really excited about. But y'all was talking about Joe Mixon. I think Patrick said Jimmy Ward. To me, I think we got to dial it down a bit on Tank Dell. He's coming off a broken leg. Guys that kind of led to probably his injury. Like I think we gotta slow down. And then you had to hell. I'm gonna put my feet up. You had the audacity to say, "Yeah, man, I got him as a top 15 receiver in the league right now in the NFL."
That's what
in this NFL in this National Football League, the same one that Jerry Rice dominated, the same NFL that Tyreek Hill is in. You got him as the 15.